Chapter 31 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Yarish. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 31. In spite of this little mishap, which did me no great harm, there was a marked improvement in my affairs in every way. I had a better room, various friends, Wood, McCord, Rothenberg, Hazard, Bellairs, a new reporter by the name of Johnson, another by the name of Walden Root, a nephew of the senator, and the growing consideration, if not admiration, of many of the newspaper men of the city. Among them I was beginning to be looked upon as a man of some importance, and the proof of it was that from time to time I found myself being discussed in no mild way. From now on I noticed that my noble Wood, whom I had so much looked up to at first, began to take me about with him to one or more Chinese restaurants of the most beggarly description in the environs of the downtown section, which same he had discovered, and with the proprietors of which he was on the best of terms. They were really hangouts for crooks and thieves and disreputable tenderloin characters generally. Such was the beginning of the Chinese restaurant in America. But not so to Wood. He had the happy faculty of persuading himself that there was something vastly mysterious and superior about the entire Chinese race. And after introducing me to many of his new laundry friends, he proceeded to assure me of the existence of some huge Chinese organization known as the Six Companies, which, so far as I could make out from hearing him talk, was slowly but surely, and secretly of course, getting control of the entire habitable globe. It had complete control of great financial and constructive ventures here, there, and everywhere, and supplied on order thousands of Chinese laborers to anyone who desired them, anywhere. And this organization ruled them with a rod of iron, cutting their throats and burying them head down in a bucket of rice when they failed to perform their bounden duties, and transferring their remains quietly to China, in coffins made in China and brought here for that purpose. The Chinese who had worked for the builders of the Union Pacific had been supplied by this company, so he said. Again there were the Chinese Freemasons, a society so old and so powerful and so mysterious that one might speak of it only in whispers for fear of getting into trouble. This indeed was the great organization of the world, in China and everywhere else. Kings and potentates knew of it and trembled before its power. If it wished, it could sweep the Chinese emperor and all European monarchs off their thrones tomorrow. There were rites, mysteries, sanctuaries within sanctuaries in this great organization. He himself was as yet a mere outsider, snooping about, but by degrees, slowly and surely, as I was given to understand, was worming its secrets out of these Chinese restaurant keepers and laundrymen, its deepest mysteries, whereby he hoped to profit in this way. He was going to study Chinese, then go to China. There he would get into this marvelous organization through the influence of some of his Chinese friends here. Then he was going to get next to some of the officials of the Chinese government, and being thus highly recommended and thought of, would come back here eventually as an official Chinese interpreter, attached perhaps to the Chinese legation at Washington. How he was to profit so vastly by this I could not see, but he seemed to think that he would. Again, there was his literary world, which he was always dreaming about and slaving over, his art ambitions, into which I was now by degrees permitted to look. He was forging ahead in that realm, and since I was doing fairly well as a daily scribbler, it might be that I would be able to perceive a little of all he was hoping to do. His great dream or scheme was to study the underworld life of St. Louis at first hand. Those horrible, grisly waterfront saloons and lowest tenderloin dives and brothels south of Market and east of 8th, where, listening to the patois of thieves and pimps and lechers and drug fiends and murderers and outlaws generally, he was to extract from them, aside from their stories, some bizarre originality of phrase and scene that was to stand him in good stead in the composition of his tales. Just now, so he told me, he was content with making notes, jotting down scraps of conversation heard at bars, in sloppy urinals, cheap dance halls, and I know not what. With a little more time and a little more of that slowly arriving sanity which comes to most of us eventually, I am inclined to think that he might have made something out of all this. He was so much in earnest, so patient, only as I saw it, he was filled with an almost impossible idealism and romance which threw nearly everything out of proportion. He naturally inclined to the arabesque and the grotesque, but in no balanced way. His dreams were too wild, his mood at nearly all times too utterly romantic, his deductions far beyond what a sane contemplation of the facts warranted. And relative to this period I could other tales unfold. He and Peter, long before I had arrived on the scene, had surrounded themselves with a company of wayfarers of their own, down-and-out English army officers and grafting younger sons of good families, a Frenchman or two, one of whom was a poet, several struggling artists who grafted on them, and a few weird and disreputable characters so degraded and nondescript that I could never make out just what their charm was. At least 2 of these had suitable rooms, where, in addition to Dick's and mine, we were accustomed to meet. There were parties, Sunday and evening walks or trips, dinners. Poems on occasion were read, original first-hand compositions. Dick's stories, as Peter invariably insisted, were inflicted. The growler, or duck, a tin bucket of good size, was rushed for beer, and cheese and crackers and hot crawfish sold by old ambling Negroes on the streets after midnight were bought and consumed with gusto. Captain Simons, Captain Seller, Toussaint, Binet. These are names of figures that are now so dim as to be mere wraiths, ranged about a smoky, dimly lighted room in some downtown rooming house. Both Dick and Peter had reached that distinguished state where they were the center of attraction as well as supports and props to these others, and between them got up weird entertainments, knockabout Dutch comedian acts, which they took down to some wretched dance hall and staged, each doing a turn. The glee over the memory of these things as they now narrated them to me. Wood was so thin physically and so vigorous mentally that he was fascinating to look at. He had an idea that this bohemianism and his story work were of the utmost importance. And so they were if they had been but a prelude to something more serious, or if his dreams could only have been reduced to paper and print. There was something that lay in his eye, a ray. There was an aroma to his spirit which was delicious. As I get him now, he was a rather undone Poe, or de Maupassant, or Manet, and assuredly a portion of the makings was certainly there. For at times the moods he could evoke in me were poignant, and he saw beauty and romance in many and strange ways and places. I have seen him enter a dirty, horrible saloon in one of St. Louis's lowest dive regions with the air of a Prince Charming, and there seat himself at some sloppy table, his patent leather low quarters scraping the sanded or sawdusted floor, order beer, and then, smiling genially upon all, begin to transcribe from memory whole sections of conversations he had heard somewhere, in the street perhaps, all the while racking his brain to recall the exact word and phrase. Unlike myself, he had a knack of making friends with these shabby levee and underworld characters, syphilitic, sodden, blue-nosed bums mostly, whom he picked up from heaven knows where. And how he seemed to prize their vile language, their lies, and their viler thoughts. And there was McCord, bless his enthusiastic, materialistic heart, who seemed to take fire from this joint companionship and was determined to do something. He scarcely knew what. Draw, paint, write, collect, anything. His mind was so wrought up by the rich pattern which life was weaving before his eyes that he could scarcely sleep at nights. He was for prowling about with us these winter and spring days, looking at the dark city after work hours, or investigating these wretched dives with Dick and myself. Or the three of us would take a banjo, a mandolin, and a flute. McCord could perform on the flute and Dick on the mandolin, and go to Forest Park or one of the minor parks on the south side, and there proceed to make the night hideous with our carolings until some solid policeman, assuming that the public had rights, would interfere and bid us depart. Our invariable retort on all such occasions was that we were newspaper men and artists, and as such entitled to courtesies from the police, which the thick-souled minion of the law would occasionally admit. Sometimes we would go to Dick's room or mine and chatter and sing until dawn. When somewhat subdued, we would seek out some German saloon-keeper whom either Peter or Wood knew, rouse him out of his slumbers, and demand that he come down and supply us with ham and eggs and beer. My stage-critical work having vivified my desire to write a play or comic opera on the Order of Wang, or the Isle of Champagne, two of the reigning successes of that day, or the pleasing Robin Hood of Decoven, I set about this task as best I might, scribbling scenes, bits of humor, phases of character. In this idea I was aided and abetted not only by Wood and McCord, both of whom by now seemed to think I might do something, but by the fact that the atmosphere of the Globe office, as well as of St. Louis itself, was, for me at least, inspirational and creative. I liked the world in which I now found myself. There were about me and in the city so many who seemed destined to do great things. Wood, McCord, Hazard, a man by the name of Bennett who was engaged in sociologic propaganda of one kind and another, William Marion Reedy, already editing the Mirror, Albert Johnson, a most brilliant reporter who had, preceding my coming, resigned from the Globe and gone over to the Chronicle, Alfred Robin, composer of Answer and Marizzanillo, one of whose operas was even then being given a local tryout. I have mentioned the wonderful W.C. Braun, who preceded me in writing Heard in the Corridors, and who later stirred America with The Iconoclast. All this, plus the fact that Augustus Thomas had come from here, a reporter on the Post-Dispatch, and that I was now seeing one of his plays, in Missouri, moved me to the point where I finally thought out what I considered a fairly humorous plot for a comic opera, which was to be called Jeremiah the First. It was based on the idea of transporting, by reason of his striking accidentally a mythical Aztec stone on his farm, an old Indiana farmer of a most cantankerous and inquisitive disposition, from the era in which he then was back into that of the Aztecs of Mexico, where, owing to a religious invocation then being indulged in with a view to discovering a new ruler, he was assumed to be the answer. Beginning as a cowardly refugee in fear for his life, he was slowly changed into an amazing despot, having at one time as many as 300 ex-advisors or Aztec secretaries of state in one pen awaiting poisoning. He was to be dissuaded from carrying out this plan by his desire for a certain Aztec maiden, who was to avoid him until he repented of his crimes. She eventually persuaded him to change the form of government from that of a despotism to that of a republic, with himself as candidate for president. There was nothing much to it. Its only humor lay in the thought or sight of a cranky, curious, critical farmer superimposed upon ancient architecture and forms of worship. Having once thought it out, however, and being pleased with it, I worked at it feverishly nights when I was not on assignments, and in a week or less had a rough outline of it, lyrics and all. I told McCord and Wood about it, and so great was their youthful encouragement that at once I saw this as the way out of my difficulties, the path to that great future I desired. I would become the author of comic opera books. Already I saw myself in New York, rich, famous. But at that time I could not possibly write without constant encouragement, and having roughed out the opera I now burned for assistance in developing it in detail. At last I went to Peter and told him of my difficulty, my inability to go ahead. He seemed to relish the whole idea hugely, so much so that he made the thing seem far more plausible and easy for me to do, and urged me to go ahead, not to faint or get cold feet. Enamored of costumes and gorgeous settings, he even went so far as to first suggest and then later work out in watercolor suggestions for costumes and color schemes which I thought wonderful. I was lifted to seventh heaven. To think that I had worked out something which he considered interesting. Later that evening, at Peter's suggestion, I outlined portions of it to Wood. He also seemed to believe that it was good. He insisted that there must be an evening at his room or mine when I would read it all to them. Accordingly, a week later, I read it in Dick's room. To much partial applause, of course. What else could they do? Peter even went so far as to suggest that he would love to act the part of Jeremiah I, and forthwith began to give us imitations of the prospective king's mannerisms and characteristics. Whatever the merit of the manuscript itself, certainly we imagined Peter's characterizations to be funny. Later he brought me as many as 50 designs of costumes and scenes in color, which appealed to me as having novelty as well as beauty. He had evidently worked for weeks, nights after hours and mornings before coming to the office and on Sundays. By this I was so thrilled that I could scarcely believe my eyes. To think that I had written the book of a real comic opera that should be deemed worthy of this, and that it was within the range of possibility that it would some day be produced. I began to feel myself a personage, although at bottom I mistrusted the reality of it all. Fate could not be that kind, not so swift. I should never get it produced. And yet, like the man in the Arabian fable who kicked over his tray of glassware, dreaming great dreams, I was tending toward the same thing. There was always in me the saving grace of doubt or self-mistrust. I was never quite sure that I should be able to do all that. At times I was inclined to hope I might, and so was usually inclined to go about my work as nervously and as enthusiastically as ever, hoping that I might have some of the good fortune of which I dreamed, but never seriously depending on it. Perhaps it would have been better for me had I. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 32. While I rejoiced in the thought that I might now, and so easily, become a successful comic opera librettist, and a poet besides, still I found myself for the most part in a very gloomy frame of mind. One of the things that grieved me intensely, as I have said, was the sight of bitter poverty and failure, and the fact that I personally was not one of those solid commercial figures of which St. Louis was full at this time. They filled the great hotels, the clubs, the mansions, the social positions of importance. They were free, as I foolishly thought, to indulge in all those luxuries and pleasures which, as I so sadly saw, the poor were not privileged to enjoy, myself included. Just about that time there was something about a commercial institution, its exterior simplicity and bareness, the thrash of its inward life, its suggestion of energy, force, compulsion, and need, which invariably held me spellbound. Despite my literary and artistic ambitions, I still continued to think it essential, to me, and to all men for that matter, if they were to have any force and dignity in this world, that each and every one should be in control of something of this kind, something commercially and financially successful. What was I? a pale sprout of a newspaper man, possibly an editor or author in the future, but what more? At times this state of mind tended to make me irritable, and even savage instead of sad. I thought that my very generous benefactor, the great McCullough, ought to see what an important man I was, and give me at once the dramatic editorship free and clear of any other work, or at least combine it with something better than mere reporting. I ought to be allowed to do editorials or special work. Again, my mind, although largely freed of Catholic and religious dogma generally, and the belief in the workability of the Christian ideals as laid down in the Sermon on the Mount, was still swashing around among the idealistic maxims of Christ and the religionists and moralists generally, contrasting them hourly, as it were, with the selfish materialism of the day as I saw it. Look at the strong men on top, I was constantly saying to myself, so comfortable, so indifferent, so cruelly dull. How I like to flail them with the maxims excerpted from Christ. Those large districts south of the business heart, along the river and elsewhere, which nightly or weekly Wood, McCord, and myself were investigating, and which were crowded with the unfit, the unsuccessful, the unhappy. How they haunted me, and how I attempted, in my mind of course, to indict society and comfort them with the poetic, if helpless words of the Beatitudes and the Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are the poor, etc. Betimes, interviewing one important citizen and another, I gained the impression that they truly despised anyone who was poor, that they did not give him or his fate a second thought. And betimes I was right, other times wrong. But having been reared on maxims relative to Christian duty, I thought they should devote their all to the poor. This failure on their part seemed terrible to me, for having been taught to believe in the Sermon on the Mount, I thought they, not myself for instance, were the ones to make it work out. Mr. McCullough had begun sending me out of town on various news stories, which was in itself the equivalent of a traveling correspondentship, and might readily have led to my being officially recognized as such if I had remained there long enough. Trials of murder cases in St. Joseph and Hannibal, threatened floods in Lower Illinois, and train robberies, common occurrences in this region, either between St. Louis and Kansas City or St. Louis and Louisville, made it necessary for me to make arrangements with Hazard or Wood to carry on my dramatic work while I went about these tasks, a necessity which I partly relished and partly disliked, being uncertain as to which was the more important task to me. However, I was far from satisfied. I was too restless and dissatisfied. Life, life, life. Its contrasts, disappointments, lacks, enticements, was always prodding me. The sun might shine brightly, the winds of fortune blow favorably. Nevertheless, though I might enjoy both, there was always this undertone of something that was not happiness. I was not placed right. I was not this. I was not that. Life was slipping away fast, and I was 21. I could see the tiny sands of my little life's hourglass sifting down, and what was I achieving? Soon the strength time, the love time, the gay time, of color and romance would be gone, and if I had not spent it fully, joyously, richly, what would there be left for me then? The joys of a mythical heaven or hereafter played no part in my calculations. When one was dead for all time. Hence the reason for the heartbreak over failure here and now, the awful tragedy of a love lost, a youth never properly enjoyed. Think of living and yet not living in so thrashing a world as this, the best of one's hours passing unused or not properly used. Think of seeing this tinkling phantasmagoria of pain and pleasure, beauty and all its sweets go by, and yet being compelled to be a bystander, a mere onlooker, enhungered but never satisfied. In this mood I worked on, doing sometimes good work because I was temporarily fascinated and entertained, at other times grumbling and dawdling and moaning over what seemed to me the horrible humdrum of it all. One day, in just such a mood as this, I received the following final letter from Alice, from whom I had not heard now in months. Dear Theo, tomorrow is my wedding day. Tomorrow at 12. This may strike you as strange. Well, I have waited, I don't know how long, has seemed like years to me, for some word, but I knew it was not to be. Your last letter showed me that. I knew that you did not intend to return, and so I went back to Mr. I had to. What else have I to look forward to? You know how unhappy I am here with my family, now that you are gone, in spite of how much they care for me. Oh, Theo, you must think me foolish for writing this. I am ashamed of myself. Still, I wanted to let you know, and to say goodbye, for although you have been indifferent, I cannot bear any hard feelings toward you. I will make Mr. a good wife. He understands that I do not love him, but that I appreciate him. Tomorrow I will marry him, unless something happens. You ought not to have told me that you loved me, Theo, unless you could have stayed with me. You have caused me so much pain. But I must say goodbye. This is the last letter I shall ever write you. Don't send my letters now. Tear them up. It is too late. Oh, if you only knew how hard it has been to bring myself to this. Alice. I sat and stared at the floor after reading this. The pain I had caused was a heavy weight. The implication that if I would come to Chicago before noon of this day, or telegraph for her to delay, was too much. What if I should go to Chicago and get her? Then what? To her it would be a beautiful thing, the height of romance, saving her from a cruel or dreary fate. But what of me? Should I be happy? Was my profession or my present restlessness and uncertain state of mind anything to base a marriage on? I knew it was not. I also knew that Alice, in spite of my great sadness and affection for her, was really nothing more to me than a passing bit of beauty, charming in itself but of no great import to me. I was sad for her and for myself, saddest because of that chief characteristic of mine, and of life which will not let anything endure permanently. Love, wealth, fame. I was too restless, too changeful. There rose before me a picture of my finances as compared to what they ought to be, and of any future in marriage based on it. Actually, as I looked at it then, it was more the fault of life than mine. These thoughts, balancing with the wish I had for greater advancement, caused me, as usual, to hesitate. But I was in no danger of doing anything impulsive. There was no great impelling passion in this. It was mere sentiment, growing more and more roseate and less operative. I groaned inwardly, but night came, and the next day, and I had not answered. At noon Alice had been married, as she afterward told me, years afterward, when the fire was all gone, and this romance was ended forever. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 33. Thus it was that I dawdled about the city, wondering what would become of me. My dramatic work, interesting as it was still so trivial, in so far as the space given it and the public's interest in it were concerned, as to make it all but worthless. The great McCullough was not interested in the stage. The proof of it was that he entrusted this interesting department to me. But circumstances were bringing about an onward, if not upward, step. I was daily becoming so restless and unhappy that it would have been strange if something had not happened. To think that there was no more to this dramatic work for me than now appeared, and that in addition Mr. McCullough was allowing Mr. Mitchell to give me afternoon and night or out-of-town assignments when I had important theatrical performances to report. As a matter of fact, they were not important, but Mitchell had no consideration for my critical work. He continued to give me 2 or 3 things to do on nights when, as he knew, or I thought he should, I should spend the evening witnessing a single performance. This was to pay me out, so I thought, for going over his head. I grew more and more resentful, and finally a catastrophe occurred. It happened that one Sunday night, late in April, 3 shows were scheduled to arrive in the city, each performance being worthy of special attention. Nearly all new shows opened in St. Louis on Sunday night, and it was impossible for me to attend them all in one evening. I might have given both Dick and Peter tickets and asked them to help me, but I decided, since this was a custom practiced by my predecessor at times, to write up the notices beforehand, the facts being culled from various press agent accounts already in my hands, and then comment more fully on the plays in some notes which I published midweek. It happened, however, that on this particular evening Mr. Mitchell had other plans for me. Without consulting me or my theatrical duties, he handed me, at about 7 in the evening, a slip of paper containing a notice of a streetcar holdup in the far western suburbs of the city. I was about to protest that my critical work demanded my presence elsewhere, but concluded to hold my tongue. He would merely advise me to write up the notices of the shows as I had planned, or worse yet, tell me to let other people do them. I thought once of going to McCullough and protesting, but finally went my way, determined to do the best I could and protest later. I would hurry up on this assignment and then come back and visit the theaters. When I reached the scene of the supposed holdup, there was nothing to guide me. The people at the car barns did not know anything about it, and the crew that had been held up was not present. I visited a far outlying police station, but the sergeant in charge could tell me nothing more than that the crime was not very important, a few dollars stolen. I went to the exact spot, but there were no houses in the neighborhood, only a barren stretch of track lying out in a rain-soaked plain. It was a gloomy, wet night, and I decided to return to the city. When I reached a car line, it was late, too late for me to do even a part of my critical work. The long distance out and the walks to the car barn and the police station had consumed much time. As I neared the city, I found that it was 11 o'clock. What chance had I to visit the theaters then? I asked myself angrily. How was I to know if the shows had even arrived? There had been heavy rains all over the West for the last week, and there had been many washouts. I finally got off in front of the nearest theater and went up to the door. It was silent and dark. I thought of asking the drugman who occupied a corner of the building, but that seemed a silly thing to be doing at this hour, and I let it go. I thought of telephoning to the rival paper, the Republic, when I reached the office, but when I got there I had first to report to Mitchell, who was just leaving, and then, irritated and indifferent, I put it off for the moment. Perhaps Hartung would know. Do you know what time the first edition goes to press here, Hugh? I asked him at 12:15. 12:30, I think. The telegraph man can tell you. Do you know whether the dramatic stuff I sent up this afternoon gets in that? Sure, at least I think it does. You'd better ask the foreman of the composing room about it, though. I went upstairs. Instead of calling up the Republic at once, or any of the managers of the theaters, or knocking out the notices entirely, I inquired how matters stood with the first edition. I was not sure that there was any reason for worrying about the show's not arriving, but something kept telling me to make sure. At last I found that the first edition had been closed, with the notices in it, and went to the telephone to call up the Republic. Then the dramatic editor of that paper had gone, and I could not find the address of a single manager. I tried to reach one of the theaters, but there was no response. The clock registered 12:30 by then, and I weakly concluded that things must be all right, or that if they weren't, I couldn't help it. I then went home and to bed and slept poorly, troubled by the thought that something might be wrong, and wishing now that I had not been so lackadaisical about it all. Why couldn't I attend to things at the proper time instead of dawdling about in this fashion? I sighed, and tried to sleep. The next morning I arose and went through the 2 morning papers without losing any time. To my horror and distress, there in the Republic was an announcement on the first page to the effect that, owing to various washouts in several states, none of the 3 shows had arrived the night before. And in my own paper, to my great pain, was a full account of the performances and the agreeable reception accorded them. "Oh, Lord," I groaned, "what will McCullough say? What will the other papers say? 3 shows reviewed and not one here." And in connection with one I had written, "A large and enthusiastic audience received Mr. Saul Smith Russell at the Grand." And in connection with another, that the gallery of Pope's Theatre was top-heavy. The perspiration burst from my forehead. Remembering Ciceretta Jones and my tendency to draw the lightning of public observation and criticism, I began to speculate as to what newspaper criticism would follow this last faux pas. Great God, I thought, wait till he sees this. And I was ready to weep. At once I saw myself not only the laughing-stock of the town, but discharged as well. Think of being discharged now, after all my fine dreams as to the future. Without delay, I proceeded to the office and removed my few belongings, resolved to be prepared for the worst. With the feeling that I owed Mr. McCullough an explanation, I sat down and composed a letter to him, in which I explained from my point of view just how the thing had happened. I did not attack Mr. Mitchell or seek to shield myself, but merely illustrated how I had been expected to handle my critical work in this office. I also added how kind I thought he had been, how much I valued his personal regard, and asked him not to think too ill of me. This letter I placed in an envelope addressed to Mr. Joseph B. McCullough, personal, and going into his private office before any others had come down, laid it on his desk. Then I retired to my room to await the afternoon papers and think. They were not long in appearing, and neither of the 2 leading afternoon papers had failed to notice the blunder. With the most delicate laughing raillery they had seized upon this latest error of the great globe as a remarkable demonstration of what they affected to believe was its editor's lately acquired mediumistic and psychic powers. The Globe was regularly writing up various seances, slate-writing demonstrations, and the like in St. Louis and elsewhere, things which Mr. McCullough was interested in or considered good circulation builders, and this was now looked upon as a fresh demonstration of his development in that line. Oh, Lord, I groaned when I read the following. "To see 3 shows at once," observed the Post-Dispatch, "and those 3 widely separated by miles of country and washed-out sections of railroad in 3 different states, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri, is indeed a triumph, but also to see them as having arrived, or as they would have been had they arrived, and displaying their individual delights to 3 separate audiences of varying proportions assembled for that purpose is truly amazing. One of the finest demonstrations of mediumship, or perhaps we had better say materialization, yet known to science. Great indeed is McCullough, great the G.D. Indeed, now that we think of it, it is an achievement so astounding that even the Globe may well be proud of it. One of the finest flights of which the human mind or the great editor's psychic strength is capable. We venture to say that no spiritualist or materializing medium has ever outrivaled it. We have always known that Mr. McCullough is a great man. The illuminating charm of his editorial page is sufficient proof of that. But this latest essay of his into the realm of combined dramatic criticism, supernatural insight, and materialization is one of the most perfect things of its kind and can only be attributed to genius in the purest form. It is psychic, supernatural, spooky. The Evening Chronicle, for its part, troubled to explain how ably and interestedly the spirit audiences and actors, although they might as well have been resting, the actors at least not having any contract which compelled their subconscious or psychic selves to work, had conducted themselves, doing their parts without a murmur. It was also here hinted that in future it would not be necessary for the Globe to carry a dramatic critic, seeing that the psychic mind of its chief was sufficient. Anyhow, it was plain that the race was fast reaching that place where it could perceive in advance that which was about to take place. In proof of this, it pointed, of course, to the noble mind which now occupied the editorial chair of the Globe Democrat, seeing all this without moving from his office. I was agonized. Sweat rolled from my forehead. My nerves twitched, and to think that this was the second time within no more than a month that I had made my great benefactor the laughing-stock of the city. What must he think of me? I could see him at that moment reading these editorials. He would discharge me. Not knowing what to do, I sat and brooded. Gone were all my fine dreams, my great future, my standing in the eyes of men and of this paper. What was to become of me now? I saw myself returning to Chicago. To do what? What would Peter, Dick, Hazard, Johnson, Bellairs, all my new-found friends think? Instead of going boldly to the office and seeing my friends who were still fond of me, if laughing at my break, or Mr. McCullough, I slipped about the city meditating on my fate and wondering what I was to do. For at least a week, during the idlest hours of the morning and evening, I would slip out and get a little something to eat, or loiter in an old but little frequented bookstore in Walnut Street, hoping to keep myself out of sight and out of mind. In a spirit of intense depression, I picked up a few old books, deciding to read more to make myself more fit for life. I also decided to leave St. Louis, since no one would have me here, and began to think of Chicago, whether I could stand it to return there, or whether I had better drift on to a strange place. But how should I live or travel, since I had very little money, having wasted it, as I now thought, on riotous living? The unhappy end of a spendthrift. Finally, after mooning about for a day or two more, I concluded that I should have to leave my fine room and try to earn some money here, so as to be able to leave. And so one morning, without venturing near the Globe, and giving the principal meeting places of reporters and friends a wide berth, I went into the office of the St. Louis Republic, then thriving fairly well in an old building at 3rd and Chestnut Streets. Here, with a heavy heart, I awaited the coming of the city editor, H.B. Wendell, of whom I had heard a great deal, but whom I had never seen. End of Chapter 33. Read by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. September 6th, 2021.
Chapter 34 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 34. The Republic was in a tumble-down old building in a fairly deserted neighborhood in that region near the waterfront, from which the city Prosper had been steadily growing away for years. This paper, if I am not mistaken, was founded in 1808. The office was so old and rattle-trapped that it was discouraging. The elevator was a slow and wheezy box, bumping and creaking and suggesting immediate collapse. The boards of the entrance hall and the city editorial room squeaked under one's feet. The city reportorial room, where I should work if I secured a place, was larger than that of the Globe and higher ceiled, but beyond that it had no advantage. The windows were tall but cracked and patched with faded yellow copy paper. The desks, some 15 or 20 all told, were old, dusty, knife-marked, smeared with endless ages of paste and ink. There was waste paper and rubbish on the floor. There was no sign of either paint or wallpaper. The windows facing east looked out upon a business court or alley where trucks and vans creaked all day, but which at night was silent as the grave, as was this entire wholesale neighborhood. The buildings directly opposite were decayed wholesale houses of some unimportant kind, where in slimsy rags of dresses or messy trousers and shirts, girls and boys from 14 to 20 worked all day, the girls' necks in the summer-time open to their breasts and their sleeves rolled to their shoulders, the boys in sleeveless undershirts and tight-belted trousers and with tousled hair. What their work was, I forgot, but flirting with each other or with the reporters and printers of this paper occupied a great deal of their time. The city editor, H.B. Wendell, was one of those odd, forceful characters who, because of my youth and extreme impressionability, perhaps, and his own vigor and point of view, succeeded in making a deep impression on me at once. He was such a queer little man, so different from Mitchell and McCullough, nervous, jumpy, restless, vigorous, with eyes so piercing that they reminded one of a hawk's, and a skin so swarthy that it was Italian in quality, and made all the more emphatic by a large, humped, protruding nose pierced by big nostrils. His hands were wrinkled and claw-like, and he had large yellowish teeth which showed rather fully when he laughed. And that laugh, I can hear it yet, a cross between a yelp and a cackle. It always seemed to me to be a mirthless laugh, insincere, and yet also it had an element of appreciation in it. He could see a point at which others ought to laugh without apparently enjoying it himself. He was at once a small and yet a large man mentally, wise and incisive in many ways, petty and even venomous in others, a man to coddle and placate if you were beholden to him, one to avoid if you were not, but on the whole a man above the average in ability. And he had the strangest, fussiest, bossiest love of great literature of anyone I have ever known, especially in the realm of the newspapers. Zola, at this time, was apparently his ideal of what a writer should be, and after him Balzac and Lodi. He seemed to know them well and to admire and even love them, after his fashion. He was always calling upon me to imitate Zola's vivid description of the drab and the gross and the horrible, if I could, assuming that I had read him, which I had not, but I did not say so. And Balzac's and Lodi's sure handling of the sensual and the poignant. How often have I heard him refer to them with admiration, giving me the line and phrase of certain stark pictures, and yet at the same time there was a sneaking bending of the knee to the Middle West conventions of which he was a part, a kind of horror of having it known that he approved of these things. He was a Shriner and very proud of it, as he was of various other local organizations to which he belonged. He had the reputation of being one of the best city editors in the city, far superior to my late master. Previously he had been city editor of the Globe itself for many years and was still favorably spoken of in that office. After I left St. Louis he returned to the Globe for a time and once more became its guide in local news. But that is neither here nor there, save as it illustrates what is a cardinal truth of the newspaper world, that the best of newspaper men are occasionally to be found on the poorest papers and vice versa. Just at this time, as I understood, he was here because the Republic was making a staggering effort to build itself up in popular esteem, which it finally succeeded in doing after McCullough's death, becoming once more the leading morning paper as it had been before the Globe, under McCullough, rose to power. Just now, however, in my despondent mood, it seemed an exceedingly sad affair. Mr. Wandle, as I now learned, had heard of me and my recent faux pas, as well as some of the other things I had been doing. "Been working on the Globe, haven't you?" he commented when I approached him. "What did they pay you?" I told him. "When did you leave there?" "About a week ago." "Why did you leave?" "Perhaps you saw those notices of 3 shows that didn't come to town? I'm the man who wrote them up." "Oh ho! Ho ho!" And he began eyeing me dryly and slapping his knee. "I saw those. Ha ha ha! Yes, that was very funny. Very. We had an editorial on it. And so McCullough fired you, did he?" "No, sir," I replied indignantly. "I quit. I thought he might want to, and I put a letter on his desk and left." "Ha ha ha! Quite right. That's very funny. I know just how they do over there. I was city editor there myself once. They write them up in advance sometimes. We do here. Where do you come from?" I told him. He meditated a while, as though he were uncertain whether he needed anyone. "You say you got $30 there? I couldn't pay anybody that much here, not to begin with. We never give more than 18 to begin with. Besides, I have a full staff just now, and it's summer. I might use another man if 18 would be enough. You'd have to think it over, and come and see me again sometime." Although my spirits fell at so great a drop in salary, I hastened to explain that I would be glad to accept 18. I needed to be at work again. "Whatever you would consider fair would suit me," I said. He smiled. "The newspaper market is low just now. If your work proves satisfactory, I may raise you a little later on." He must have seen that he had a soft and more or less unsophisticated boy to deal with. "Suppose you write me a little article about something, just to show me what you can do," he added. I went away insulted by this last request. In spite of all he said, I could feel that he wanted me, but I had no skill in manipulating my own affairs. To drop from $30 as dramatic editor to 18 as a mere reporter was terrible. With a grain of philosophic melancholy I faced it, however, feeling that if I worked hard I might yet get a start in some way or other. I must work and save some money, and if I did not better myself, I would leave St. Louis. My ability must be worth something somewhere. It had been on the Globe. I went home and wrote the article, a mere nothing about some street scene, went back to the office and left it. Next day I called again. "All right," he said, "you can go to work." I went back into that large shabby room and took a seat. In a few minutes the place filled up with the staff, most of whom I knew and all of whom eyed me curiously. Reporters, special editors, the city editor and his assistant, Mr. Williams of blessed memory, one-eyed, sad, impressive, intelligent, who had nothing but kind things to say of what I wrote and who was friendly and helpful until the day I left. In a little while the assignment book was put out, with the task I was to undertake. Before I left I was called in and advised concerning it. I went and looked into it, I have forgotten what it was, and reported later in the day. What I wrote I turned over to Mr. Williams, and later in the day when I asked him if it was all right, he said, "Yes, quite all right, it reads all right to me," and then gave me a kindly one-eyed smile. I liked him from the first day. He was a better editor than Wandle, with more taste and discrimination, and later rose to a higher position elsewhere. Meanwhile, I strolled about thinking of my great fall. It seemed as though I should never get over this. But in a few days I was back in my old reportorial routine, depressed but secure, convinced that I could write as well as ever, and for any newspaper. For the romance of my own youth was still upon me, my ambitions and my dreams coloring it all. Does the gull sense the terrors of the deep, or the butterfly the traps and snares of the woods and fields? Roaming this keen, new, ambitious Midwestern city, life-hungry and love-hungry and underpaid, eager and ambitious, I still found so much in the worst to soothe, so much in the best to torture me. And every scene of ease or pleasure was both a lure and a reproach, and every aspect of tragedy or poverty was a threat or a warning. I was never tired of looking at the hot, hungry, weary slums, any more than I was of looking at the glories of the mansions of the West End. Both had their lure, their charm, one because it was a state worse than my own, the other because it was a better. Unfairly so, I thought. Amid it all I hurried, writing and dreaming, half laughing and half crying, with now a tale to move me to laughter, and now another to send me to bottomless despairs. But always youth, and the crash of the presses in the basement, and a fresh damp paper laid on my desk of a morning with the news, and my own petty achievements or failures to cheer or disappoint me. So it went, day in and day out. The Republic, while not so successful as the Globe Democrat, was a much better paper for me to work on. For one thing, it took me from under the domination of Mr. Mitchell, one can hate some people most persistently, and placed me under one who, whatever may have been his defects, provided me with far greater opportunities for my pen than ever the Globe had, and supplied a better judgment as to what constituted a story and a news feature. Now that I think of him, Wandel was far and away the best judge of news, from a dramatic or story point of view, of any for whom I ever worked. A good story, is it? I can see him smirking and rubbing his hands, miser or gourmet fashion, as over a pot of gold or a fine dish. She said that, did she? Ha-ha, that's excellent. Excellent. You saw him yourself, did you? And the brother, too? By George, we'll make a story out of that. Be careful how you write that, now. All the facts, just as far as they will carry you, but we don't want any libel suits, remember. We don't want you to say anything we can't substantiate, but I don't want you to be afraid, either. Write it strong, clear, definite. Get in all the touches of local color you can. And remember Zola and Balzac, my boy. Remember Zola and Balzac. Bare facts are what are needed in cases like this, with lots of color as to the scenery or atmosphere, the room, the other people, the street, all that. You get me? And quite truly I got him, as he was pleased to admit, even though I got but little cash out of it. I always felt, perhaps unjustly, that he made but small if any effort to advantage me in any way except that of writing. But what of it? He was nearly always enthusiastic over my work, in a hard, bright, waspish way, nearly always excited about the glittering realistic facts which one might dig up and which he was quite determined that his paper should present. The stories, the scandals, that hard, cruel cackle of his when he had anyone cornered. He must have known what a sham and a fake most of these Midwestern pretensions to sanctity and purity were, and yet if he did and was irritated by them, he said little to me. Like most Americans of the time, he was probably confused by the endless clatter concerning personal perfection, the Christ ideal, as opposed to the actual details of life. He could not decide for himself which was true and which false, the Christ theory or that of Zola, but he preferred Zola when interpreting the news. When things were looking up from a news point of view, and great realistic facts were coming to the surface regardless of local sentiment, facts which utterly contradicted all the noble fol-de-rol of the Puritans and the religionists, he was positively transformed. In those hours when the loom of life seemed to be weaving brilliant dramatic or tragic patterns of a realistic, Zola-esque character, he was beside himself with gaiety, trotting to and fro in the local room, leaning over the shoulders of scribbling scribes and interrupting them to ask details, or caution them as to certain facts which they must or must not include, beaming at the ceiling or floor, whistling, singing, rubbing his hands, a veritable imp or faun of pleasure and enthusiasm. Deaths, murders, great social or political scandals or upheavals, those things which presented the rough, raw facts of life, as well as its tenderer aspects, seemed to throw him into an ecstasy, not over the woes of others, but over the fact that he was to have an interesting paper tomorrow. Ah, it was a terrible thing, was it? He killed her in cold blood, you say? There was a great crowd out there, was there? Well, well, write it all up. Write it all up. It looks like a pretty good story to me. Doesn't it to you? Write a good, strong introduction for it, all the facts in the first paragraph, and then go on and tell your story. You can have as much space for it as you want. A column and a half, 2, just as it runs. Let me look at it before you turn it in, though. Then he would begin whistling or singing, or would walk up and down in the city room rubbing his hands in obvious satisfaction. And how that reportorial room seemed to thrill or sing between the hours of 5 and 7 in the evening, when the stories of the afternoon were coming in, or between 10:30 and midnight, when the full grist of the day was finally being ground out. How it throbbed with human life and thought, quite like a mill-room full of looms, or a counting-house in which endless records and exchanges are being made. Those reporters, 18 or 20 of them, bright, cheerful, interesting, forceful youths, each bent upon making a name for himself, each working hard, each here bending over his desk, scratching his head or ear and thinking, his mind lost in mazes of arrangement and composition. Wandel had no tolerance for any but the best of newspaper reporters, and would discharge a man promptly for falling down on a story, especially if he could connect it with the feeling that he was not as good of a newspaper man as he should be. He hated commonplace men, and once I had become familiar with the office and with him, he would often ask me in a spirit of unrest if I knew of an especially good one anywhere with whom he could replace someone else whom he did not like, a thought which jarred me, but which did not prevent me from telling him. Somehow I had an eye and a taste for exceptional men myself, and I wanted his staff to be as good as any, so it was not long before he began to rely on me to supply him with suitable men, so much so that I soon had the reputation of being a local arbiter of jobs, one who could get men in or keep them out, a thing which made me some enemies later. And it really was not true, for I could not have kept any good man out. In the meantime, while he was trying me out to suit himself, he had been giving me only routine work, the North 7th Street police station afternoons and evenings, where 1 or 2 interesting stories might be expected every day, crimes or sordid romances of one kind or another. Or if there was nothing much doing there, I might be sent out on an occasional crime story elsewhere. Once I had handled a few of these for him, and to his satisfaction, I was pushed into the top-notch class and given only the most difficult stories, those which might be called feature crimes and sensations, which I was expected to unravel, sometimes single-handed, and to which always I was expected to write the lead. This realistic method of his, plus a keen desire to unload all the heavy assignments on me, was no wise bad for me. He liked me, and this was his friendly way of showing it. Indeed, with a ruthless inconsiderateness, as I then thought, he piled on story after story, until I was a little infuriated at first, seeing how little I was being paid. When nothing of immediate importance was to be had, he proceeded to create news, studying out interesting phases of past romances or crimes which he thought might be worthwhile to work up and publish on Sunday, and handing them to me to do over. He even created stories when the general news was dull, throwing me into the most delicate and dangerous fields of arson, murder, theft, marital unhappiness, and tragedies of all kinds, things not public, but which by clever detective work could be made so, and where libel and other suits and damages lurked on either hand. Without cessation, Sunday and every other day, he called upon me to display sentiment, humor, or cold, hard descriptive force, as the case might be, quoting how Hugo, now Balzac, now Dickens, and now Zola to me to show me just what was to be done. In a little while, despite my reduced salary and the fact that I had lost my previous place in disgrace and was not likely to get a raise here soon, I was as much a swaggering newspaper youth as ever, strolling about the city with the feeling that I was somebody, and looking up all my old friends, with the idea of letting them know that I was by no means such a failure as they might imagine. Dick and Peter, of course, seeing me ambling in on them one late hot night, received me with open arms. "Well, you're a good one," yelped Dick in his high, almost falsetto voice when I came in. I could see that he had been sitting before his open window, which commanded Broadway, where he had been no doubt meditating. You're truer, man, sir. "Where the hell have you been keeping yourself? You're a dandy? We've been looking for you for weeks. We've been down to your place a dozen times, but you wouldn't let us in. You're a dandy, you are. McCord has some more of those opera cartoons done. Why didn't you ever come around, anyhow?" "I'm working down on the Republic now," I replied, blushing, "and I've been busy." "Oh!" laughed Dick, slapping his knees. "That's a good one on you. I heard about it. Those shows written up and not one in town? Oh, that's good." He coughed a consumptive cough or two and relaxed. I laughed with him. "It wasn't really all my fault," I said apologetically. "I know it wasn't. Don't I know the Globe? Didn't Carmichael get me to work the same racket for him? Ask Hazard. It wasn't your fault. Sit down. Peter will be here in a little while, and then we'll go out and get something." We fell to discussing the attitude of the people on the Globe after I had left. Wood insisted that he had not heard much. He knew instinctively that Mitchell was glad I was gone, as he might well have been. Hartung had reported to him that McCullough had raised Cain with Mitchell, and that 2 or 3 of the boys on the staff had manifested relief. "You know who they'd be," continued Wood. "The fellows who can't do what you can, but would like to." I smiled. "I know who they are," I said. We talked about the world in general. Literature, the drama, current celebrities, the state of politics, all seen through the medium of youth and aspiration and inexperience. While we were talking, McCord came in. He had been to his home in South St. Louis, where he preferred to live in spite of his zest for Bohemia, and the ground had to all be gone over with him. We settled down to an evening's enjoyment. Dick went for beer, Peter lit a rousing pipe. Accumulated short stories were produced and plans for new ones recounted. At one point, Peter exclaimed, "You know what I'm going to do, Dreiser?" "Well, what?" "I'm going to study for the leading role in that opera of yours. I can play that, and I'm going to if you don't object. Do you?" "Object? Why should I object?" I replied, doubtful, however, of the wisdom of this. Peter had never struck me as quite the actor type. "I'd like to see you do it if you can, Peter." "Oh, I can all right. That old rube appeals to me. I bet that if I ever get on the stage I can get away with that." He eyed Dick for confirmation. "I'll bet you could," said Dick loyally. "Peter makes a dandy rube. Oh, will you ever forget the time we went down to the old Nickelodeon and did a turn, Peter? Ho!" Later, the 3 of us left for a bite, and I could see that I was as high in their favor as ever, which restored me not a little. Peter seemed to think that my escapades and mishaps, coupled with the attention and discussion which my name evoked among local newspaper men, were doing me good, making an interesting figure. I could scarcely believe that, but I was inclined to believe that I had not fallen as low as at first I had imagined. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Rothenberg. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 35. The Leuclide, as I have indicated, was the center of all gossiping newspaper life at this time, at least that part of which I knew anything. Here, in idling groups, during the course of a morning, afternoon, or evening, might appear Dick or Peter, Bodie, Clark, Hazard, Johnson, Root, John Dawes, a long company of excellent newspaper men who worked on the different papers of the city from time to time, and who, because of a desire for companionship in this helter-skelter world, and the certainty of finding it here, hung about this corner. Here one could get on a highly intellectual or diverting conversation of one kind or another at almost any time. So many of these men had come from distant cities and knew them much better than they did St. Louis. As a rule, being total strangers and here only for a short while, they were inclined to sniff at conditions as they found them here, and to boast of those elsewhere, especially the men who came from New York, Boston, San Francisco, and Chicago. I was one of those, knowing Chicago and St. Louis only, and wishing to appear wise in these matters, boasted vigorously of the superlative importance of Chicago as a city, whereas such men as Root of New York, Johnson of Boston, Ware of New Orleans, and a few others, merely looked at me and smiled. "All I have to say to you, young fellow," young Root once observed to me genially, if roughly after one of these heated and senseless arguments, "is wait till you go to New York and see for yourself. I've been to Chicago, and it's a waste station in comparison. It's the only other city you've seen, and that's why you think it's so great." There was a certain amount of kindly tolerance in his voice which infuriated me. "Ah, you're crazy," I replied. "You're like all New Yorkers. You think you know it all. You won't admit you're beaten when you are." The argument proceeded through all the different aspects of the two cities, until finally we called each other damn fools and left in a huff. Years later, however, having seen New York, I wanted to apologize if I ever met him again. The two cities, as I then learned, each individual and wonderful in its way, were not to be contrasted. But how sure I was of my point of view then. Nearly all these young men, as I now saw, presented a sharp contrast to those I had known in Chicago, or perhaps the character of the work in this city and my own changing viewpoint made them seem different. Chicago at that time had seemed to be full of exceptional young men in the repertorial world, men who in one way or another had already achieved considerable local repute as writers and coming men. Finley Peter Dunn, George Ade, Brant Whitlock, Ben King, Charles Stewart, and many others, some of whom even that day were already signing their names to some of their contributions, whereas here in St. Louis, few if any of us had achieved any local distinction of any kind. No one of us had as yet created a personal or literary following. We could not here, apparently. The avenues were not the same, and none of us was hailed as certain to attract attention in the larger world outside. We formed little more than a weak scholastic brotherhood or union, recognizing each other genially enough as worthy fellow craftsmen, but not offering each other much consolation in our rough state, beyond a mere class or professional recognition as working newspaper men. Yet at times this Leuclide was a kind of tonic bear garden or mental wrestling place, where unless one were very guarded and sure of oneself, one might come by a quick and hard fall, as when once in some argument in regard to a current political question, and without knowing really what I was talking about, I made the statement that paleontology indicated so-and-so, whereupon one of my sharp confreres suddenly took up with me. "Say, what is paleontology anyhow? Do you know?" I was completely stumped, for I didn't. It was a comparatively new word, outside the colleges, being used here and there in arguments and editorials, and I had glibly taken it over. I floundered about and finally had to confess that I did not know what it was, whereupon I endured a laugh for my pains. I was thereafter wiser and more cautious. But this, in my raw, ignorant state, was a very great help to me. Many of these men were intelligent and informed to the cutting point in regard to many facts of life of which I was extremely ignorant. Many of them had not only read more, but seen more, and took my budding local pretensions to being somebody with a very large grain of salt. At many of the casual meetings, where at odd moments reporters and sometimes editors were standing or sitting about and discussing one phase of life and another, I received a backhanded slap which sometimes jarred my pride, but invariably widened my horizon. One of the most interesting things in my life at this time was that same North 7th Street police station previously mentioned, to which I went daily and which was a center for a certain kind of news at least. Rapes, riots, murders, fantastic family complications of all kinds, so common to very poor and highly congested neighborhoods. This particular station was the very center of a mixed ghetto, slum, and Negro life, which even at this time was still appalling to me in some of its aspects. It was all so dirty, so poor, so stuffy, so starveling. There were in it all sorts of streets: Jewish, Negro, and run-down American, or plain slum. The first crowded with long-bearded Jews and their fat wives, so greasy, smelly, and generally offensive that they sickened me. Rag pickers, chicken dealers, and feather sorters all. In their streets the smell of these things, picked or crated chickens, many of them partially decayed meats and vegetables, half-sorted dirty feathers and rags, and I know not what else, was sickening in hot weather. In the Negro streets, or rather alleys, for they never seemed to occupy any general thoroughfare, were rows of 1, 2, 3, and 4-story shacks or barns of frame or brick crowded into backyards and with thousands of blacks of the most shuffling and idle character hanging about. In these hot days of June, July, and August, they seemed to do little save sit or lie in the shade of buildings in this vicinity, and swap yarns or contemplate the world with laughter or in silence. Occasionally there was a fight, a murder, or a low love affair among them, which justified my time here. In addition, there were those other streets of soggy, decayed Americans, your true slum, filled with as low and cantankerous a population of whites as one could find anywhere, a type of animal dangerous to the police themselves, for they could riot and kill horribly and were sullen at best. Invariably the police traveled here in pairs, and whenever an alarm from some policeman on his beat was turned in from this region, a sergeant and all the officers in the station at the time would set forth to the rescue, sometimes as many as 8 or 10 in a police wagon, with orders, as myself have heard them given, to club the heads off them, or break their bones but bring them in here, I'll fix 'em. In response to which all the stolid Irish huskies would go forth to battle, returning frequently with a whole vanload of combatants or alleged combatants, all much the worse for the contest. There was an old, fat Irish sergeant of about 50 or 55, James King by name, who used to amuse me greatly. He ruled here like a potentate under the captain, whom I rarely saw. The latter had an office to himself in the front of the station, and rarely came out, seeming always to be busy with bigwigs of one type and another. With the sergeant, however, I became great friends. His place was behind the central desk, in the front of which were 2 light standards, and on the surface of which were his blotter and reports of different kinds. Behind the desk was his big tilted swivel chair, with himself in it, stout, perspiring, coatless, vestless, collarless, his round head and fat neck beady with sweat, his fat arms and hands moist and laid heavily over his protuberant stomach. According to him, he had been at this work exactly 8 years, and before that he had beat the sidewalk, as he said, or traveled a beat. Yes, 'tis a warm evening, he would begin whenever I arrived and he was not busy, which usually he was not. And there's nothing for ye, me lad, but ye might just as well take a chair and make yourself comfortable. It may be that something will happen, and again, maybe it won't. You must hope for the best, as the saying is. 'Tis a bad time for any trouble to be breaking out, though, in all this hot weather. And then he would elevate a large palm leaf fan which he kept near and begin to fan himself, or swig copiously from a pitcher of ice water. Here then he would sit, answering telephone calls from headquarters, or marking down reports from the men on their beats, or answering the complaints of people who came in hour after hour to announce that they had been robbed, or their homes had been broken into, or that some neighbor was making a nuisance of himself, or their wives or husbands or sons or daughters wouldn't obey them or stay in at night. Yes, and what's the matter now? He would begin when one of these would put in an appearance. Perhaps it was a man who would be complaining that his wife or daughter would not stay in at night, or a woman complaining so of her husband, son, or daughter. Well, me good woman, I can't be helping you with that. This is now caught a law. If your husband doesn't support ye, or your son don't come in of nights, and he's a minor, ye can get an order from the judge at the four courts compelling him. Then if he don't mind ye, and you want him arrested or locked up, I can help ye that way, but not otherwise. Go to the four courts. Sometimes in the case of a parent complaining of a daughter's or son's disobedience, he would relent a little and say, see if you can bring him around here. Tell him that a captain wants to see him. Then if he comes, I'll see what I can do for ye. Maybe I can scare him a bit. Let us say they came, a shabby, overworked mother or father leading a recalcitrant boy or girl. King would assume a most ferocious air, and after listening to the complaint of the parent as if it were all news to him, would demand, What's ailing ye? Why can't ye stay in nights? What's the matter with ye that ye can't obey your mother? Don't you know it's against the law for a minor to be staying out after 10 at night? Ye don't? Well, it is, and I'm telling ye now. Do you want me to lock ye up? Is that what you're looking for? There's a lot of good iron cells back there waiting for ye if ye can't behave yourself. What are you going to do about it? Possibly the one in error would relent a little and began arguing with the parent, charging unfairness, cruelty, and the like. Here now, don't you be talking to your mother like that. You're not old enough to be doing that. And what's more, don't let me catch you out on the streets or her complaining to me again. If ye do, I'll send one of my men around to bring ye in. This is the last now. Do you want to spend a few nights in a cell? Well then, now be getting out of here, and don't let me hear about ye. Not a word. I've had enough now. Out with ye. And he would glower and grow red and pop-eyed and fairly roar, shoving them tempestuously out. Only after the victim had gone, he would lean back in his chair and wipe his forehead and sigh. 'Tis tough, the bringing up of children, hereabouts especially. You can't be blaming them for wanting to be out on the streets, and yet you can't let them out either. Exactly. It's hard to tell what to do with them. I've been talking like that for years now to one and another. 'Tis all the good it does. You can't do much for 'em hereabouts. It was during this period, this summertime and fall, that I came in contact with some of the most interesting characters. Newspaper men especially, flotsam and jetsam who drifted in here from other newspaper centers and then drifted out again. Newspaper men so intelligent and definite in some respects that they seem worthy of any position or station in life, and yet so indifferent and errant or so poorly placed in spite of their efforts and capacities as to cause me to despair for the reward of merit anywhere. Intellectual merit, I mean. For some of these men, while fascinating, were the rankest kind of failures, drunkards, drug fiends, hypochondriacs. Many of them had stayed too long in the profession, which is a young man's game at best, and others had wasted their opportunities dreaming of a chance fortune, no doubt, and then had taken to drink or drugs. Still others, young men like myself, drifters and uncertain as to their future, were just finding out how unprofitable the newspaper game was, and in consequence were cynical, waspish, and moody. I am not familiar with many professions, and so cannot say whether any of the others abound in this same wealth of eccentric capacity and understanding, or offer as little reward. Certainly all the newspaper offices I had ever known sparkled with these exceptional men, few of whom ever seemed to do very well, and no paper I ever worked on paid wages anywhere near equal to the services rendered or the hours exacted. It was always a hard, driving game, with the ash heap as the reward for the least weakening of energy or ability. At the same time, these newspapers were constantly spouting editorially about kindness, justice, charity, a full reward for labor, and were getting up fresh air funds and so on for those not half as deserving as their employees, but, and this is the point, likely to bring them increased circulation. In the short while I was in the newspaper profession, I met many men who seemed to be thoroughly sound intellectually, quite free, for the most part, from the narrow, cramping conventions of their day, and yet they never seemed to get on very well. I remember one man in particular, Clark, I think his name was, who arrived on the scene just about this time and who fascinated me. He was so able and sure of touch mentally and from an editorial point of view, and yet financially and in every material way, he was such a failure. He came from Kansas City or Omaha while I was on the Republic and had worked in many, many places before that. He was a stocky, dark, clerkly figure with something of the manager or owner or lender about him, a most shrewd and capable-looking person. And when he first came to the Republic, he seemed destined to rise rapidly and never to want for anything. So much self-control and force did he appear to have. He was a hard worker, quiet, unostentatious, and once I had gained his confidence, he gradually revealed a tale of past position and comfort which, verified as it was by Wandel and Williams, was startling when contrasted with his present position. Although he was not much over 40, he had been editor or managing editor of several important papers in the West, but had lost them through some primary disaster which had caused him to take to drink. His wife's unfaithfulness, I believe, and his inability in recent years to stay sober, and more than 3 months at a stretch. In some other city he had been an important factor in politics. Here he was, still clean and spruce apparently, when I first saw him at any rate, going about his work with a great deal of energy, writing the most satisfactory newspaper stories, and then, once 2 or 3 months of such labor had gone by, disappearing. When I inquired of Williams and Wandel as to his whereabouts, the former stared at me with his one eye and smiled, then lifted his finger in the shape of a glass to his mouth. Wandel merely remarked, "Drink, I think. He may show up and he may not. He had a few weeks' wages when he left." I did not hear anything more of him for some weeks, when suddenly one day, in that wretched section of St. Louis, beloved of Dick and Peter as a source of literary material, I was halted by a figure which I assumed to be one of the lowest of the low. A short, matted, dirty black beard concealed a face that bore no resemblance to Clark. A hat that looked as though it might have been lifted out of an ash barrel was pulled slouchily and defiantly over long, uncombed black hair. His face was filthy, as were his clothes and shoes, slimy even. An old brown coat, how come by, I wonder, was marked by a greenish slime across the back and shoulders, slime that could only have come from a gutter. "Don't you know me, Dreiser?" he queried in a deep, rasping voice, a voice so rusty that it sounded as though it had not been used for years. Clark of the Republic. You know me." And then, when I stared in amazement, he added shrewdly, "I've been sick and in a hospital." You haven't a dollar about you, have you? I have to rest a little and get myself in shape again before I can go to work." "Well, of all things," I exclaimed in amazement, and then, "I'll be damned." I could not help laughing. He looked so queer, impossible almost. A stage tramp could scarcely have done better. I gave him the $1. "What in the world are you doing? Drinking?" And then, overawed by the memory of his past efficiency and force, I could not go on. It was too astonishing. "Yes, I've been drinking," he admitted, a little defiantly, I thought. "But I've been sick too. Just getting out now. I got pneumonia there in the summer and couldn't work. It'll be all right after a while. What's the news at the Republic?" "Nothing." He mumbled something about having played in bad luck, that he would soon be all right again, then ambled up the wretched, rickety street and disappeared. I hustled out of that vicinity as fast as I could. I was so startled and upset by this that I hurried back to the lobby of the Southern Hotel, my favorite cure for all despondent days, where all was brisk, comfortable, gay. Here I purchased a newspaper and sat down in a rocking chair. Here at least was no sign of poverty or want. In order to be rid of that sense of failure and degradation which had crept over me, I took a drink or two myself. That anyone as capable as Clark could fall so low in so short a time was quite beyond me. The still strongly Puritan and moralistic streak in me was shocked beyond measure, and for days I could do little but contrast the figure of the man I had seen about the Republic office with that I had met in that street of degraded gin mills and tumble-down tenements. Could people really vary so greatly and in so short a time? What must be the nature of their minds if they could do that? Was mine like that? Would it become so? For days thereafter I was wandering about in spirit with this man from gin mill to gin mill, and lodging house to lodging house, seeing him drink at scummy bars and lying down at night on a straw pallet in some wretched hole. And then there was Rothenberger, strange, amazing Rothenberger, poet, editorial writer, and what not, who when I first met him had a little weekly editorial paper for which he raised the money somehow, I have forgotten its name, and in which he poured forth his views on life and art and nature in no uncertain terms. How he could write! He was connected with some drug company by birth or marriage, which may have helped to sustain him. I never knew anything definite concerning his private life. As I view him now, Rothenberger was a man in whom imagination and logic existed in such a confusing, contesting way as to augur fatalism and, from a worldly or material point of view, failure. He was constantly varying between a state of extreme sobriety and vigorous mental energy, and debauches which lasted for weeks, and which included drink, houses of prostitution, morphine, and I know not what else. One sunny summer morning in July or August, I found him standing at the corner of 6th and Chestnut, outside the Leuclide drugstore, quite stupefied with drink or something. "Hello, Rhodey," I called when I saw him. "What's ailing you? You're not drunk again, are you?" "Drunk," he replied with a slight sardonic motion of the hand and an equally faint curl of the lip. "And what's more, I'm glad of it. I don't have to think about myself or St. Louis or you when I'm drunk. And what's more," and here he interjected another slight motion of the hand and hiccuped, "I'm taking dope, and I'm glad of that. I got all the dope I want now, right here in my little old vest pocket, and I'm going to take all I want of it." And he tapped the pocket significantly. Then, in a boasting, contentious spirit, he drew forth a white pillbox and slowly opened it, and revealed to my somewhat astonished gaze some 30 or 40 small white pills, 2 or 3 of which he proceeded to lift towards his mouth. In my astonishment and sympathy and horror, I decided to save him if I could. So I struck his hand a smart blow, knocking the pills all over the sidewalk. Without a word of complaint, save a feeble, "That's so," he dropped to his hands and knees and began crawling here and there after them as fast as he could, picking them up and putting them in his mouth, while I, equally determined, began jumping here and there and crushing them under my heels. "Rhodey, for God's sake, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Get up." "I'll show you," he cried determinately, if somewhat recklessly. I'll eat 'em all, God damn you." And he swallowed all that he had thus far been able to collect. I saw him dead before me in no time at all, or thought I did. "Here, Johnson," I called to another of our friends who came up just then. "Help me with Rhodey, will you? He's drunk and he's got a box of morphine pills and he's trying to take them. I knocked them out of his hand and now he's eaten a lot of them." "Here, Rhodey," he said, pulling him to his feet and holding him against the wall. "Stop this. What the hell's the matter with you?" And then he turned to me. "Maybe they're not morphine. Why don't you ask the druggist? If they are, we'd better be getting him to the hospital." "They're morphine, all right. Don't you worry. I know morphine all right, and I'll eat 'em all." And he began struggling with Johnson. At the latter's suggestion, I hurried into the drugstore, the proprietor and clerk of which were friends to all of us, and inquired. They assured me that they were morphine, and when I told them that Rothenberg had swallowed about a dozen, they insisted that we bring him in and then call an ambulance, while they prepared an emetic of some kind. It happened that the head physician of the St. Louis City Hospital, Dr. Heine Marks, was also a friend of all newspaper men. What free advertising we used to give him! And to him I now turned for aid, calling him on the telephone. "Bring him out! Bring him out!" he said. Then, "Wait, I'll send the wagon." By this time, Johnson, with the aid of the clerk and the druggist, had brought Rothenberg inside and caused him to drink a quantity of something, whereupon we gazed upon him for signs of his approaching demise. By now he was very pale and limp, and seemed momentarily to grow more so. To our intense relief, however, the city ambulance soon came, and a smart young intern in white took charge. Then we saw Rothenberg hauled away, to be pumped out later and detained for days. I was told afterward by the doctor that he had taken enough of the pills to end him, had he not been thoroughly pumped out and treated. Yet within a week or so he was once more up and around, fate, in the shape of myself and Johnson, having intervened. And many a time thereafter he turned up at the self-same corner as sound and smiling as ever. Once, when I ventured to reproach him for this and other follies, he merely said, "All in a day's wash, my boy, all in the day's wash. If I was so determined to go, you should have let me alone. Heaven only knows what trouble you have stored up for me now by keeping me here when I wanted to go. That may have been a divine call. But kismet, Allah is Allah. Let's go have a drink." And we adjourned to Phil Hackett's bar, where we were soon surrounded by fellow Bibers who spent most of their time looking out through the cool green lattices of that restroom upon the hot street outside. I may add that Rothenberg's end was not such as might be expected by the moralists. 10 years later he had completely reformed his habits and entered the railroad business, having attained a considerable position in one of the principal roads running out of St. Louis. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself, by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 36. For years past, during the summer months, the Republic had been conducting a summer charity of some kind, a fresh air fund, in support of which it attempted every summer to invent and foster some quick money-raising scheme. This year it had taken the form of that musty old chestnut, a baseball game, to be played between two local fraternities, the fattest men of one called the Owls, and the leanest of another known as the Elks. The hope of the Republic was to work up interest in this startling novelty by a humorous handling of it, so as to draw a large crowd to the baseball grounds. Before I'd even heard of it, this task had been assigned to 2 or 3 others, a new man each day, in the hope of extracting fresh bits of humor, but so far with but indifferent results. One day, then, I was handed a clipping concerning this proposed game that had been written the preceding day by another member of the staff, and which was headed, Blood on the Moon. It purported to narrate the preliminary mutterings and grumblings of those who were to take part in the contest. It was not so much an amusing picture as a news item, and I did not think very much of it, but since I had been warned by Williams that I was about to be called upon to produce the next day's burst, and that it must be humorous, I was by no means inclined to judge it too harshly. The efforts of one's predecessor always appear more forceful as one's own threaten to prove inadequate. A little later, Wandel proceeded to outline to me most of the conditions which surrounded this contest. See if you can't get some fun into it. You must do it. Someone has to. I depend on you for this. Make us laugh. And he smiled a dry, almost frosty smile. Laugh, I thought. Good Lord, how am I to make anybody laugh? I never wrote anything funny in my life. Nevertheless, being put to it for this afternoon, he had given me no other assignment, fancying, no doubt, that I might have a hard time with this, and, being the soul of duty, I went to my desk to think it over. Not an idea came to me. It seemed to me that nothing could be duller than this, a baseball game between fat and lean men, yet if I didn't write something, it would be a black mark against me. And if I did, and it proved a piece of trash, I should sink equally low in the estimation of my superior. I took my pencil and began scribbling a possible introduction, wondering how one achieved humor when one had it not. After writing aimlessly for a half hour or so, I finally re-examined the texts of my predecessors of previous days, and then sought to take the same tack. Only, instead of describing the aspirations and oppositions of the 2 rival organizations in general terms, I assumed a specific interest in plotting on the part of certain of their chief officers, who, even now, as I proceeded to assert, and with names and places given in different parts of the city, were spending days and nights devising ways and means of outwitting the enemy. Thoughts of rubber baseball bats, baskets, and nets in which flies might be caught, secret electric wiring under the diamond between the bases to put pep into the fat runners, seemed to have some faint trace of humor in them. And these I now introduced as being feverishly worked out in various secret places in order that the great game might not be lost. As I wrote, building up purely imaginary characteristics for each one involved, I did not know any of them, I myself began to grow interested and amused. It all seemed so ridiculous, such trash, and yet the worse I made it, the better it seemed. At last I finished it, but upon rereading it, I was disturbed by the coarse horseplay of it all. This will never get by, I thought. Wanda will think it's rotten. But having by now come to a rather friendly understanding with Williams, I decided to take it over and ask him so that, in case I had failed, I might try again. Wearily he eyed me with his one eye, for already he had been editing this for days, then leaned back in his chair and began to read it over. At first he did not seem to be much interested, but after the first paragraph, which he examined with a blank expression, he smiled and finally chortled. This is pretty good, yes. You needn't worry about it, I think it'll do. Leave it with me. Then he began to edit it. Later in the afternoon, when Wando had come in to give out the evening assignments, I saw Williams gather it up and go in to him. After a time he came out smiling, and in a little while Wando called me in. Not bad, he said, tapping the manuscript lightly. You've got the right idea, I think. I'll let you do that for a while afternoons until we get up on it. You needn't do anything else, just that, if you do it well enough. I was pleased, for judging by the time it had taken to do this, not more than 2 hours, I should have most of my afternoons to myself. I saw visions of a late breakfast, idling in my room, walks after I had done with my work and before I returned to the office. Curiously enough, this trivial thing, undertaken at first in great doubt, and with no sense of ability and with no real equipment for it, nevertheless proved for me the most fortunate thing I had thus far done. It was not so much that it was brilliant, or even especially well done, as that what I did fell in with the idle summer mood of the city, or with the contesting organizations and the readers of the Republic. Congratulatory letters began to arrive. Pleased individuals whose name had been humorously mentioned began to call up the city editor, or the managing editor, or even the editor-in-chief, and voice their approval. In a trice, and almost before I knew it, I was a personage, especially in newspaper circles. "We've got the stuff now, all right," Wandel cackled most violently one evening, at the same time slapping me genially on the shoulder. "This'll do it, I'm sure. A few weeks, and we'll get a big crowd and a lot of publicity. Just you stick to the way you're doing this now. Don't change your style. We've got 'em coming now." I was really amazed. And to add to it, Wandel's manner toward me changed. Hitherto, despite his but poorly concealed efforts, he had been distant, brusque, dictatorial, superior. Now, of a sudden, he was softer, more confidential. "I have a friend up the street here, Frank Hugh, an awfully nice fellow. He's the second assistant of this or that or the other such company. In one of these comic blurbs of yours, don't you think you could ring him in some way? He's an elk, and I'm sure the mention would tickle him to death." I saw the point of Mr. Wandel's good nature. He was handing round some favors on his own account. But since it was easy for me to do it, and could not injure the text in any way, and seemed to popularize the paper and myself immensely, I was glad to do it. Each evening, when at 6 or 7 I chose to amble in, having spent the afternoon at my room or elsewhere idling, my text all done in an hour as a rule, my small chief would beam on me most cordially. "What you got there? Another rib tickler? Let's see. Well, go get your dinner. And if you don't want to come back, go and see a show. There's not much doing tonight anyhow, and I'd like to keep you fresh. Don't stay up too late, and turn me in another good one tomorrow." So it went. In a trice, and as if by magic, I was lifted into an entirely different realm. The ease of those hours. Citizens of local distinction wanted to meet me. I was asked by Wanda one afternoon to come to the Southern Bar in order that Colonel So-and-so, the head of this, that, or the other thing, as well as some others, might meet me. I was told that this, that, and the other person here thought I must be clever, a fool, or a genius. I was invited to a midnight smoker at some country club. The local newspapermen who gathered at the Laclede Daily all knew, and finding me in high favor with Phil Hackett, the lessee of the hotel bar whose name I had mentioned once, now laughed with me and drank at my expense. Or rather at that of the proprietor, for I was grandly told by him that I could pay for no drinks there, which kept me often from going there at all. As the days went on, I was assured that, owing to my efforts, the game was certain to be a big success, that it was the most successful stunt the Republic had ever pulled, and that it would net the fund several $1,000s. For 4 or 5 weeks then, it seemed to me as though I were walking on air. Life was so different, so pleasant these hot, bright days, with everybody pleased with me and my name as a clever man, a humorist, being bandied about. Some of my new admirers were so pleased with me that they asked me to come to their homes to see them. I was becoming a personage. Hackett of the Laclede having asked me casually one day where I lived, I was surprised that night in my room by a large wicker hamper containing champagne, whiskey, and cordials. I transferred it to the office of the Republic for the repertorial staff, with my compliments. My handling of the fat, lean baseball game having established me as a feature writer of some ability, the Republic decided to give me another feature assignment. There had been in progress a voting contest which embraced the whole state, and which was to decide which of many hundreds of school teachers, the favorites out of how many districts in the state I cannot now recall, were to be sent to Chicago to see the World's Fair for 2 or more weeks at the Republic's expense. In addition, a reporter or traveling correspondent was to be sent with the party to report its daily doings, and that reporter's comments were to be made a daily news feature. And that reporter was to be myself. I was not seeking it, had not even heard of it, but according to Wandel, who was selecting the man for the management, I was the one most likely to give a satisfactory picture of the life at the Great Fair, as well as render the Republic a service in picturing the doings of these teachers. An agent of the business manager was also going along to look after the practical details, and also the city superintendent of schools. I welcomed this opportunity to see the World's Fair, which was then in its heyday and filling the newspapers. "I don't mind telling you," Wandel observed to me a few days before the final account of the baseball game was to be written, "that your work on this ball game has been good. Everybody is pleased. Now, there's a little excursion we're going to send up to Chicago, and I'm going to send you along on that for a rest. Our business manager, will tell you all about it. You see him about transportation and expenses." "When am I to go?" I asked. Thursday night. "Then I don't have to see the ball game?" "Oh, that's all right. You've done the important part of that. Let someone else write it up." I smiled at the compliment. I went downstairs and had somebody explain to me what it was the paper was going to do, and congratulated myself. Now I was to have a chance to visit the World's Fair, which had not yet opened when I left Chicago. I could look up my father, whom I had neglected since my mother's death, as well as such other members of the family as were still living in Chicago. But most important, I could go around to the globe there and blow to my old confreres about my present success. All I had to do was to go along and observe what the girls did and how they enjoyed themselves, and then write it up. I went up the street humming and rejoicing, and finally landed in the art department of my friends. "I'm being sent to Chicago to the World's Fair," I said gleefully. "Bully for you," was the unanimous return. "Let's hope you have a good time." End of Chapter 36. Read by HossTheTroubadour, January 8th, 2022. Chapter 37 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself, by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 37. As the time drew near, though, the thought of being a sort of literary chaperone to a lot of school teachers, probably all of them homely and uninteresting, was not as cheering as it might have been. I wondered how I should manage to be civil and interesting to so many, how I was to extract news out of them. Yet the attitude of the business manager and the managing editor, as well as the editor-in-chief or publisher, Mr. Knapp, to whom I was now introduced by my city editor, was enough to convince me that whatever I thought of it, I was plainly rising in their esteem. Although no word was said about any increase in pay, which I still consider the limit of beggarly, penny-wise policy, these magnificos were most cordial, smiled, and congratulated me on my work, and then turned me over to the man who had the financing of the trip in charge. He reminded me a good deal of a banker or church elder, small, dark, full-whiskered, solemn, affable, and assured me that he was glad that I had been appointed, that I was the ideal man for the place, and that he would see to it that anything I needed to make my trip pleasant would be provided. I could scarcely believe that I was so important. After asking me to go and see the superintendent of schools, also of the party as guest of the Republic, he said he would send to me a Mr. Dean, who would be his agent en route to look after everything, baggage, fares, hotels, meals. The latter came, and at once threw a wet blanket over me. He was so utterly dull and commonplace. His clothes, his shoes, his loud tie, and his muddy, commonplace intellect all irritated me beyond measure. Something he said, "Now, of course, we all want to do everything we can to please these ladies and make them happy," irritated me. The usual pastoral supervisory stuff, I thought, and I at once decided that I did not want him to bother me in any way. What? Did this horrible bounder assume that he was regulating my conduct on this trip, or that I was going out of my way to accommodate myself to him and his theory of how the trip should be conducted, or to accept him as a social equal? We must indeed. I, Theodore Dreiser, the well-known newspaper writer of St. Louis? The effrontery. Well, he would get scant attention from me, and the more he let me alone, the better it would be for him and all of us. And now Wandel also began to irritate me by attempting to give me minute instructions as to just what was wanted and how I was to write it, although, as I understood it, I was now working for the managing editor, who was to have the material edited in the telegraph department. Besides, I thought that I was now entitled to a little leeway and discretion in the choice of what I should report. The idea of making it all advertising for the Republic, and myself a literary wet nurse to a school party, was a little too much. However, I bustled down to the train that was waiting to carry this party of damsels to Chicago and the World's Fair, a solid Pullman train which left St. Louis at dusk and arrived in Chicago early the next morning. The fifth of the Pullmans was reserved to carry the school teachers and their chaperone, Mr. Solden, superintendent of schools, Mr. Dean, the business manager representative, and myself. I entered the car wondering, of course, what the result of such a temporary companionship with so many girls might be. They were all popular, hence beautiful, prize winners, as I had heard. But my pessimistic mind had registered a somewhat depressing conception of the ordinary schoolmistress, and I did not expect much. For once in my life, I was agreeably disappointed. These were young, buxom Missouri school teachers, and as attractive as that profession will permit. I was no sooner seated in a gaudy car than one of the end doors opened, and there was ushered in by the porter a pretty, rosy-cheeked, black-haired girl of perhaps 24. This was a good beginning. Immediately thereafter, there came in a tall, fair girl with light brown hair and blue eyes. Others entered, blondes and brunettes, stout and slender, with various intermediate grades or types. Instead of a mounting contempt, I suddenly began to suffer from a sickening sense of inability to hold my own in the face of so many pretty girls. What could I do with 20 girls? How write about them? Maybe the business manager representative or the superintendent would not come on this train, and I should be left to introduce these girls to each other. God, I should have to find out their names, and I had not thought to inquire at the office. Fortunately for my peace of mind, a large, rather showily dressed man with big, soft, ruddy hands, decorated with several rings and a full oval face tinted with health, now entered by the front door and beamed cheerfully upon all. "Ah, here we are now," he began with the impressive air of one in authority, going up to the first maiden he saw. "I see you have arrived safely, Miss, C. I'm glad to see you again. How are you?" We went on to another. "And here is Miss W. Well, I am glad. I read in the Republic that you had won." I realized that this was the Professor Solden so earnestly recommended to me, the superintendent of schools, and one upon whom I was to comment. I rather liked him. An engine went puffing and clanging by on a neighboring track. I gazed out of the window. It seemed essential for me to begin doing something, but I did not know how to begin. Suddenly, the large jeweled hand was laid on my shoulder, and the professor stood over me. "This must be Mr. Dreiser of the Republic. Your business manager, Mr. phoned me this morning that you were coming. You must let me introduce you to all these young ladies. We want to get the formalities over and be on easy terms." I bowed heavily, for I felt as though I were turning to stone. The prettiness and sparkle of these girls all chatting and laughing had fairly done for me. I followed the professor as one marches to the gallows, and he began at one end of the car, and introduced me to one girl after another, as though it were a state affair of some kind. I felt like a boob. I was flustered and yet delighted by his geniality, and the fact that he was helping me over a very ticklish situation. I envied him his case and self-possession. He soon betook himself elsewhere, leaving me to converse as best I might with a pretty, black-haired Irish girl, whose eyes made me wish to be agreeable. And now, idiot, I struggled desperately for bright things to say. How did one entertain a pretty girl anyhow? The girl came to my rescue by commenting on the nature of the contest and the difficulties she had had. She hadn't thought she would win at all. Some others joined in, and before I knew it, the train was out of the station and on its way. The porter was closing the windows for the long tunnel, the girls were sinking into comfortable attitudes, and there was a general air of relaxation and good nature. Before East St. Louis was reached, a general conversation was in progress, and by the time the train was a half hour out, a party of familiars had gathered in the little bridal chamber, which was at the rear of the car, laughing and gesticulating. But I was not of it, nor was the girl with whom I was chatting. "Why don't you come back here, Myra?" called a voice. "Having lots of fun up there?" called another. "Do come back, for goodness sake. Don't try to monopolize one whole man." I felt my legs going from under me. Could this be true? Must I now go back there and try to face 6 or 7? Stumblingly, I followed Myra, and at the door stopped and looked in. It was full of pretty girls, my partner of the moment before now chattering lightly among them. "I'm gone," I thought. "It's all off. Now for the grand collapse and silence. Which way shall I turn? To whom?" "There's room for one more here," said a Junie blonde, making a place for me. I could not refuse this challenge. "I'm the one," I said weakly, and sank heavily beside her. She looked at me encouragingly, as did the others, and, at a vast expense of energy and willpower, I managed to achieve a smile. It was pathetic. "Isn't train riding just glorious?" exclaimed one of these bright-faced imps exuberantly. "I bet I haven't been on a train twice before in all my life, and just look at me. I do it all right, don't I? I just love to travel. I wish I could travel all the time." "Oh, don't you, though?" echoed the girl who was sitting beside me, and whom up to now I had scarcely noticed. "Do you think she looks so nice riding?" I cannot recall what I answered. It may have been witty. If so, it was an accident. "What do you call the proper surroundings?" put in a new voice in answer to something that was said, which same drew my attention to limpid blue eyes, a cupid's bow mouth, and a wealth of corn-colored hair. "These!" I finally achieved gallantly, gazing about the compartment and at my companions. A burst of applause followed. I was coming too. Yet I was still bewildered by the bouquet of faces about me. Already the idea of the dreary school teachers had been dissipated. These were prize winners. Look where I would, I seemed to see a new type of prettiness confronting me. It was like being in the toils of those nymphs in the ring of the Nibelungen. Yet I had no desire to escape, wishing to stay now and see how I could make out as a Lothario. Indeed, at this I worked hard. I did my best to gaze gaily and captivatingly into pretty eyes of various colors. They all gazed amusedly back. I was almost the only man. They were out for a lark. What would you? "If I had my wishes now, I'd wish for just one thing," I volunteered, expecting to arouse curiosity. "Which one?" asked the girl with the brown eyes and piquant little face who wished to travel forever. Her look was significant. "This one," I said, running my finger around in a circle to include them all, and yet stopping at none. "We're not one yet, though," said the girl smirkily. "Couldn't you be?" I asked smartly. "Not all at once, anyhow, could we?" she asked, speaking for the crowd. I found myself poor at repartee. "It will seem all at once, though, when it happens, won't it?" I finally managed to return. "Isn't it always so sudden?" I was surprising myself. "Aren't you smart?" said the blue-eyed girl next to me. "Oh, that's clever, isn't it?" said the girl with the corn-colored hair. I gazed in her direction. Beside her sat a maiden whom I had but dimly noticed. She was in white, with a mass of sunny red hair. Her eyes were almond-shaped, liquid and blue-gray. Her nose was straight and fine, her lips sweetly curved. She seemed bashful and retiring. At her bosom was a bouquet of pink roses, but one had come loose. "Oh, your flowers!" I exclaimed. "Let me give you one," she replied, laughing. I had not heard her voice before, and I liked it. "Certainly," I said. Then to the others, "You see, I'll take anything I can get." She drew a rose from her bosom and held it out towards me. "Won't you put it on?" I asked smartly. She leaned over and began to fasten it. She worked a moment, and then looked at me, making, as I thought, a sheep's eye at me. "You may have my place," said the girl next to me, feigning to help her, and she took it. The conversation waxed even freer after this, although for me, I felt that it had now taken a definite turn. I was talking for her benefit. We were still in the midst of this when the conductor passed through, and after him Mr. Dean, middle-aged, dusty, assured, advisory. "These are the people," he said. "They are all in one party." He called me aside, and we sat down, he explaining cheerfully and volubly the trouble he was having keeping everything in order. Could have murdered him. "I'm looking out for the baggage and the hotel bills and all," he insisted. "In the morning, we'll be met by a tally-ho and a ride out to the hotel." I was thinking of my splendid bevy of girls and the delightful time I had been having. "Well, that'll be fine, won't it?" I said wearily. "Is that all?" "Oh, we have it all planned out," he went on. "It's going to be a fine trip." I did my best to show that I had no desire to talk, but still he kept on. He wanted to meet the teachers, and I had to introduce him. Fortunately, he became interested in one small group, and I sidled away, only to find my original group considerably reduced. Some had gone to the dressing room, others were arranging their parcels about their unmade berths. The porter came in and began to make them up. I looked ruefully about me. "Well, our little group has broken up," I said at last to the girl of my choice as I came up to where she was sitting. Yes, it's getting late, but I'm not sleepy yet. We dropped into an easy conversation, and I learned that she was from Missouri, and taught in a little town not far from St. Louis. She explained to me how she had come to win, and I told her how ignorant I had been of the whole affair up to 4 days ago. She said that friends had bought hundreds of Republics in order to get the coupons. It seemed a fine thing to me for a girl to be so popular. You've never been to Chicago, then? I asked. Oh, no. I've never been anywhere, really. I'm just a simple country girl, you know? I've always wanted to go, though. She fascinated me. She seemed so direct, truthful, sympathetic. You'll enjoy it, I said. It's worth seeing. I was in Chicago when the fair was being built. My home is there. Then you'll stay with your home folks, won't you? She asked, using a word for family to which I was not accustomed. It touched a chord of sympathy. I was not very much in touch with my family anymore, but the way she seemed to look on hers made me wish that I were. Well, not exactly. They live over on the west side. I'll go to see them, though. I was thinking that now I had her out of that sparkling group, she seemed more agreeable than before. Much more interesting, more subdued, and homelike. She rose to leave me. I want to get some of my things before the porter puts them away, she explained. I stepped out of her way. She tripped up the aisle, and I looked after her, fascinated. Of a sudden, she seemed quite the most interesting of all those here. Simple, pretty, vigorous, and with a kind of tact and grace that was impressive. Also, I felt an intense something about her that was concealed by an air of supreme innocence and maidenly reserve. I went out to the smoking room where I sat alone looking out of the window. What a delightful girl, I thought, with a feeling of intense satisfaction. And I have the certainty of seeing her again in the morning. End of Chapter 37. Read by HossTheTroubadour, January 22nd, 2022.
Chapter 38 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 38. The next morning I was awake early, stirred by thoughts of Chicago, the fair, Miss W., my favorite, as well as the group of attractive creatures who now formed a sort of background for her. One of the characteristics of my very youthful temperament at that time was the power to invest every place I had ever left with a romance and strangeness such as might have attached to something abandoned, say 1,000 or 2 years before, and which I was now revisiting for the first time to find it nearly all done over. So it was now in my attitude toward Chicago. I had been away for only 8 or 9 months, and I still expected, what did I not expect, the whole skyline and landscape to be done over, or all that I had known done away with. Going into Chicago, I studied every street and crossing and house and car. How sad to think I had ever had to leave it, to leave Alice, my home, my father, all my relatives and old friends. Where was E, A, T, my father? At thought of the latter, I was deeply moved, for had I not left him about a year before, and without very much ceremony, at the time I had chosen to follow the fortunes of my sister C? Now that I looked back on it, all from the vantage point of a year's work, I was much chastened and began to think how snippy and unkind I had been. Poor, tottering, broken soul, I thought. I could see him then as he really was, a warm, generous, and yet bigoted and ignorant soul, led captive in his childhood to a brainless theory and having no power within himself to break that chain, and now wandering distrait and forlorn amid a storm of difficulties. Age, the death of his wife, the flight of his children, doubt as to their salvation, poverty, a declining health. I can see him now, a thin grasshopper of a man, brooding wearily with those black-brown Teutonic eyes of his, as sad as failure itself. What thoughts, what moods! He was very much like one of those old men whom Rembrandt has portrayed, wrinkled, sallow, leathery. My father's peculiarly German hair and beard were always carefully combed and brushed, the hair back over his forehead like Nietzsche's, the beard resting reddishly on his chest. His clothes were always loose and ill-fitting, being bought for durability, not style, or made over from abandoned clothes of someone, my brother Paul or my sister M's husband. He always wore an old and very carefully preserved black derby hat, very wide of brim and out of style, which he pulled low over his deep-set, weary eyes. I always wondered where and when he had bought it. On this trip I offered to buy him a new one, but he preferred to use the money for a mass for the repose of my good mother's soul. Under his arm or in one of his capacious pockets was always a Catholic prayer book from which he read prayers as familiar to him as his own hands, yet from the mumbling repetition of which he extracted some comfort, as does the Hindu from meditating upon space or time. In health he was always fluttering to one or another of a score of favorite Catholic churches, each as commonplace as the other, and there, before some trashy plaster image of some saint or virgin as dead or helpless as his own past, making supplication for what? Peace in death, the reconversion and right conduct of his children, the salvation of his own and my mother's soul? Debts were his great misery, as I had always known. If one died and left unpaid an old bill of some kind, one had to stay in purgatory so much longer. Riding into Chicago this morning, I speculated as to the thinness of his hands as I had known them, the tremulousness of his inquiries, the appeal in his sad, resigned eyes, whence all power to compel or convince had long since gone. In the vast cosmic flight of force, flowing from what heart we know not, but in which as little quirks our suns and planets float, it is possible that there may be some care, an equation, a balancing of the scales of suffering and pleasure. I hope so. If not, I know not the reason for tears or those emotions with which so many of us salve the memory of seeming immedicable ills. If immedicable, why cry? I sought Miss W., who was up before me and sitting beside her section window. I was about to go and talk with her, when my attention was claimed by other girls. This bevy could not very well afford to see the attention of the only man on board so easily monopolized. There were so many pretty faces among them that I wavered. I talked idly among them, interested to see what overtures and how much of an impression I might make. My natural love of womankind made them all inviting. When the train drew into Chicago, we were met by a tally-ho, which the obliging Mr. Dean had been kind enough to announce to each and every one of us as the train stopped. The idea of riding to the World's Fair in such a thing, and with this somewhat conspicuous party of school-teachers, went very much against the grain. Being very conscious of my personal dignity in the presence of others, and knowing the American and Middle West attitude toward all these new and persistently derided toys and pleasures of the effete East and England, I was inclined to look upon this one as out of place in Chicago. Besides, a canvas strip on the coach advertising the nature of this expedition infuriated me, and seemed spiritually involved with the character of Mr. Dean. That bounder had done this, I was sure. I wondered whether the sophisticated and well-groomed superintendent of schools would lend himself to any such thing, when plainly it was to be written up in the Republic. But since he did not seem to mind it, I was mollified. In fact, he took it all with a charming gaiety and grace which eventually succeeded in putting my own silly provincialism and pride to rout. He sat up front with me and the driver discussing philosophy, education, the fair, a dozen things, during which I made a great pretense at wise deductions and a wider reading than I had ever had. Once clear of the depot and turning into Adams Street, we were off behind 6 good horses, through as interesting a business section as one might wish to see, its high buildings, the earliest and most numerous in America, and its mass of congested traffic making a brisk summer morning scene. I was re-engaged by Michigan Avenue, that splendid boulevard with its brief vista of the lake, which was whipped to cotton tops this bright morning by a fresh wind, and then the long residence-lined avenue to the south with its wealth of new and pretentious homes, its smart paving and lighting, its crush of pleasure traffic hurrying townward or to the fair. Within an hour we were assigned rooms in a comfortable hotel near the fairgrounds, one of those hastily and yet fairly well-constructed buildings which later were changed into flats or apartments. One wall of this hotel, as I now discovered, the side on which my room was, faced a portion of the fairgrounds, and from my windows I could see some of its classic facades, porticos, roofs, domes, lagoons, all at once and out of nothing in this dingy city of 600,000 or 700,000, which but a few years before had been a wilderness of wet grass and mud flats, and by this lake, which but 100 years before was a lone silent waste, had now been reared this vast and harmonious collection of perfectly constructed and snowy buildings, containing in their delightful interiors the artistic, mechanical, and scientific achievements of the world. Greece, Italy, India, Egypt, Japan, Germany, South America, the West and East Indies, the Arctics, all represented. I have often thought, since, how those pessimists who up to that time had imagined that nothing of any artistic or scientific import could possibly be brought to fruition in America, especially in the Middle West, must have opened their eyes as I did mine at the sight of this realized dream of beauty, this splendid picture of the world's own hope for itself. I have long since marveled at it, and do now as I recall it, its splendid court of honor with its monumental stateliness and simple grandeur, the peristyle with its amazing grace of columns and sculpted figures, the great central arch with its triumphal quadriga, the dome of the administration building with its daring nudes, the splendid groupings on the agricultural building, as well as those on the manufacturers and women's buildings. It was not as if many minds had labored toward this great end, or as if the great raw city, which did not quite understand itself as yet, had endeavored to make a great show, but rather as though some brooding spirit of beauty, inherent possibly in some directing over-soul, had waved a magic wand quite as might have Prospero in The Tempest or Queen Mab in A Midsummer Night's Dream, and lo, this fairyland. In the morning when I came down from my room, I fell in with Miss W. in the dining room and was thrilled by the contact. She was so gay, good-natured, smiling, unaffected. And with her now was a younger sister of whom I had not heard, and who had come to Chicago by a different route to join her. I was promptly introduced, and we sat down at the same table. It was not long before we were joined by others, and then I could see by the exchange of glances that it was presumed I had fallen a victim to this charmer of the night before. But already the personality of the younger sister was appealing to me quite as much as the elder. She was so radiant of humor, freckled, plump, laughing, and with such an easy and natural mode of address. Somehow she struck me as knowing more of life than her sister, being more sophisticated, and yet quite as innocent. After breakfast the company broke up into groups of 2 and 3. Each had plans for the day and began talking them over. We started off finally for the fair gate, and on the way I had an opportunity to study some of the other members of the party and make up my mind as to whether I really preferred her above all. Despite my leaning towards Miss W., I now discovered that there was a number whose charms, if not superior to those of Miss W., were greater than I had imagined, while some of those who had attracted me the night before were being modified by little traits of character or mannerism which I did not like. Among them was one rosy, black-haired Irish girl whose solid beauty attracted me very much. She was young and dark and robust, with the air of a hoyden. I looked at her, quite taken by her snapping black eyes, but nothing came of it for the moment. We were all becoming interested in the fair. Together, then, we drifted for an hour or more in this world of glorious sights, an hour or more of dreaming over the arches, the reflections in the water, the statues, the shadowy throngs by the steps of the lagoons, moving like figures in a dream. Was it real? I sometimes wonder, for it is all gone. Gone the summer days and nights, the air, the color, the form, the mood. In its place is a green park by a lake, still beautiful but bereft, a city that grows and grows, ever larger, but harder, colder, grayer. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 39. Possibly it was the brightness and freshness of this first day, the romance of an international fair in America, the snowy whiteness of the buildings against the morning sun, a blue sky and a bluer lake, the lagoons weaving in and out, achieving a lightness and an airiness wholly at war with anything that this Western world had as yet presented, which caused me to be swept into a dream from which I did not recover for months. I walked away a little space with my friend of the night before, learning more of her home and environment. As I saw her now, she seemed more and more natural, winsome, inviting. Humor seemed a part of her, and romance, as well as understanding and patience, a quiet and restful and undisturbed patience. I liked her immensely. She seemed from the first to offer me an understanding and a sympathy which I had never yet realized in anyone. She smiled at my humor, appreciated my moods. Returning to my room late in the afternoon, I was conscious of a difficult task, what to write that was worthwhile, and yet so deeply moved by it all that I could have clapped my hands for joy. I wanted to versify or describe it, a mood which youth will understand and maturity smile at, which causes the mind to sing, to set forth on fantastic pilgrimages. But if I wrote anything worthwhile, I cannot now recall it. I was too eager to loaf and dream and do nothing at all, almost too idle to concentrate on what I had been called upon to do. I sent off something, 1,000 or so words of drivel or rapture, and then settled to my real task of seeing the fair by night and by day. Now that I was here, I was cheered by the thought that very soon, within a day or two at most, I should be able to seek out and crow over all my old familiars, Maxwell, Dunlap, Brady, Hutchinson, a considerable group of newspaper men, as well as my brothers A and E, who were here employed somewhere, my father, and several sisters. For my father, who was now 72 years of age, I had all of a sudden, as I have indicated above, the greatest sympathy. At home, up to my 17th or 18th birthday, before I got out in the world and began to make my own way, I had found him fussy, cranky, dosed with too much religion. But in spite of all this, and the quarrels and bickerings which arose because of it, there had always been something tender in his views, charming, poetic, and appreciative. Now I felt sorry for him. A little while before and after my mother's death, it had seemed to me that he had become unduly wild on the subject of the church and the hereafter, was annoying us all with his persistent preachments concerning duty, economy, and the like, the need of living a clean, saving, religious life. Now, after a year out in the world, with a broadening knowledge of very different things, I saw him in an entirely different light. While realizing that he was irritable, crotchety, domineering, I suddenly saw him as just a broken old man whose hopes and ambitions had come to nothing, whose religion, impossible as it was to me, was still a comfort and a blessing to him. Here he was, alone, his wife dead, his children scattered, and not very much interested in him anymore. Now that I was here in the city again, I decided that as soon as I could arrange my other affairs, I would go over on the west side and look him up and bring him to see the fair, which of course he had not seen. For I knew that with his saving, worrying, almost penurious disposition, he would not be able to bring himself to endure the expense, even though tickets were provided him, of visiting the fair alone. He had had too much trouble getting enough to live on in these later years to permit him to enjoy anything which cost money. I could hear him saying, No, I cannot afford it. You have too many debts. He had not always been so, but time and many troubles had made the saving of money almost a mania to him. The next morning, therefore, I journeyed to the west side and finally found him quite alone, as it chanced, the other members of the family then living with him having gone out. I shall never forget how old he looked after my year's absence, how his eyelids twitched. After a slightly quizzical and attempted hard-examining glance at me, his lips twitched and tears welled to his eyes. He was so utterly done for, as he knew, and dependent on the courtesy of his children and life. I cried myself and rubbed his hands and his hair, then told him that I was doing well and had come to see him to take him to the fair, that I had tickets, a passbook no less, and that it shouldn't cost him a penny. Naturally, he was surprised and glad to see me, so anxious to know if I still adhered to the Catholic faith and went to confession and communion regularly. In the old days, this had been the main bone of contention between us. "Tell me, Dorsch," he said not 2 minutes after I arrived, "do you still keep up your church duties?" When I hesitated for a moment, uncertain what to say, he went on. "You ought to do that, you know, if you should die in a state of mortal sin." Yes, I interrupted, making up my mind to give him peace on this score if I never did another thing in this world. "I always go right along, once every month or 6 weeks. "You really do that, do you?" he asked, eyeing me more in appeal than doubt, though judging by my obstinate past he must have doubted. "Yes," I insisted. "Sure, I always go regularly." "I'm glad of that," he went on hopefully. "I worry so. I think of you and the rest of the children so much. You're a young man now and out in the world, and if you neglect your religious duties—" And he paused as if in a grave quandary. "When you're out like that, I know it's hard to think of the church and your duties, but you shouldn't neglect them." Oh, Lord, I thought. Now he's off again. This is the same old story. Religion. "But I do go," I insisted. "You mustn't worry about me." "I know," he said, with a sudden catch in his voice, "but I can't help it. You know how it is with the other children. They don't always do right in that respect. Paul is away on the stage. I don't know whether he goes to church anymore. A and E are here, but they don't come here much. I haven't seen them in I don't know how long. Months." I resolved to plead with E and A when I saw them. He was sitting in a big armchair facing a rear window, and now he took my hand again and held it. Soon I felt hot tears on it. "Pop," I said, pulling his head against me and smoothing it. "You mustn't cry. Things aren't so bad as all that. The children are all right. We'll probably be able to do better and more for you than we've ever done." I know, he said after a little while, overcoming his emotion. "But I'm getting so old, and I don't sleep much anymore. Just an hour or 2. I lie there and think. In the morning I get up at 4 sometimes and make my coffee. Then the days are so long." I cried too. The long days, the fading interests, mother gone and the family broken up. "I know," I said. "I haven't acted just right. None of us have. I'll write you from now on when I'm away, and I'll send you some money once in a while. I'm going to get you a big overcoat for next winter. And now I want you to come over with me to the fair. I've got tickets, and you'll enjoy it. I'm a press representative now, a traveling correspondent. I'll show you everything." After due persuasion, he got his hat and stick and came with me. We took a car and an elevated road, which finally landed us at the gate, and then, for as long as his strength would endure, we wandered about looking at the enormous buildings, the great Ferris wheel, the caravels Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, in which Columbus sailed to America, the convent of La Rabida, which, because it related to the Trappists, fascinated him, and finally the German village on the Midway, as German and ordentlich as a German would wish, where we had coffee and little German cakes with caraway seeds on them, and some pot cheese with red pepper and onions. He was so interested and amused by the vast spectacle that he could do little save exclaim, "By cracky, this is now beautiful," or "that is now wonderful." In the German village he fell into a conversation with a buxom German frau, who had a stand there, and who hailed from some part of Germany about which he seemed to know, and then all was well indeed. It was long before I could get him away. These delightful visits were repeated only about 4 times during my stay of 2 weeks, when he admitted that it was tiring and that he had seen enough. Another morning, when I had not too much to do, I looked up my brother E., who was driving a laundry wagon somewhere on the south side, and got him to come out evenings and Sundays. as well as A, who was connected with an electric plant as assistant of some kind. I recall now, with an odd feeling as to the significance of relationship and family ties generally, how keenly important his and E's interests were to me then, and how I suffered because I thought they were not getting along as well as they should. Looking in a shoe window in Pittsburgh a year or two later, I actually choked with emotion because I thought that maybe E did not earn enough to keep himself looking well. A always seemed more or less thwarted in his ambitions, and whenever I saw him I felt sad, because like so many millions of others in the grinding world, he had never had a real chance. Life is so casual, and luck comes to many who sleep and flies from those who try. I always felt that under more advantageous circumstances, A would have done well. He was so wise, if slightly cynical, full of a laughing humor. His taste for literature and artistic things in general was high, although entirely untrained. Like myself, he had a turn for the problems of nature, constantly wondering as to the why of this or that and seeking the answer in a broader knowledge. But long hours of work and poor pay seemed to handicap him in his search. I was sad beyond words about his condition and urged him to come to St. Louis and try his luck there, which he subsequently did. Another thing I did was to visit the old Globe office in Fifth Avenue downtown, only to find things in a bad way there. Although Brady, Hutchinson, and Dunlap were still there, the paper was not paying, was in fact in danger of immediate collapse. John B. McDonald, its financial backer or angel, having lost a fortune in trying to make it pay and win an election with it, was about ready to quit and the paper was on its last legs. Could I get them jobs in St. Louis? Maxwell had gone to the Tribune and was now a successful copy reader there. In my new summer suit and straw hat with my various credentials, I felt myself to be quite a personage. How much better I had done than these men who had been in the business longer than I had. Certainly I would see what I could do. They must write me. They could find me now at such and such a hotel. The sweets of success. In the Newspaper Press Association offices in the great administration building, several of my friends from the press showed up, and here we foregathered to talk. Daily in this building at 8 or 9 or 10 at night, I filed a report or message about 1,000 words long and was pleased to see by the papers that arrived that my text was used about as I wrote it. Loving the grounds of the fair so much, I browsed there nearly all day long and all evening, escorting now one girl and now another, but principally Miss W. and her sister. Almost unconsciously, I was becoming fascinated by these two, with my Miss W. the more, yet I was not content to confine myself to her, but was constantly looking here and there, being lured by a number of the others. Thus one afternoon, after I had visited the administration building and filed my dispatch rather early, Miss W. having been unable to be with me at the fair, I returned to the hotel, a little weary of sightseeing, and finding an upper balcony which faced the fair, sat there in a rocker, awaiting the return of some of the party. Presently, as I was resting and humming to myself, there came down to the parlor, which adjoined this balcony, that rosy Irish girl, Miss Ginnity, who had attracted me the very first morning. She seemed to be seeking that room in order to sing and play, there being a piano there. She was dressed in a close-fitting suit of white linen, which set off her robust little figure to perfection. Her heavy, oily black hair was parted severely in the middle and hung heavily over her white temples. She had a rich-blooded, healthy, aggressive look, not unmarked by desire. I was looking through the window when she came in and was wondering if she would discover me, when she did. She smiled, and I waved to her to come out. We talked about the fair and my duties in connection with it. When I explained the nature of my dispatches, she wanted to know if I had mentioned her name yet. I assured her that I had, and this pleased her. I had the feeling that she liked me, and that I could influence her if I chose. "What has become of your friend Miss W?" she finally asked with a touch of malice when I looked at her too kindly. "I don't know. I haven't seen her since yesterday or the day before," which was not true. "What makes you ask that?" "Oh, I thought you rather liked her," she said boldly, throwing up her chin and smiling. "And what made you think it?" I asked calmly. It was in my mind that I could master and deceive her as to this, and I proposed to try. "Oh, I just thought so. You seem to like her company." "Not any more than I do that of others," I insisted with great reassurance. "She's interesting, that's all. I didn't think I was showing any preference." "Oh, I'm just joking," she laughed. "I really don't think anything about it. One of the other girls made the remark." "Well, she's wrong," I said indifferently. But I could see that she wasn't joking. I could also see that I had relieved her mind. My pose of indifference had quelled her feeling that I was not wholly free. We sat and talked until dinner, and then I asked her if she would like to go for a stroll in the park, to which she agreed. By now we were obviously drifting toward each other emotionally, and I thought how fine it would be to idle and dream with this girl in the moonlight. After dinner, when we started out, the air was soft and balmy, and the moon was just rising over the treetops in the east. A faint odor of fresh flowers and fresh leaves was abroad, and the night seemed to rest in a soothing stillness. From the midway came the sounds of muffled drums and flutes, vibrant with the passion of the east. Before us were the wide stretches of the park, dark and suggestive of intrigue, where groups of trees were gathered in silent, motionless array, in others silvered by a fairy brightness which suggested a world of romance and feeling. I walked silently on with her, flooded with a voiceless feeling of ecstasy. Now I was surely proving to myself that I was not entirely helpless in the presence of girls. This time of idleness and moonlight was in such smooth consonance with my most romantic wishes. She was not so romantic, but the ardent luxury of her nature appeared to answer to the romantic call of mine. "Isn't this wonderful?" I said at last, seeking to interest her. "Yes," she replied, almost practically. "I've been wondering why some of the girls don't come over here at night. It's so wonderful, but I suppose they're tired." "They're not as strong as you, that's it. You're so vigorous. I was thinking today how healthy you look." "Were you? And I was just thinking what my mother would say if she knew I was out here with a total stranger." "You told me you lived in St. Louis, I think?" I said. "Yes, out on the north end, near O'Fallon Park." "Well then, I'll get to see you when you go back," I laughed. "Oh, will you?" she returned coquettishly. "How do you know?" "Well, won't I?" The thought flashed across my mind that once I had been in the selfsame park with Alice several years before. We had sat under a tree not so very far from here, near a pagoda silvered by the moon, and had listened to music playing in the distance. I remembered how I had whispered sweet nothings and kissed her to my heart's content. "Well, you may if you're good," she replied. I began jesting with her now. I deliberately descended from the ordinary reaches of my intelligence, anxious to match her own interests with some which would seem allied. I wanted her to like me, although I felt all the while that we were no means suited temperamentally. She was too commonplace and unimaginative, although so attractive physically. We sat in silence for a time, and I slipped my hand down and laid hold of her fingers. She did not stir, pretending not to notice, but I felt she was thrilling also. "You asked about Miss W," I said. "What made you do that?" "Oh, I thought you liked her. Why wouldn't I?" "It never occurred to you that I might like someone else?" "Certainly not. Why should I?" I pressed her fingers softly. She turned on me all at once, a face so white and tense that it showed fully the feeling that now gripped her. It was almost as if she were breaking under an intense nervous strain which she was attempting to conceal. "I thought you might," I replied daringly. "There is someone, you know." I was surprising myself. "Is there?" Her voice sounded weak. She did not attempt to look at me now, and I was wondering how far I would go. "You couldn't guess, of course?" "No, why should I?" "Look at me," I said quietly. "All right," she said with a little indifferent shrug. "I'll look at you. There now, what of it?" Again that intense, nervous, strained look. Her lips were parted in a shy, frightened smile, showing her pretty teeth. Her eyes were touched with points of light where the moonlight, falling over my shoulder, shone upon them. It gave her whole face an eerie, almost spectral paleness, something mystical and insubstantial, which spoke of the brevity and the non-endurance of all these things. She was far more wonderful here than ever she could have been in clear daylight. "You have beautiful eyes," I remarked. "Oh," she shrugged disdainfully. "Is that all?" "No. You have beautiful teeth and hair. Such hair." "You mustn't grow sentimental," she commented, not removing her hand. I slipped my arm about her waist, and she moved nervously. "And you still can't guess who?" I said finally. "No," she replied, keeping her face from me. "Then I'll tell you." And putting my free hand to her cheek, I turned her face to me. I studied her closely, and then in a moment the last shred of reluctance and coquetry in her seemed to evaporate. At the touch of my hand on her cheek she seemed to change. The whole power of her ardent nature was rising. At last she seemed to be yielding completely, and I put my lips to hers and kissed her warmly, then pressed her close and held her. "Now do you know?" I asked after a time. "Yes," she nodded, and for a proffered kiss returned an ardent one of her own. I was beside myself with astonishment and delight. For the life of me, I could not explain to myself how it was that I had achieved this result so swiftly. Something in the idyllic atmosphere, something in our temperaments, I fancied, made this quick spiritual and material understanding possible, but I wanted to know how. For a time we sat thus in the moonlight, I holding her hand and pressing her waist. Yet I could not feel that I liked her beyond the charm of her physical appearance, but that was enough at present. Physical beauty, with not too much grossness, was all I asked then. Youth, a measure of innocence, and beauty. I pretended to have a real feeling for her and to be struck by her beauty, which was not wholly untrue. My feelings, however, as I well knew, were of so light and variable a character that it seemed almost a shame to lure her in this fashion. Why had I done it? It was decidedly unfortunate for her, I now thought, that we two should now meet under the same roof, with Miss W and others, perhaps making a third, fourth, or fifth possibly, but I anticipated no troublesome results. I might keep them apart. Anyhow, if I could not, my relationship in either case had not become earnest enough to cause me to worry. I hoped, however, to make it so in the case of Miss W. Miss Ginnity I knew from the first to be only a momentary flame. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 40. As I hoped, there were no ill effects from this little diversion, but by now I was so interested in Miss W. that I felt a little unfair to her. As I look back on it, I can imagine no greater error of mind or temperament than that which drew me to her. Considering my own variable tendencies and my naturally freedom-loving point of view, but since we are all blind victims of chance that give into far better hindsight than foresight, I have no complaint to make. It is quite possible that this was all a part of my essential destiny or development, one of those storm-breeding mistakes by which one grows. Life seems thus often casually to thrust upon one an experience which is to prove illuminating or disastrous. To pick up the thread of my narrative, I saw Miss Trinity at breakfast, but she showed no sign that we had been out together the previous evening. Instead, she went on her way briskly as though nothing had happened, and this made her rather alluring again in my eyes. When Miss W. came down, I suffered a slight revulsion of feeling. She was so fresh and innocent, so spiritually and mentally above any such quick and compromising relationship as that which I and my new acquaintance had established the night before. I planned to be more circumspect in my relations with Miss Trinity, and to pay more attention to Miss W. This plan was facilitated by the way in which the various members of the party now grouped and adjusted themselves. Miss W. and her sister seemed to prefer to go about together, with me as an occasional third, and Miss Trinity and several of her new acquaintances made a second company, with whom I occasionally walked. Thus the distribution of my attentions was in no danger of immediate detection, and I went gaily on. A peculiar characteristic at this time and later was that I never really expected any of these relationships to endure. Marriage might be well enough for the average man, but it never seemed to me that I should endure in it, that it would permanently affect my present free relationship with the world. I might be greatly grieved at times in a high emotional way because they could not last, but that was rising to heights and sentiment which puzzled even myself. One of the things which troubled and astonished me was that I could like 2, 3, and even more women at the same time, like them very much indeed. It seemed strange that I could yearn over them, now one and now another. A good man, I told myself, I will not do this. The thought would never occur to him, or if it did he would repress it sternly. Obviously, if not profoundly evil, I was a freak, and had best keep my peculiar thoughts and desires to myself if I wanted to have anything to do with good people. I should be entirely alone, perhaps even seized upon by the law. During the next 2 weeks, I saw much of both Miss W. and Miss Trinity. By day I usually accompanied Miss W. and her sister from place to place about the grounds, and of an evening strolling with Miss Trinity, all the while wondering if Miss W. really liked me, whether her present feeling was likely to turn to something deeper. I felt a very definite point of view in her, very different from mine. In her was none of the variable that troubled me. If ever a person was ever fixed in conventional views, it was she. One life, one love would have answered for her exactly. She could have accepted any condition, however painful or even degrading, providing she was blustered up by what she considered the moral law, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, in poverty and in riches, until death do us part. I think the full force of these laws must have been imbibed with her mother's milk. As for Miss Trinity, although she was conventional enough, I did feel that she might be persuaded to relax the moral rule in favor of one at least, and so was congratulating myself upon having achieved an affectional triumph. She may not have been deeply impressed by my physical attraction, but there was something about me nerveless, which seemed to hold her. After a few days, she left the hotel to visit some friends or relatives, to whom she had to pay considerable attention. But in my box, nights or morning, if by any chance I had not seen her, I would find notes explaining where she could be found in the evening, usually at a drugstore near the park or her new apartment, and we would take a few minutes' stroll in the park, such a fever of motion as she displayed at times. "Oh, there!" she would exclaim in an intense, hungry way upon seeing me. Oh, I could hardly wait, and once in the park, she would throw her strong young arms about me and kiss me in a fiery, hungry way. There was one last transport the night before she left for Michigan for a visit, when if I had been half the Don Juan I longed to be, we might have passed the boundary line, but lack of courage on my part and inexperience on hers kept us apart. When I saw her again in St. Louis, but that is another story. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 41. Thus these days sped swiftly and ecstatically by. For once in my life, I seemed to be truly and consistently happy, and that in this very city, where but a year or two before I had suffered such keen distress. Toward the middle of the second week, Miss Kennedy left for Michigan, and then I had Miss W. all to myself. By now I had come to feel an intense interest in her, and elation over the mere thought of being with her. In addition to this joy, my mind and body seemed to be responding in some ecstatic fashion to Chicago and the fair as a whole. The romance and color of it all, the wine-like quality of air, the raw, fresh, young force of the city, so vividly manifested in its sounding streets, its towering new buildings, its far-flung lines of avenues and boulevards, and by way of contrast, its vast regions of middle and lower class poor. When we lived here as a family, I had always thought that poverty was no great hardship. The poor were poor enough, and unconscious, but oh, the singing hope of the city itself. Up, up, and to work. Here were tasks of a million hands. In spite of my attachment to the fair and Miss Kennedy and Miss W., I was still lured cityward, to visit the streets in which we had once lived or where I had walked so much in the old days, mere journeys of remembrance. But as I wandered about, I realized that the city was not my city anymore. That life was a baseless, shifting thing, its seeming ties uncertain and unstable, and that which one day we held dear was tomorrow gone, to come no more. How plain it was, I thought, and with some surprise, so ignorant is youth, that even singly brisk organizations such as the Globe here in Chicago and some others, with which I had been connected could wither or disappear completely. One's commercial as well as one's family life be scattered to the four winds. Sensing this, I now felt an intense sense of loneliness and homesickness, for what I could scarcely say, for each and every one of past pleasant moments, I presume our abandoned home in Forney Street, now rented to another, my old desk at the Globe, now occupied by another, Alice's former home on this south side, ends in the Indiana Street. I was gloomy over having no fixed abode, no intimates worthy the name here, who could soothe and comfort me in such an hour as this. Curiously enough, at such moments I felt an intense leaning towards Miss W., who seemed to answer with something stable and abiding. I am at a loss, even now, to describe it, but so it was, and it was more than anything else a sense of peace and support which I found in her presence, something that suggests durability and warmth, possibly the whole closely-knit family atmosphere, which was behind her and upon which she relied. She will listen apparently with interest to all my youthful and no doubtful bragging accounts of my former newspaper experiences, here as well as in St. Louis, which I painted in high colors of myself as a newspaperman, deep in the councils of my paper. Walking about the fair grounds one night, I wished to take her hand, but so overawed was I by her personality that I could scarcely muster up the courage to do it. When I at last did, she shyly withdrew her hand, pretending not to notice. The same thing happened an evening or two later when I persuaded her and her sister to accompany me and a fellow reporter whom I met in Chicago to Lincoln Park, where was a band concert and the playing of a colored fountain given by the late C.T. Yergers, then looked upon as one of the sights of the city. I recall how warm and clear was the evening, our trip northward on the newly built Alley L, so called because no public thoroughfare could be secured for it. How when we got off at Congress Street, where the enormous street of Theodore, Cooper and Company had only recently been opened. We there took a surface cable to Lincoln Park. It was barely dusk when we reached the park, and the fountain did not play until 9. But pending its colored wonders, we walked along the shore of the lake in the darkness, alone, her sister and my friends having been swallowed up in the great crowd. Once near the lake shore we were alone. I found myself desperately interested without knowing how to proceed. It was a state of hypnosis, I fancy, in which I felt myself to be rapturously happy because more or less convinced of her feeling for me, and yet gravely uncertain as to whether she would even permit herself to be ensnared in love. She was so poised and serene, so stable and yet so tender, I felt foolish, unworthy. Were not the crude brutalities of love too much for her? She might like me now, but the slightest error on my part, in word or deed, without no doubt, drive her away, and I should never see her again. I wanted to put my arm about her waist or hold her hand, but it was all beyond me then, seeming too remote, a little unreal. Finally, moving by the idyllic quality of it all, I left her and strolled down to the very edge of the lake, where the water was lapping the sand. I had the feeling that if she really cared for me, she would follow me, but she did not. She waited sedately on the rise above, but I felt all the while that she was drawing towards me intensely, and told me as in a vise. Half angry, but still fascinated, I returned, anything but the master of the situation. In truth, she had me as completely in tow as any woman could wish and was able, consciously or unconsciously, to regulate the progress of this affair to suit herself. But nothing came of this except a deeper feeling of her exceptional charm. I was more than ever moved by her grace and force. What sobriety, what delicacy of feature! Her big eyes, soft and appealing, her small red mouth, her abundance of red hair, a constant enticement. Before she left for her home, one of the inland countries about 90 miles from St. Louis, all that was left of the party, which was not many, paid a visit to St. Joe on the Michigan shore, opposite Chicago. It was a deliciously bright and warm Sunday. The steamers were comfortable, and the beach at St. Joe perfect, a long coast of lovely white sand with the blue waves breaking over it. En route, because of the size of the party and the accidental arrangement of friends, I was thrown in with R, the sister of my adored one, and in spite of myself, I found myself being swiftly drawn to her, desperately so, and that in the face of the strong attachment for her sister, there was something so cheering and whole-souled about her point of view, something so provoking and elusive, a veritable sprite of gaiety and humor. For some reason, both on the boat and in the water, she devoted herself to me, until she seemed suddenly to realize what was happening to us both. Then she decided, and I saw her no more, or very little of her. But the damage had been done. I was intensely moved by her, even dreaming of changing my intentions. But she was too fond of her sister to allow anything like that. From then on she avoided me, with the sole intention, as I could see, of not injuring her sister. We returned that night, I with the most troubled feelings about the whole affair, and it was only after I had returned to St. Louis that the feeling for S came back, and I began to see and think of her as I had that night in Lincoln Park. Then her charm seemed to come with full force, and for days I could think of nothing else. The fair, the hotel, the evening walks, and what she was doing now. But even this was shot through with the most jumbled thoughts of her sister and Miss Kennedy. I leave it to those who can to solve this mystery of the affections. Miss W, as I inserted, was not to come back to St. Louis until the late autumn, when she could be found in an aristocratic suburb about 20 miles out, teaching of course, whereas Miss Kennedy was little more than a half-hour's ride from my room. But, as I now ruefully thought, I had not troubled to look up Alice, although once she had meant so much of Chicago and happiness to me. What kind of man was I to become thus indifferent and then grieve over it? End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Rothenberg. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 42. To return and take up the ordinary routine of reporting after these crystal days of beauty and romance was anything but satisfactory. Gone was the white city with its towers and pinnacles, and the wide blue wash of lake at its feet. After the fair and the greater city, St. Louis seemed prosaic indeed. Still, I argued, I was getting along here better than I had in Chicago. When I went down to the office, I found Wandel poring as usual over current papers. He was always scribbling and snipping, like a little old leathery Punch, in his mussy office. The mere sight of him made me wish that I were through with the newspaper business forever. It brought back all the regularity of the old days. When should I get out of it? I now began to ask myself for the first time. What was my real calling in life? Should I ever again have evenings to myself? When should I be able to idle and dawdle as I had seen other people doing? I did not then realize how few the leisure class really comprises. I was always taking the evidence of one or two passing before my gaze as indicating a vast company. I was one of the unfortunates who were shut out. I was one whose life had to be wretched tragedy for want of means to enjoy it now, when I had youth and health. "Well, did you have a good time?" asked Wandel. "Yes," I replied dolefully. "That's a great show up there. It's beautiful." "Any of the girls fall in love with you?" he croaked good-humoredly. "Oh, it wasn't as bad as that." "Well, I suppose you're ready to settle down now to hard work. I've got a lot of things here for you to do." I cannot say that I was cheered by this. It was hard to have to settle down to ordinary reporting after all these recent glories. It seemed to me as though an idyllic chapter of my life had been closed forever. Thereafter, I undertook one interesting assignment and another, but without further developing my education as to the workings of life. I was beginning to tire of reporting, and one more murder or political or social mystery aided me in no way. I recall, however, taking on a strange murder mystery over in Illinois which kept me stationed in a small county seat for days, and all the time there was nothing save a sense of hard work about it all. Again, there was a train robbery that took me into the heart of a rural region, where there was nothing but farmers and small towns. Again, there was a change of train service which permitted the distribution of St. Louis newspapers earlier than the Chicago papers in territory, which was somehow disputed between them, and because of which I was called upon to make a trip between midnight and dawn, riding for hours in the mail car, and then describing fully the supposedly wonderful special newspaper service which was to make all the inhabitants of this region wiser, kinder, richer, because they could get the St. Louis papers before they could get those of Chicago. I really did not think much of it, although I was congratulated upon having penned a fine picture. One thing really did interest me. A famous mind reader having come to town and wishing to advertise his skill, he requested the Republic to appoint a man or a committee to ride with him in a carriage through the crowded downtown streets, while he, blindfolded but driving, followed the directing thoughts of the man who should sit on the seat beside him. I was ordered to get up this committee, which I did. Dick, Peter, Rothenberg, and myself were my final choice, I sitting on the front seat and doing the thinking, while the mind reader raced in and out between cars and wagons, turning sharp corners, escaping huge trucks by a hair only, to wind up finally at Dick's door, dash up the one flight of stairs, and into the room, the door being left open for this, and then climb up on a chair placed next to a wardrobe and, as per my thought, all decided on beforehand, take down that peculiar head of Ally Sloper and hand it to me. Now this thing, when actually worked out under my very eyes and with myself doing the thinking, astounded me and caused me to ponder the mysteries of life more than ever. How could another man read my mind like that? What was it that perceived and interpreted my thoughts? It gave me an immense kick mentally, one that stays by me to this day, and set me off eventually on the matters of psychology and chemic mysteries generally. When this was written up as true, as it was, it made a splendid story and attracted a great deal of attention. Once and for all, it cleared up my thoughts as to the power of mind over so-called matter, and caused this committee to enter upon experiments of its own with hypothesis, spiritualists, and the like, until we were fairly well satisfied as to the import of these things. I myself stood on the stomach of a thin hypnotized boy of not more than 17 years of age, while his head was placed on one chair, his feet on another, and no brace of any kind was put under his body. Yet his stomach held me up. But having established the truth of such things for ourselves, we found no method of doing anything with our knowledge. It was practically useless in this region, and decidedly taboo. Another individual who interested me quite as might a book or story was a spiritualist, a fat, sluggish Irish type, who came to town about this time and proved to be immensely successful in getting up large meetings, entrance to which he charged. Soon there were ugly rumors as to the orgiastic character of his seances, especially at his home, where he advertised to receive interested spiritualists in private. One day my noble and nosy city editor set me to the task of ferreting out all this, with the intention of sicking the moralists on the gentleman and so driving him out of town. Was it because Mr. Wandle, interested in morals, or at least responding to the local sentiment for a moral city, considered this man a real menace to St. Louis and so wished to be rid of him? Not at all. Mr. Wandle cared no more for Mr. Mooney, or the public, or its subsurface morals, than he cared about for the politics of Baluchistan. In the heart of St. Louis at this very time, in Chestnut Street, was a large district devoted to just such orgies as this stranger was supposed to be perpetrating. But this area was never in the public eye, and you could not, for your life, put it there. The public apparently did not want it attacked, or if it did, there were forces sufficiently powerful to keep it from obtaining its wishes. The police were supposed to extract regular payments from one and all in this area, as Rothenberg, in the little paper he ran, frequently charged. But this paper had no weight. The most amazing social complications occasionally led directly to one or another of these houses, as I myself had seen, but no comment was ever made on this peculiarity of the area as a whole, or its persistence in the face of so much moral sentiment. The Vice Crusaders never troubled it, neither did the papers or the churches or anybody else. But when it came to Mr. Mooney, well, here was an individual who could be easily and safely attacked. And so, Mr. Mooney had a large following and many defenders whose animosity or gullibilities led them to look upon him as a personage of great import. He was unquestionably a shrewd and able manipulator, one of the finest quacks I ever saw. He would race up and down among the members of his large audience in his spiritualistic church meetings, his fat waxy eyelids closed, his immense white shirt front shining, his dress coattails flying like those of a bustling butler or head waiter, the while he exclaimed, "Is there anyone here by the name of Peter? Is there anyone here by the name of Augusta? There is an old white-bearded man here who says he has something to say to Augusta. And Peter, your sister says not to marry, that everything now troubling you will soon come out all right." He would open these meetings with spiritual invocations of one kind and another, and pretend the profoundest religiosity and spirituality, when, as a matter of fact, he was a faker of the most brazen stamp. As Wandel afterwards showed me by clippings and police reports from other cities, he had been driven from one city to another, cities usually very far apart, so that the news of his troubles might not spread too quickly. His last resting place had been Norfolk, Virginia, and before that he had been in such widely scattered spots as Liverpool, San Francisco, Sydney, New South Wales. Always he had been immensely successful, drawing large crowds, taking up collections and doing a private seance business, which must have netted him a tidy sum. Indeed, in private life, as I soon found, he was a gourmet, a sybarite, and a riant amorist, laughing in his sleeve at all of his touts and followers. For some time I was unable to gather any evidence that would convict him of anything in a direct way. Once he found the Republic to be unfavorable, he became pugnacious and threatened to assault me if I ever came near him or his place or attempted to write up anything about him which was not true. On the other hand, Wandel, being equally determined to catch him, insisted upon my following him up and exposing him. My task was not easy. I was compelled to hang about his meetings, trying to find someone who would tell me something definite against him. Going to his rooms one day when he was absent, I managed to meet his landlady who, when I told her that I was from the Republic and wanted to know something about Mr. Mooney's visitors, his private conduct, and so forth, asked me to come in. At once I sensed something definite and important, for I had been there before and had been turned away by this same woman. But today, for some reason, she escorted me very secretly to a room on the second floor, where she closed and locked the door, and then began a long story concerning the peculiar relations which existed between Mr. Rooney and some of his male and female disciples, especially the female ones. She finally admitted that she had been watching Mr. Mooney's rooms through a keyhole. For weeks past there had been various visitors whose comings and goings had meant little to her, until they became so regular, as she said, and Mr. Mooney so particularly engaged with them. Then, since Mr. Mooney's fame had been spreading and the Republic had begun to attack him, she had become most watchful, and now, as she told me, he was carrying on most shamefully with one and another of his visitors, male and female. Just what these relations were she at first refused to state. But when I pointed out to her that unless she could furnish me with other and more convincing proof than her mere word or charge, it would all be of small value, she unbent sufficiently to fix on one particular woman, whose card and a note addressed to Mr. Mooney she had evidently purloined from his room. These she produced and turned over to me with a rousing description of the nature of the visits. Armed with the card and note, I immediately proceeded to the West End, where I soon found the house of the lady, determined to see whether she would admit this soft impeachment, whether I could make her admit it. I was a little uncertain then as to how I was going to go about it. Suppose I should run into the lady's husband, I thought, or suppose they should come down together when I sent in my card, or suppose that I charged her with what I knew, and she called someone to her aid and had me thrown out or beaten up. Nevertheless, I went nervously up the steps and rang the bell, whereupon a footman opened the door. "Who is it you wish to see?" I told him. "Have you an appointment with her?" "No, but I'm from the Republic, and you tell her that it is very important for her to see me. We have an article about her and a certain Mr. Mooney, which we propose to print in the morning, and I think she will want to see me about it." I stared at him with a great deal of effrontery. He finally closed the door, leaving me outside, but soon returned and said, "You may come in." I walked into a large, heavily furnished reception room, representing the best Western taste of the time, in which I nosed about thinking how fine it all was, and wondering how I was supposed to proceed about all this when she appeared. Suppose she proved to be a fierce and contentious soul, well able to hold her own? Or suppose there was some mistake about this letter, or the statement of the landlady? As I was walking up and down, quite troubled as to just what I should say, I heard the rustle of silk skirts. I turned just as a vigorous and well-dressed woman of 30-odd swept into the room. She was rather smart, bronze-haired, pink-fleshed, not in the least nervous or disturbed. "You wish to see me?" Yes, ma'am." "About what, please?" "I'm from the Republic," I began. "We have a rather startling story about you and Mr. Rooney. It appears that his place has been watched and that you—" "A story about me?" she interrupted with an air of hauteur, seeming to have no idea what I was driving at. "And about Mr. Who? Mooney, you say? What kind of story is it? Why do you come to me about it? Why, I don't even know the man." "Oh, but I think you do," I replied, thinking of the letter and card in my pocket. "As a matter of fact, I know that you do. At the office right now we have a card and a letter of yours to Mr. Mooney, which the Republic proposes to publish, along with some other matter, unless some satisfactory explanation as to why it should not be printed can be made. We are conducting a campaign against Mr. Mooney, as you probably know. I have often thought of this scene as a fine illustration of the crass, rough force of life, its queer, non-moral tangles, bluster, bluff, lies, make-believe, beginning by accusing me of attempted blackmail, and adding that she would inform her husband and that I must leave the house at once, or be thrown out. She glared until I replied that I would leave, but that I had her letter to Mr. Mooney, that there were witnesses who would testify as to what had happened between her and Mr. Mooney, and that unless she proceeded to see my city editor at once, the whole thing would be written up for the next day's paper. Then all of a sudden, she collapsed. Her face blanched, her body trembled, and she, a healthy, vigorous woman, dropped to her knees before me, seized my hands and coat, and began pleading with me in an agonizing voice. "But you wouldn't do that. My husband, my home, my social position, my children. My God, you wouldn't have me driven out of my own home. If he came here now, oh my God, tell me what I am to do. Tell me that you won't do anything, that the Republic won't. I'll give you anything you want. Oh, you couldn't be so heartless. Maybe I have done wrong, but think of what will happen to me if you do this." I stared at her in amazement. Never had I been the center of such an astonishing scene. On the instant I felt a mingled sense of triumph and extreme pity. Thoughts as to whether I should tell the Republic what I knew, whether if I did it would have the cruelty to expose this woman, whether she would or could be made to pay blackmail by anyone raced through my mind. I was sorry and yet amused. Always this thought of blackmail, of which I heard considerable in newspaper work, but of which I had never had any proof, troubled me. If I exposed her, what then? Would Wandel hound her? If I did not, would he discover that I was suppressing the news and so discharge me? Pity for her was plainly mingled with a sense of having achieved another newspaper beat. Now, assuredly, the Republic could make this erratic individual move on. To her I proceeded to make plain that I personally was helpless, a mere reporter who of himself could do nothing. If she wished, she could see Mr. Wandel, who could help her if he chose, and I gave her his home address, knowing that he would not be at his office at this time of day, but hoping to see him myself before she did. Weeping and moaning, she raced upstairs, leaving me to make my way out as best I might. Once out, I meditated on this effrontery and the hard, cold work I was capable of doing. Surely this was a dreadful thing to have done. Had I the right? Was it fair? Suppose I had been the victim. Still, I congratulated myself upon having done a very clever piece of work, for which I should be highly complimented. The lady must have proceeded at once to my city editor, for when I returned to the office he was there. He called me to him at once. "Great God, what have you been doing now? Of all men I have ever known, you can get me into more trouble in a half an hour than any other man could in a year. Here I was, sitting peacefully at home, and up comes my wife telling me there's a weeping woman in the parlor who had just driven up to see me. Down I go, and she grabs my hands, falls on her knees, and begins telling me about some letters we have, that her life will be ruined if we publish them. Do you want to get me sued for divorce?" he went on, cackling and chortling in his impish way. "What the hell are those letters anyhow? Where are they? What's this story you've dug up now? Who is this woman? You're the damnedest man I ever saw." And he cackled some more. I handed over the letter, and he proceeded to look it over with considerable gusto. As I could see, he was pleased beyond measure. I told my story, and he was intensely interested, but seemed to meditate on its character for some time. What happened after that between him and the woman I was never able to make out. But one thing is sure, the story was never published. Not this incident. An hour or two later, seeing me enter the office after my dinner, he called me in and began. "You leave this with me now and drop the story for the present. There are other ways to get Mooney." And sure enough, in a few days Mr. Mooney suddenly left town. It was a curious procedure to me, but at least Mr. Mooney was gone. But figure it out for yourself. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 43. Two other incidents in connection with my newspaper work at this time threw a clear light on social crimes and conditions, which cannot always be discussed or explained. One of these related to an old man of about 65 years of age who was in the coffee and spice business in one of those old streets which bordered on the waterfront. One afternoon in big August, when there was a little to do in way of reporting, and I was hanging about the office waiting for something to turn up, Wandell received a telephone message and handed me a slip of paper. "You go down to this address and see what you can find. There's been a fight or something. A crowd has been beating up an old man and the police have arrested him. To save him, I suppose." I took a car and soon reached the scene, a decayed and tumble-down region of small family dwellings now turned into tenements of even a poorer character. St. Louis had what so large a center as New York has not, alleys or rare passageways to all houses by which trade parts sells. Waste and the like are delivered or removed, and facing these were old barns, sheds, and tumble-down warrens of houses and flats, occupied by poor whites or blacks, or both. In an old, decayed, and vacant brick barn in one of these alleys, there had been only a few hours before a furious scene. Although when I arrived it was all over, everything was still and peaceful. All that I could learn was that several hours before an old man had been found in this barn with a little girl of 8 or 9 years. The child's parents or friends were informed and a chase ensued. The criminal had been surrounded by a group of irate citizens who threatened to kill him. Then the police arrived and escorted him to the station at North 7th, where supposedly he was locked up. On my arrival at the station, however, nothing was known of this case. My noble king knew nothing, and when I looked on the blotter, which supposedly contained a public record of all arrests and charges made, and which it was my privilege as well as that of every other newspaperman to look over, there was no evidence of any such offence having been committed, or of any such prisoner having been brought here. "What became of that attempted assault on K Street?" I inquired of King, who was drowsily reading a newspaper. "I was just over there and they told me the man had been brought here." He looked up at me warily, seemingly not interested. "What case? It must be down if it came in here. What case are ye talking about? Maybe it didn't come here." I looked at him curiously, struck all at once by an air of concealment. He was not as friendly as usual. "That's funny," I said. "I just come from there and they told me he was here. It would be on the blotter, wouldn't it? Were you here an hour or two ago?" For the first time since I had been coming here, he grew a bit truculent. "Sure, if it's not on there, it's not on there, and that's all I know. If you want to know more than that, you'll have to see the captain." At thought of the police attempting to conceal a thing like this in the face of my direct knowledge, I grew irritable and bold myself. "Where's the captain?" I asked. "He's out now. He'll be back at 4, I think." I sat down and waited, then decided to call up the office for further instructions. Wandell was in. He advised me to call up Edmonston at the Four Courts and see if it was recorded, which I did, but nothing was known. When I returned, I found the captain in. He was a taciturn man, and had small use for reporters at any time. "Yes, yes, yes," he kept reiterating, as I asked him about the case. "Well, I'll tell you," he said for a long pause, seeing that I was determined to know. "He's not here now. I let him go. No one saw him committing the crime. He's an old man with a big wholesale business in Second Street. Never arrested before. He has a wife and grown sons and daughters. Of course, he ought to be doing anything of that kind. Still, he claims that he wasn't. Anyhow, no good can come of writing it up in the papers now. Here's his name and address." And he opened a small book which he drew out of his pocket and showed me that and no more. "Now you can go and talk to him yourself if you want to, but if you take my advice, you'll let him alone." I see no good in putting him down if it's going to hurt his family, but that's as you newspapermen see it. I could have sympathized with the stocky Irishman more if we had not all been suspicious of the police. I decided to see this old man myself, curiosity and the desire for a good story controlling me. I hurried to a car and rode out to the West End, where, in a well-built street and a house of fair proportions, I found my man sitting on his front porch, no doubt awaiting some such disastrous onslaught as this and anxious to keep it from his family. The moment he saw me, he walked to his gate and stopped me. He was tall and angular, with a grizzled, short, round beard and dull, impotent face, a kind of Smith Brothers cough-drop type. Apparently he was well into that period where one is supposed to settle down into a serene old age and forget all one ever knew of youth. I inquired whether a Mr. So-and-so lived there, and he replied that he was Mr. So-and-so. I'm from the Republic, I began, and we have a story regarding a charge that has been made against you today in one of the police stations. He eyed me with a nervous uncertainty that was almost tremulous. He did not seem to be able to speak at first, but chewed on something, a bit of tobacco, possibly. Not so loud, he said. Come out here. I'll give you $10 if you won't say anything about this. And he began to fumble in one of his waistcoat pockets. No, no, I said, with an air of profound virtue. I can't take money for anything like that. I can't stop anything the paper may want to say. You'll have to see the editor. All the while, I was thinking how like an old fox he was, and that if one did have the power to suppress a story of this kind, there was a fine opportunity for blackmail. He might have been made to pay 1,000 or more. At the same time, I could not help sympathizing with him a little, considering his age and his unfortunate predicament. Of late, I had been getting a much clearer light on my own character and idiosyncrasy, as well as on those of many others, and was beginning to see how few there were who could afford to cast the stone of righteousness or superior worth. Nearly all were secretly doing one thing and another, which they would publicly denounce, and which, if exposed, would cause them to be shunned or punished. Fixed forgeries were not as common as the majority supposed, and perhaps were not to be given too sharp a punishment if strict justice were to be done to all. Yet here was I at this moment, yelping at the heels of this errant, who had been found out. At the same time, I cannot say that I was very much moved by the personality of the man. He looked to be narrow and close-fisted. I wonder how a businessman of any acumen could be connected with so shabby an affair, or being caught could be so dull as to offer any newspaperman so small a sum as $10 to hush it up. And how about the other papers, the other reporters who might hear of it? Did he expect to buy them all off with for $10 each? The fact that he had admitted the truth of the charges left nothing to say. I felt myself grow nervous and incoherent, and finally left rather discomforted and puzzled as to what I should do. When I returned to the office and told Wendell, he seemed to be rather dubious, also and more or less disgusted. You can't make much out of a case of that kind, he said. Couldn't print it if you did. The public wouldn't stand for it. And if you attack the police for concealing it, then they'll be down on us. He ought to be exposed, I suppose, but well, write it out and I'll see. I therefore wrote it up in a wary and guarded way, telling what had happened and how the police had not entered the charge, but the story never appeared. Somehow, I was rather glad of it, although I thought the man should be punished. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser, Chapter 44. While I was on the Globe Democrat, there was a sort of racetrack tout, gambler, amateur detective, and political and police hanger-on generally, who was a purveyor of news not only to our police and political men, but to the sporting and other editors, a sort of jack-of-all-news or tipster. To me, he was both ridiculous and disgusting, loud, bold, uncouth, the kind of creature that begins as bootblack or newsboy and winds up as the president of a racing association or ball team. He claimed to be Irish, having a freckled face, red hair, gray eyes, and rather large hands and feet. In reality, he was one of those South Russian Jews who looked so much like the Irish as to be frequently mistaken for them. He had the wit to see that it would be more advantage to him to be thought Irish than Jewish, and so had changed his name of Shapirowitz to Galvin, Red Galvin. One of the most offensive things about him was that his clothes were loud, just such clothes as touts and gamblers affect, hard, bright check suits, bright yellow shoes, ties of the most radiant hues, hats of a clashing seriousness, and rings and pins and cufflinks glistening with diamonds or rubies. The kind of man who is convinced that clothes and a little money make the man, as they quite do in such instances. Galvin had the social and moral point of view of both the hawk and the buzzard. According to Wood, who early made friends with him quite as he did with the Chinese and others for purposes of study, he was identified with some houses of prostitution in which he had a small financial interest, as well as various political schemes, then being locally fostered by one and another group of low politicians who were constantly getting up one scheme and another to mulct the city in some underhanded way. He was a species of political and social grafter, having all the high ideals of a bagnio detective. He began to interest Mr. Tobias Mitchell, who was a creature of an allied if slightly higher type, and the pair became reasonably good friends. Mitchell used him as an assistant to Hazard, Bellairs, Bennett, Hartung, and myself. He supplied the paper with stories which he would rewrite. I used to laugh at him, more or less to his face, as being a freak, which of course generated only the kindliness of feelings between us. He always suggested to me the type of detective or plainclothesman who would take money from street girls, prey on them, as indeed I suspected him of doing. I wondered how he could make anything out of this newspaper connection, since, as Hartung and others told me, he could not write. It was necessary to rewrite his stuff almost entirely, but his great recommendation to Mitchell and others was that he could get news of things where other reporters could not, among the police, detectives, and politicians, with whom he was evidently hand in hand. By reason of his underworld connections, many amazing details as to one form and another of political and social jobbery came to light, which doubtless made him invaluable to a city editor. When some of his stories were given to me to rewrite, we were thrown into immediate and clashing contact. Because of his leers and bravado, when he knew he could not write two good sentences in order, I frequently wanted to brain him, but took it out in smiles and dry cynical comments. His favorite expressions were "see" and "I says to him," or "he says to me," always accompanied by a contemptuous wave of a hand or a pugnaciously protruded chin. One of the chief reasons why I hated him was that Dick Wood told me he had once remarked that newspaper work was a beggar's game at best and that writers grew on trees, meaning that they were so numerous as to be negligible and not worth considering. I made the best of these trying situations when I had to do over a story of his, extracting all the information I could and then writing it out, which resulted in some of his stories receiving excellent space in the day's news and made him all the more pugnacious and sure of himself. And, at the same time, these made him of more value to the paper. However, in due time, I left the Globe Democrat and one day, greatly to my astonishment and irritation, he appeared at the North 7th Street station as a full-fledged reporter, having been given a regular position by Mitchell and set to doing police work, out of which task at the Four Courts, if I remember rightly, he finally ousted Jacques Bellairs, who was given to too much drinking. To my surprise and chagrin, I noticed at once that he was, as if by reason of past intimacies, of which I had not the slightest idea, far more en rapport with the sergeants and the captain than I had ever dreamed of being. It was Charlie here and Cap there. But what roiled me most was that he gave himself all the airs of a newspaper man, swaggering about and talking of this, that, and the other story he had written. I have done some of them myself. The crowning blow was that he was soon closeted with the captain in his room, strolling in and out of that sanctum as if it were his private domain, and giving me the impression of being in touch with realms and deeds of which I was never to have the slightest knowledge. This made me apprehensive, lest in these intimacies tales and mysteries should be unfolded that would have their first light in the pages of the Globe Democrat, and so leave me to be laughed at as one who could not get the news. I watched the Globe Democrat more closely than ever before for evidence of such treachery on the part of the police as would result in a scoop for him, at the same time redoubling my interest in such items as might appear. The consequence was that on more than one occasion I made good stories out of things which Mr. Galvin had evidently dismissed as worthless, and now and then a case into which I had inquired at the station house appeared in the Globe Democrat with details which I had not been able to obtain and concerning which the police had insisted they knew nothing. For a long time, by dint of energy and a rather plain indication to all concerned that I would not tolerate false dealing, I managed not only to hold my own, but occasionally to give my confrere a good beating, as when, for one instance, a Negro girl in one of those crowded alleys was cut almost to shreds by an ex-lover, armed with a razor, for reasons which, as my investigation proved, were highly romantic. Some 7 or 8 months before, this girl and her assailant had been living together in Cairo, Illinois, and the lover, who was wildly fond of her, became suspicious and finally satisfying himself that she was faithless, set a trap to catch her. He was a coal passer or stevedore, working now on one boat and now on another, plying the Mississippi between New Orleans and St. Louis. And one day, when she thought he was on a river steamer for a week or two, he burst in upon her and found her with another man. Death would have been her portion, as well as that of her lover, had it not been for the interference of friends which permitted the pair to escape. The man returned to his task as stevedore, working his way from one river city to another. When he came to Memphis, Natchez, New Orleans, Vicksburg, or St. Louis, he disguised himself as a peddler selling trinkets and charms, and in this capacity walked the crowded Negro sections of these cities calling his wares. One of these trips finally brought him to St. Louis, and here on a late August afternoon, ambling up this stifling little alley calling out his charms and trinkets, he had finally encountered her. The girl put her head out of the doorway. Dropping his tray, he drew a razor and slashed her cheeks and lips, arms, legs, back and sides, so that when I arrived at the city hospital, she was unconscious and her life despaired of. The lover, abandoning his tray and cheap jewelry, which was later brought to the station house and exhibited, had made good his escape and was not captured, during my stay in St. Louis at least. Her present paramour had also gone his way, leaving her to suffer alone. Owing possibly to Galvin's underestimate of its romance, this story received only a scant stick as a low dive-cutting affray in the Globe Democrat, while in the Republic I had turned it into a Negro romance which filled all of a column. Into it I had tried to put the hot river waterfronts of the different cities which the lover had visited, the crowded Negro quarters of Memphis, New Orleans, Cairo, the bold Negro life which two truants such as the false mistress and her lover might enjoy. I tried to suggest the sing-song sleepiness of the levee boat landings, the stevedores at their lazy labors, the idle, dreamy character of the slow-moving boats. Even an old Negro refrain appropriate to a trinket peddler had been introduced. Yea, rings, pins, buckles, ribbons. The barbaric character of the alley in which it occurred, lined with rickety curtain-hung shacks and swarming with the idle, crooning, shuffling Negro life of the South, appealed to me. An old black mammy with a yellow-dotted kerchief over her head, who kept talking of Disha-Gosh and Disha-Sam and Disha-Maquasha, the girl, moved me to a poetic frenzy. From a crowd of blacks that hung about the vacated shack of the lovers after the girl had been taken away, I picked up the main thread of the story, the varying characteristics of the girl and her lover, and then, having visited the hospital and seen the victim, I hurried to the office and endeavored to convince Wandel that I had an important story. At first, he was not inclined to think so, Negro life being a little too low for the local consumption, but after I had entered upon some of the details, he told me to go ahead. I wrote it out as well as I could, and it went on the second page. The next day, meeting Galvin, having first examined the Globe to see what had been done there, I beamed on him cheerfully and was met with a snarl of rage. You think you're a hell of a feller, don't you? Because you can sling a little ink? You think you've pulled off something swell. Well, say, you're not near as much as you think you are. Wait and see. I've been up against wordy boys like you before, and I can work around 'em. All you guys do is get a few facts and then pat 'em up. You never get the real stuff, never. And he snapped his fingers under my nose. Wait till we get a real case sometime, you and me, and I'll show you something. He glared at me with hard, revengeful eyes, and then and there put a fear into me from which I never recovered, although at the time I merely smiled. Is that so? That's easy enough to say, now that you're trimmed, but I guess I'll be right there when the time comes. Go to hell, he snarled, and I walked off smiling, but beginning to wonder nervously just what it was he was going to do to me, and how soon. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 45. Sometime before this, when I was working for the Globe Democrat, there had occurred on the Missouri Pacific, about 150 miles west of St. Louis, a holdup, the story of which interested me, although I had nothing to do with it. According to the reports, 7 lusty and daring bandits, all heavily armed and desperate, had held up an 8-car Pullman and baggage express train between 1 and 2 in the morning at a lonely spot, and after overawing the passengers, had compelled the engineer and fireman to dismount, uncouple the engine, and run at 100 paces ahead, then return and help break open the door to the express car. This they did, using a stick of dynamite or giant powder handed them by one of the bandits. And then both were made to enter the express car, where, under the eye of one of the bandits, and despite the presence of the express messenger, who was armed yet overawed, they were compelled to blow open the safe and carry forth between $20,000 and $30,000 in bills and coin, which they deposited on the ground in sacks and packages for the bandits. Then, if you please, they were compelled to re-enter their engine, back it up and couple it to the train, and proceed upon their journey, leaving the bandits to gather up their booty and depart. Naturally, such a story was of great interest to St. Louis, as well as to all the other cities near at hand. It smacked of the lawlessness of the 40s. All banks, express companies, railroads and financial institutions generally were intensely interested. The whole front page was given to this deed, and it was worth it, although during my short career in journalism in this region, no less than a dozen amazing train robberies took place in as many months in the region bounded by the Mississippi and the Rockies, the Canadian line, and the Gulf. 4 or 5 of them occurred within 100 miles of St. Louis. The truth about this particular robbery was that there had not been 7 bandits, but just one, an ex-railroad hand turned robber for this occasion only, and armed, as subsequent developments proved, with but a brace of revolvers, each containing 6 shots, and a few sticks of fuse-prepared giant powder. Despite the glowing newspaper account which made of this a most desperate and murderous affair, there had been no prowling up and down the aisles of the cars by bandits armed to the teeth, as a number of passengers insisted, among whom was the governor of the state, his lieutenant governor, several officers of his staff, all returning from a military banquet or feast somewhere. Nor was there any shooting at passengers who ventured to peer out into the darkness. Just this one lone bandit, who was very busy up in the front attending to the robbing. What made the story all the more ridiculous in the light of later developments was that at the time the train stopped in the darkness and the imaginary bandits began to shout and fire shots, and even to rob the passengers of their watches, pins, purses, these worthies of the state, or so it was claimed in the guffawing newspaper circles afterward, crawled under their seats or into their berths, and did not emerge until the train was well on its way once more. Long before the true story of the lone bandit came out, the presence of the governor and his staff was well known and had lent luster to the deed and strengthened the interest which later attached to the story of the real bandit. The St. Louis newspaper files of 1893 will show whether or not I am correct. This lone bandit, as it was later indisputably proved, was nothing more than an ex-farmhand turned railroad hand and then baggage smasher at a small station. Owing to love and poverty, he had plotted this astounding coup, which, once all its details were revealed, fascinated the American public from coast to coast. That a lone individual should undertake such an astounding task was uppermost in everybody's mind, including that of our city editors, and to the task of unraveling it, they now bent their every effort. When the robbery occurred, I was working for the Globe Democrat. Later, when it was discovered by detectives working for the railroad and the express company who the star robber was, I was connected with the Republic. Early one afternoon, I was shown a telegram from some backwoods town in Missouri, let us say Bald Knob, just for a namesake, that Lem Rollins, that name will do as well as any other, an ex-employee of the Missouri Pacific, had been arrested by detectives for the road and express company for the crime, and that upon searching his room, they had found most of the stolen money. Also, because of other facts with which he had been confronted, he had confessed that he and he alone had been guilty of the express robbery. The dispatch added that he had shown the detectives where the remainder of the money lay hidden, and that this very afternoon he would be en route to St. Louis, scheduled to arrive over the St. Louis and San Francisco, and that he would be confined to the county jail here. Imagine the excitement! The burglar had not told how he had accomplished this great feat, and here he was now en route to St. Louis, and might be met and interviewed on the train. From a news point of view, this story was immense. When I came in, Wandel explained, "I'll tell you what to do, Dreiser. Lord, I thought you wouldn't come back in time. Here's a St. Louis and San Francisco timetable. According to it, you can take a local that leaves here at 2:15 and get as far as this place, Pacific, where the incoming express stops. It's just possible that the Globe and the other papers haven't got hold of this yet. Maybe they have, but whatever happens, we won't get licked, and that's the main thing." I hurried down to the Union Station, but when I asked for a ticket to Pacific, the ticket agent asked, "Which road?" "Are there 2? "Sure, Missouri Pacific and St. Louis and San Francisco." They both go to the same place, do they? Yes, they meet there. Which train leaves first? St. Louis and San Francisco. It's waiting now. I hurried to it, but the thought of this other road in from Pacific troubled me. Suppose the bandit should be on the other train instead of on this? I consulted with the conductor when he came for my ticket and was told the Pacific was the only place at which these two roads met, one going west and the other southwest from there. Good, I thought. Then he is certain to be on this line. But now another thought came to me. Supposing reporters from other papers were aboard, especially the Globe Democrat. I rose and walked forward to the smoker, and there, to my great disgust and nervous dissatisfaction, was Galvin, red-headed, serene, a cigar between his teeth, slumped low in his seat, smoking and reading a paper as calmly as though he were bent upon the most unimportant task in the world. How now, I asked myself. The Globe has sent that swine. Here he is, and these country detectives and railroad men will be sure, on the instant, to make friends with him and do their best to serve him. They like that sort of man. They may give him details which they will refuse to give me. I shall have to interview my man in front of him, and he will get the benefit of all my questions. At his request, they may even refuse to let me interview him. I returned to my seat, nervous and most troubled, all the more so because I now recalled Galvin's threat. But I was determined to give him the tussle of his life. Now we would see whether he could beat me or not. Not if fair play were exercised. Of that I felt confident. Now we would see whether he could beat me or not. Not if fair play were exercised. Of that I felt confident. Why, he could not even write a decent line. Why should I be afraid of him? But I was just the same. As the dreary local drew near Pacific, I became more and more nervous. When we drew up to the platform, I jumped down, all alive with the determination not to be outdone. I saw Galvin leap out, and on the instant he spied me. I never saw a face change more quickly from an expression of ease and assurance to one of bristling opposition and distrust. How he hated me! He looked about to see who else might dismount. Then, seeing no one, he bustled up to the station agent to see when the train from the west was due. I decided not to trail and sought information from the conductor, who assured me that the eastbound express would probably be on time 5 minutes later. It always stops here, does it? I inquired anxiously. It always stops. As we talked, Galvin came back to the platform and stood looking up the track. Our train now pulled out, and a few minutes later the whistle of the express was heard. Now for a real contest, I thought. Somewhere in one of those cars would be the bandit surrounded by detectives, and my duty was to get to him first, to explain who I was, and begin my questioning, overawing Galvin, perhaps, with the ease with which I should take charge. Maybe the bandit would not want to talk. If so, I must make him, cajole him or his captors, or both. No doubt, since I was the better interviewer, or so I thought, I should have to do all the talking, and this wretch would make notes or make a deal with the detectives while I was talking. In a few moments, the train was rolling into the station, and then I saw my friend Galvin leap aboard, and with that iron effrontery and savageness which I always hated in him, begin to race through the cars. I was about to follow him when I saw the conductor stepping down beside me. Is that train robber they are bringing in from Bald Knob on here? I'm from the Republic, and I've been sent out here to interview him. You're on the wrong road, brother. He smiled. He's not on here. They're bringing him in over the Missouri Pacific. They took him across from Bald Knob to Denton and caught the train there. But I'll tell you, and he consulted his watch, you might be able to catch that yet if you run for it. It's only across the field here. You see that little yellow station over there? Well, that's the Missouri Pacific Depot. I don't know whether it stops here or not, but it may. It's due now, but sometimes it's a little late. You'll have to run for it, though. You haven't a minute to spare." "You wouldn't fool me about a thing like this, would you?" I pleaded. "Not for anything. I know how you feel. If you can get on that train, you'll find him, unless they've taken him off somewhere else." I don't remember if I even stopped to thank him. Instead of following Galvin into the cars, I now leaped to the little path which cut diagonally across this long field, evidently well worn by human feet. As I ran, I looked back once or twice to see if my enemy was following me, but apparently he had not seen me. I now looked forward eagerly toward this other station, but as I ran, I saw the semaphore arm, which stood at right angles opposite the station, lower for a clear track for some train. At the same time, I spied a mailbag hanging out on an express arm, indicating that whatever this train was, it was not going to stop here. I turned, still uncertain as to whether I had made a mistake in not searching the other train after all. Supposing the conductor had fooled me, supposing the burglar were on there, and Galvin was already beginning to question him. Oh Lord, what a beat! And what would happen to me then? Was it another case of 3 shows and no critic? I slowed up in my running, chill beads of sweat bursting through my pores, but as I did so, I saw the St. Louis and San Francisco train begin to move, and from it, as if shot out of it, leaped Galvin. Ha! I thought. Then the robber is not on there. Galvin has just discovered it. He knows now that he is coming in on this line, for I could see him running along the path. Oh, kind heaven, if I can beat him to it! If I can only get on and leave him behind! He has all of 1,000 feet still to run, and I am here. Desperately, I ran into the station, thrust my head in at the office window, and called, "When is this St. Louis Express due here?" "Now," he replied surlily. "Does it stop?" "No, it don't stop." "Can it be stopped?" "It cannot." "You mean that you have no right to stop it?" "I mean I won't stop it." Even as he said this, there came the shriek of a whistle in the distance. Oh Lord, I thought, here it comes, and he won't let me on, and Galvin will be here any minute. For the moment I was even willing that Galvin should catch it too, if only I could get on. Think of what Wandell would think if I missed it. "Will $5 stop it?" I asked desperately, diving into my pocket. "No." "Will 10? "It might," he replied crustily. "Stop it," I urged, and handed over the bill. The agent took it, grabbed a tablet of yellow order blanks which lay before him, scribbled something on the face of one, and ran out to the track. At the same time, he called to me, "Run on down the track. Run after it. She won't stop here. She can't. Run on. She'll go 1,000 feet before she can slow up." I ran, while he stood there holding up this thin sheet of yellow paper. As I ran, I heard the express rushing up behind me. On the instant, it was alongside and past, its wheels grinding and emitting sparks. It was stopping. I should get on, and oh, glory be! Galvin would not. Fine. I could hear the gritty screech of the wheels against the brakes as the train came to a full stop. Now I would make it, and what a victory! I came up to it and climbed aboard, but looking back, I saw to my horror that my rival had almost caught up and was now close at hand, not 100 feet behind. He had seen the signal. He had seen me running, and instead of running to the station, had taken a diagonal tack and followed me. I saw that he would make the train. I tried to signal the agent behind to let the train go, but he had already done so. The conductor came out on the rear platform, and I appealed to him. "Let her go," I pleaded. "Let her go. It's all right. Go on." "Don't that other fellow want to get on too?" he asked curiously. "No, no, no. Don't let him on," I pleaded. "I arranged to stop this train. I'm the Republic. He's nobody. He's no right on here." But even as I spoke, up came Galvin, breathless and perspiring, and crawled eagerly on, a leer of mingled triumph and joy at my discomfiture written all over his face. If I had had more courage, I would have beaten him off. As it was, I merely groaned. To think that I should have done all of this for him. "Is that so?" he sneered. "You think you'll leave me behind, do you? Well, I fooled you this trip, didn't I?" And his lip curled. I was beaten. It was an immensely painful moment for me, to lose when I had everything in my own hands. My spirits fell so for the moment that I did not even trouble to inquire whether the robber was on the train. I ambled in after my rival, who had proceeded on his eager way, satisfied that I should have to beat him in the quality of the interview. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 46. Following Galvin forward through the train, I soon discovered the detectives and their prisoner in one of the forward cars. The prisoner was a most unpromising specimen for so unique a deed, short, broad-shouldered, heavy-limbed, with a squarish, unexpressive, dull face, blue-gray eyes, dark brown hair, big, lumpy, rough hands, just the hands one would expect to find on a railroad or baggage smasher, and a tanned and seamed skin. He had on the cheap, nondescript clothes of a laborer, a blue hickory shirt, blackish-gray trousers, brown coat, and a red bandana handkerchief tied about his neck. On his head was a small round brown hat, pulled down over his eyes. He had the still, indifferent expression of a captive bird, and when I came up after Galvin and sat down, he scarcely looked at me or at Galvin. Between him and the car window, to foil any attempt at escape in that direction, and fastened to him by a pair of handcuffs, was the sheriff of the county in which he had been taken, a big, bland, inexperienced creature whose sense of his own importance was plainly enhanced by his task. Facing him was one of the detectives of the road or express company, a short, canny, vulture-like person, and opposite them, across the aisle, sat still another detective. There may have been still others, but I failed to inquire. I was so incensed at the mere presence of Galvin and his cheap and coarse methods of ingratiating himself into any company, and especially one like this, that I could scarcely speak. What, I thought, when the utmost finesse would be required to get the true inwardness of all this, to send a cheap pig like this to thrust himself forward and muddle what might otherwise prove a fine story. Why, if it hadn't been for me and my luck and my money, he wouldn't be here at all. And he was posing as a reporter, the best man of the globe. He had the detective politician's gambler's habit of simulating an intense interest and enthusiasm which he did not feel, his face wreathing itself into a cheery smile the while his eyes followed one like those of a basilisk, attempting all the while to discover whether his assumed friendship was being accepted at the value he wished. "Gee, sport," he began familiarly in my presence, patting the burglar on the knee and fixing him with that basilisk gaze, "that was a great trick you pulled off. The papers'll be crazy to find out how you did it. My paper, the Globe Democrat, wants a whole page of it. It wants your picture, too. Did you really do it all alone? Gee. Well, that's what I call swell work, eh, Cap?" And now he turned his ingratiating leer on the county sheriff and the other detectives. In a moment or two, he was telling the latter what an intimate friend he was of Billy Desmond, the chief of detectives of St. Louis, and Mr. So-and-so, the chief of police, as well as various other detectives and policemen. The dull stuff, I thought, and this is what he considers place in this world. And he wants a whole page for the Globe. He'd do well if he wrote a paragraph alone. Still, to my intense chagrin, I could see that he was making headway, not only with the sheriff and the detectives, but with the burglar himself. The latter smiled a raw, wry smile and looked at him as if he might possibly understand such a person. Galvin's good clothes, always looking like new, his bright yellow shoes, sparkling rings and pins and gaudy tie, seemed to impress them all. So this was the sort of thing these people liked, and they took him for a real newspaper man from a great newspaper. Indeed, the only time that I seemed to obtain the least grip on this situation, or to impress myself on the minds of the prisoner and his captors, was when it came to those finer shades of questioning which concerned just why, for what ulterior reasons, he had attempted this deed alone, and then I noticed that my confrere was all ears and making copious notes. He knew enough to take from others what he could not work out for himself. In regard to the principal or general points, I found that my Irish-Jewish friend was as swift at ferreting out facts as anyone, and as eager to know how and why. And as always, to my astonishment and chagrin, the prisoner as well as the detectives paid more attention to him than to me. They turned to him as to a lamp and seemed to be immensely more impressed with him than with me, although the main lines of questioning fell to me. All at once I found him whispering to one or other of the detectives while I was developing some thought, but when I turned up anything new or asked a question he had not thought of, he was all ears again and back to resume the questioning on his own account. In truth, he irritated me frightfully and appeared to be intensely happy in doing so. My contemptuous looks and remarks did not disturb him in the least. By now I was so dour and enraged that I could think of but one thing that would have really satisfied me, and that was to attack him physically and give him a good beating, although I seriously questioned whether I could do that. He was so contentious, cynical, and savage. However, the story was finally extracted, and a fine tale it made. It appeared that up to 7 or 8 months preceding the robbery, this robber had been first a freight brakeman or yard hand on this road, later being promoted to the position of superior switchman and assistant freight handler. Previous to this, he had been a livery stable helper in the town in which he was eventually taken, and before that, a farmhand in that neighborhood. About a year before the crime, this road, along with many others, had laid off a large number of men, including himself, and reduced the wages of all others by as much as 10%. Naturally, a great deal of labor discontent ensued. A number of train robberies, charged and traced to dismissed and dissatisfied ex-employees, now followed. The methods of successful train robbing were so clearly set forth by the newspapers that nearly anyone so inclined could follow them. Among other things, while working as a freight handler, Lem Rollins had heard of the many money shipments made by the express companies and the manner in which they were guarded. The Missouri Pacific, for which he worked, was a very popular route for money shipments, both west and east, bullion and bills being in transit, all the while between St. Louis and the east, and Kansas City and the west, and although express messengers even at this time, owing to numerous train robberies which had been occurring in the west lately, were always well armed, still, these assaults had not been without success. The death of firemen, engineers, messengers, conductors, and even passengers who ventured to protest, as well as the fact that much money had recently been stolen and never recovered, had not only encouraged the growth of banditry everywhere, but had put such an unreasoning fear into most employees of the road, as well as its passengers, who had no occasion for risking their lives in defense of the roads, that but few, even of those especially picked guards, ventured to give the marauders battle. I myself, during the short time I had been in St. Louis, had helped report 3 such robberies in its immediate vicinity, in all of which cases the bandits had escaped unharmed. But the motives which eventually resulted in the amazing single-handed attempt of this particular robber were not so much that he was a discharged and poor railroad hand, unable to find any other form of employment as that in his idleness, having wandered back to his native region, he had fallen in love with a young girl. Here, being hard-pressed for cash and unable to make her such presents as he desired, he had first begun to think seriously of some method of raising money, and later, another ex-railroad hand showing up and proposing to rob a train, he had at first rejected it as not feasible, not wishing to tie himself up in a crime, especially with others. Still later, his condition becoming more pressing, had begun to think of robbing a train on his own account. Why alone? That was the point we were all most anxious to find out, single-handed and with all the odds against him. Neither Galvin or myself could induce him to make this point clear, although, once I raised it, we were both most eager to solve it. Didn't he know that he could not expect to overcome engineer and fireman, baggage man and mailman, to say nothing of the express messenger, the conductor, and the passengers? Yes, he knew, only he had thought he could do it. Other bandits, so few as 3 in one case of which he had read, had held up large trains. Why not one? Revolver shots fired about a train easily overawed all passengers, as well as the trainmen apparently. It was a life-and-death job either way, and it would be better for him if he had worked it out alone, instead of with others. Often, he said, other men squealed or they had girls who told on them. I looked at him, intensely interested, and moved to admiration by the sheer animal courage of it all, the gall, the grit, or what you will, embedded somewhere in this stocky frame. And how came he to fix on this particular train, I asked. Well, it was this way. Every Thursday and Friday, a limited running west at midnight carried larger shipments of money than on other days. This was due to exchanges being made between Eastern and Western banks, but he did not know that. Having decided on one of these trains, he proceeded by degrees to secure, first a small handbag from which he had scraped all evidence of the maker's name, then later, from other distant places, so as to avoid all chance of detection, 6 or 7 fused sticks of giant powder such as farmers use to blow up stumps, and still later 2 revolvers holding 6 cartridges each, some cartridges and cord and cloth out of which he proposed to make bundles of money. Placing all this in his bag, he eventually visited a small town nearest the spot which, because of its loneliness, he had fixed on as the ideal place for his crime, and then, reconnoitering it and its possibilities, finally arranged all his plans to a nicety. Here, as he now told us, just at the outskirts of this hamlet, stood a large water tank at which this express, as well as nearly all other trains, stopped for water. Beyond it, about 5 miles, was a wood with a marsh somewhere in its depths, an ideal place to bury his booty quickly. The express was due at this tank at about 1 in the morning. The nearest town beyond the wood was all of 5 miles away, a mere hamlet like this one. His plan was to conceal himself near this tank, and when the train stopped, and just before it started again, to slip in between the engine tender and the front baggage car, which was blind at both ends. Another arrangement, carefully executed beforehand, was to take his handbag, without the revolvers and sticks of giant powder which he would carry, and place it along the track just opposite that point in the wood where he wished the train to stop. Here, once he had concealed himself between the engine and the baggage car, and the train having resumed its journey, he would keep watch until the headlight of the engine revealed this bag lying beside the track, when he would rise up and compel the engineer to stop the train. So far, so good. However, as it turned out, 2 slight errors, one of forgetfulness and one of eyesight, caused him finally to lose the fruit of his plan. On the night in question, between 8 and 9, he arrived on the scene of action and did as he had planned. He put the bag in place and boarded the train. However, on reaching the spot where he felt sure the bag should be, he could not see it. Realizing that he was where he wished to work, he rose up, covered the two men in the cab, drove them before him to the rear of the engine, where under duress they were made to uncouple it, then conducted them to the express car door, where he presented them with a stick of giant powder and ordered them to blow it open. This they did, the messenger within having first refused so to do. They were driven into the car and made to blow open the safe, throwing out the packages of bills and coin as he commanded. But during this time, realizing the danger of either trainmen or passengers climbing down from the cars in the rear and coming forward, he had fired a few shots toward the passenger coaches, calling to imaginary companions to keep watch there. At the same time, to throw the fear of death into the minds of both engineer and fireman, he pretended to be calling to imaginary confreres on the other side of the train to keep watch over there. "Don't kill anybody unless you have to, boys," he had said, or, "That'll be all right, Frank. Stay over there. Watch that side. I'll take care of these two." And then he would fire a few more shots. Once the express door and safe had been blown open and the money handed out, he had compelled the engineer and fireman to come down, recouple the engine, and pull away. Only after the train had safely disappeared did he venture to gather up the various packages, rolling them in his coat, since he had lost his bag, and with this over his shoulder he had staggered off into the night, eventually succeeding in concealing it in the swamp and then making off for safety himself. The two things which finally caused his discovery were, first, the loss of the bag, which, after concealing the money, he attempted to find but without success, and second, and this he did not even know at the time, that in the bag which he had lost, he had placed some time before and then forgotten apparently a small handkerchief containing the initials of his love in one corner. Why he might have wished to carry the handkerchief about with him was understandable enough, but why he should have to put it into the bag and then forgot it was not clear even to himself. From the detectives, we now learn that the next day, at noon, the bag was found by other detectives and citizens just where he had placed it, and that the handkerchief had given them their first clue. The wood was searched, without success, however, save that footprints were discovered in various places and measured. Again, experts meditating on the crime decided that, owing to the hard times and the laying off and discharging of employees, some of these might have had a hand in it, and so, in due time, the whereabouts and movements of each and every one of those who had worked for the road were gone into. It was finally discovered that this particular ex-helper had returned to his native town and had been going with a certain girl, and was about to be married to her. Next, it was discovered that her initials corresponded to those on the handkerchief. Presto! Mr. Rollins was arrested, a search of his room made, and nearly all the money recovered. Then, being caught with the goods, he confessed, and here he was being hurried to St. Louis to be jailed and sentenced, while we harpies of the press and the law were gathered about him to make capital of his error. The only thing that consoled me, however, as I rode toward St. Louis and tried to piece the details of his crime together, was that I had failed to make it impossible for Galvin to get the story at all. Still, when it came to the narration of it, I should unquestionably write a better story, for he would have to tell his story to someone else, while I should be able to write my own, putting in such touches as I chose. Only one detail remained to be arranged for, and that was the matter of a picture. Why, neither Wandel nor myself, nor the editor of the Globe, had thought to include an artist on this expedition, but was more a fault of the time than anything else, illustrations for news stories being by no means as numerous as they are today, and the peripatetic photographer having not yet been invented. As we neared St. Louis, Galvin began to see the import of this very clearly, and suddenly began to comment on it, saying he guessed we'd have to send to the 4 courts afterward and have one made. Suddenly, his eyes filled with a shrewd cunning, and he turned to me and said, "How would it be, old man, if we took him up to the Globe office and let the boys make a picture of him, your friends Wood and McCord. Then both of us could get one right away. I'd say take him to the Republic, only the Globe is so much nearer, and we have that new flashlight machine, you know, which was true, the Republic being very poorly equipped in this respect. He added a friendly aside to the effect that, of course, this depended on whether the prisoner and the officers in charge were willing. Not on your life, I replied suspiciously and resentfully. Not to the Globe, anyhow. If you want to bring him down to the Republic, all right. We'll have them make pictures, and you can have one. But why not the Globe? He went on. Wood and McCord are your friends more than they are mine. Think of the difference in the distance. We want to save time, don't we? Here it is nearly 6:30, and by the time we get down there and have a picture taken, and I get back to the office, it'll be past 7 or 8. It's all right for you, I suppose, because you can write faster. But look at me. I'd just as lief go down there as not. But what's the difference? Besides, I'd just as lief go down there as not. But what's the difference? Besides, the Globe's got a much better plant, and you know it. I'd just as lief go down there as not. But what's the difference? Besides, the Globe's got a much better plant, and you know it. Either Ward or McCord will make a fine picture, and when we explain to him how it is, you'll be sure to get one. The same as us, just the same picture. Ain't that all right? No, it's not, I replied truculently, and I won't do it. That's all. It's all right about Dick and Peter. I know what they'll do for me if the paper will let them, but I know the paper won't let them. And besides, you're not going to be able to claim in the morning that this man was brought to the Globe first. I know you. Don't begin to try to put anything over on me, because I won't stand for it. See? And if these people do it anyhow, I'll make a kick at headquarters. That's all. For a moment he appeared to be quieted by this, and to decide to abandon his project, but later he took it up again, seemingly in the most conciliatory spirit in the world. At the same time, and from now on, he kept boring me with his eyes, a thing which I had never known him to do before. He was always too hangdog in looking at me, but now, of a sudden, there was something bold and friendly as well as tolerant and cynical in his gaze. "Ah, come on," he argued. He was amazingly aggressive. "What's the use of being small about it? The Globe's nearer. Think what a fine picture it'll make. If you don't, we'll have to go clear to the office and send an artist down to the jail. You can't take any good pictures down there tonight." "Cut it," I replied. "I won't do it, that's all." But even as he talked, a strange feeling of uncertainty or confusion began to creep over me. For the first time since knowing him, in spite of all my opposition of this afternoon and before, I found myself not quite hating him, but feeling as though he weren't such an utterly bad sort after all. What was so wrong about this Globe idea anyhow, I began suddenly to ask myself, in the most insane and yet dreamy way imaginable. Why wouldn't it be all right to do that? Inwardly or downwardly, or somewhere within me, something was telling me that it was all wrong and that I was making a big mistake even to think about it. I felt half asleep or surrounded by clouds, which made everything he said seem all right. Still, I wasn't asleep, and now I didn't believe a word he said. But to the Globe, sure, I found myself saying to myself in spite of myself, in a dumb, half-dumb way. That wouldn't be so bad. It's nearer. What's wrong with that? Dick or Peter will make a good picture, and then I can take it along. Only at the same time I was also thinking, I shouldn't really do that. He'll claim the credit for having brought this man to the Globe office. I'll be making a big mistake. The Republic or nothing. Let him come down to the Republic. In the meantime, we were entering St. Louis and the station. By then, somehow, he had not only convinced the sheriff and the other officers, but the prisoner. They liked him and were willing to do what he said. I could even see the rural love of show and parade gleaming in the eyes of the sheriff and the two detectives. Plainly, the office of the Globe was the great place in their estimation for such an exhibition. At the same time, Between looking at me and the prisoner and the officers, he knitted a fine mental net from which I seemed unable to escape. Even as I rose with these others to leave the train, I cried, "No, I won't come in on this. It's all right if you want to bring him down to the Republic, or you can take him to the Four Courts, but I'm not going to let you get away with this. You hear now, don't you?" But then it was too late. Once outside, Galvin laid hold of my arm in an amazingly genial fashion and hung on it. In spite of me, he seemed to be master of the situation and to realize it. Once more he began to plead, and getting in front of me, he seemed to do his best to keep my optical attention. From that point on, and from that day to this, I have never been able to explain to myself what did happen. All at once, and much more clearly than before, I seemed to see that his plan in regard to the globe was the best. It would save time, and besides, he kept repeating in an almost sing-along way that we would go first to the globe and then to the Republic. "You come up with me to the globe, and then I'll go down with you to the Republic," he kept saying. "We'll just let Wood or McCord take one picture, and then we'll all go down to your place. See?" Although I didn't see, I went. For the time, nothing seemed important. If he had stayed by me, I think he could have prevented my writing any story at all. As it was, he was so eager to achieve this splendid triumph of introducing the celebrated bandit into the editorial rooms of the Globe first, and there having him photographed and introduced to my old chief, that he hailed a carriage, and, the 6 of us crowding into it, we were bustled off in trice to the door of the Globe, where once I reached it, and seeing him and the detectives and the bandit hurrying across the sidewalk, I suddenly awoke to the obscenity of it all. "Wait," I called. "Say, hold on. Cut this. I won't do it. I don't agree to this." But it was too late. In a trice, the prisoner and the rest of them were up to the 2 or 3 low steps of the main entrance and into the hall, and I was left outside to meditate on the insanity of the thing I had done. "Great God!" I suddenly exclaimed to myself. "What have I let that fellow do to me? I've been hypnotized. That's what it is. I've allowed him to take a prisoner, whom I had in my own hands at one time, into the office of our great rival, to be photographed. He's put it all over me on this job, and I had him beaten. I had him where I could have shoved him off the train, and now I let him do this to me, and tomorrow there'll be a long editorial in the Globe telling how this fellow was brought there, first and photographed, and his picture to prove it." I swore and groaned for blocks as I walked towards the Republic, wondering what I should do. Distinct as was my failure, it was so easy, even when practically admitting the whole truth, to make it seem as though the police had deliberately worked against the Republic. I did not even have to do that, but merely recited my protests, without admitting or insisting upon hypnotism, which Wandel would not have believed anyhow. On the instant, he burst into a great rage against the police department, seeing apparently no fault in anything I had done, and vowing vengeance. They were always doing this. They did it to the Republic when he was on the Globe. Wait, he would get even with them yet. Rushing a photographer to the jail, he had various pictures made, all of which appeared with my story, but to no purpose. The Globe had us beaten. Although I had slaved over the text, giving it the finest turns I could, still, there on the front page of the Globe was a large picture of the bandit, seated in the sanctum sanctorum of the great G.D., a portion of the figure, although not his head, of its great chief standing in the background, and over it all, in extra large type, the caption, "Lone train robber visits office of Globe to pay his respects," and underneath, in italics, a full account of how he had willingly and gladly come there. I suffered tortures, not only for days, but for weeks and months, absolute tortures. Whenever I thought of Galvin, I wanted to kill him. To think, I said to myself, that I had thought of the two trains and then run across the meadow and paid the agent for stopping the train, which permitted Galvin to see the burglar at all, and then to be done in this way. And what was worse, he was so gaily and cynically conscious of having done me. When we met on the street one day, his lip curled with the old undying hatred and contempt. "These swell reporters," he sneered, "these high-priced ink-slingers. Say, who got the best of the train robber story, eh?" And I replied, but never mind what I replied. No publisher would print it. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 57 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Written by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 57. Things like these taught me not to depend too utterly on my own skill. I might propose and believe, but there were things above my planning or powers, and creatures I might choose to despise were not so helpless after all. It fixed my thoughts permanently on the weakness of the human mind as a directing organ. One might think till doomsday in terms of human ideas, but apparently over and above ideas there are forces which superseded or controlled them. My own fine contemptuous ideas might be superseded, or set at naught by the raw animal or physic force of a man like Galvin. During the next few months, a number of things happened which seemed to broaden my horizon considerably. For one thing, my trip to Chicago having received interest in me in the minds of a number of newspapermen there, and having seemingly convinced them of my success here, I was bombarded with letters from one and another wanting to know whether or not they would obtain work here, and whether I could and would aid them. At the close of the fair in Chicago in October, hard times were expected in newspaper circles there, so many men being released from work. I had letters from at least 4, one of whom was a hanger-on by the name of Michelson, of whom more anon, who would attach himself to me largely because I was the stronger and he expected aid of me. I have often thought how frequently this has happened to me, one of my typical experiences, as it is of everyone who begins to get along. It is so much easier for the strong to tolerate the weak than the strong. Strength craves psychopathy. We want only those who will swing the censer before ambitions and desires. Michelson, or Mike, was a poor hack who had been connected with a commercial agency, where daily reports had to be written out as to the financial and social conditions of John Smith, the butcher, or George Jones, the baker. This led Mike, who was a farm boy to begin with, to imagine that he could write and that he would like to run a country paper. Only he thought to get some experience in the city first, by some process of which I forgot the steps. He fixed on me, and through myself and McInnes, who was then so friendly to me, had secured a trial on the Globe in Chicago. After I left McInnes, quickly tired of him, and I heard of him next as working for the City Press, an organization which served all newspapers and paid next to nothing. Next, I heard that he was married, having succeeded so well, and still later he began to bombard me with pleas for aid in getting a place in St. Louis. Also, there were letters from much better men. H.L. Dunlap, afterwards chief press advisor of President Taft, an excellent reporter by the name of Brady, whom I have previously mentioned, and a little later, John Maxwell. Meanwhile, in spite of my great failure in connection with Galvin, my standing with Vondel seemed to rise rather than sink. Believe it or not, I became a privileged character about this institution, or its city room, a singular thing in the newspaper profession. Because of specials, I was constantly writing for the Sunday paper. I was taken up by the sporting editor, who wanted my occasional help in his work, the dramatic editor, who wanted my help in his dramatic page, asking me to see plays from time to time, and the managing editor himself, a small, gregarious, soft-spoken, red-headed man from Kansas City, who began to invite me to lunch or dinner and talk to me as though I knew much, or ought about the world he represented. I was so unfitted for all this intellectually, my hour of stability and feeling for organization and control having not yet arrived, that I scarcely knew how to manage. I was nervous, shy, poorly spoken, at least in their presence, while inward I was blazing with ambition, vanity, and self-confidence. I wanted nothing so much as to be alone with my own desires and labors, even though I believed all the while that I did not and that I was only neglected. Unsophisticated as I really was, I began to see Wandel as but a minor figure in this journalistic world, or but one of many, likely to be here and gone tomorrow, and I staggered about, taking liberties which months before I should never have dreamed of taking. He talked to me too freely, and showed me that he relied on my advice and judgment in admiring my work. All out of town assignments of any importance were given to me. Occasionally at 7 in the morning he would say that he would buy me a drink if I would wait a minute, a not very wise thing to do. Later, after completing one big assignment or another, I will stroll out of the office at, say, 8:30 or 9 without a word, or a buyer leave, and so respectful had he become that instead of calling me down in person, he began writing me monitory letters, couched in the most diplomatic language, but insisting that I abide by the rules which govern other reporters. But by now I had grown so in my own estimation that I smiled confidently, knowing very well that he would not fire me. My salary was too small. Besides, I knew that he really needed me, or someone like me, and I saw no immediate rival anywhere, one who would work as hard and for as little. Still, I would reform for a time, or would plead that the managing or the dramatic editor had asked me to do thus and so. To hell with the managing editor, he one day exclaimed in a rage. This is my department. If he wants you to sit around with him, let him come to me, or else you first see that you have my consent. At the same time, he remained most friendly, and would sit and chat over proposed stories, giving my advice as to how to do them. And as one man after another left him, or he wanted to enlarge his staff, he would ask me if I knew anyone who would make a satisfactory addition. Having had these appeals from Dunlap, Brady, and several others still in Chicago, I named first Dunlap, because I felt so sure of his merit, and then these others. To my surprise, he had me write Dunlap to come to work, and when he came and made good, Wandel asked me to bring still others to him. This flattered me very much. I felt myself becoming a power. The result was that after a time 5 men, 3 from Chicago and 2 from other papers in St. Louis, were transferred to the staff of the Republic by reason of my recommendation, and that with full knowledge of the fact that I was the one to whom they owed their opportunity. You may imagine the errors which I assumed. About this time, still another thing occurred which lifted me still more in my own esteem. Strolling into a southern hotel one evening, I chanced to see my old chief, Mikolag, sitting as was his custom near one of the pillars of the lobby, reading his evening paper. It had always been such a pleasing and homelike thing in my days of the globe to walk into the lobby around the dinner time and see this great chief in his low shoes and white socks sitting and reading here, as though he were in his own home. It took away a bit of the loneliness of the city for me, for he appeared to have no other home than this, and he was my chief. And now, for the first time since I had so ignominiously retired from the globe, I saw him as before, smoking and reading. Hitherto I had carefully avoided this and every other place at such hours as I was likely to encounter him. But now I had grown so conceited that I was not quite so much afraid of him. He was still wonderful to me, but I was beginning to feel that I had a future of my own, and that I could achieve it, regardless perhaps of the error that had so pained me then. Still, I felt to the full all that old allegiance, respect and affection which had dominated me while I was on the globe. He was my big editor, my chief, and there was none other like him, anywhere for me. And there never was afterwards. Nearing the newsstand for which I made it at sight of him, in the hope that I should escape unseen, I saw him get up and come forward, perhaps to secure a cigar or another paper. I flushed guiltily and looked wildly about for some place to hide. It was not to be. "Good evening, Mr. Kellogg," I said politely as he neared me. "How do you do?" he returned gutturally, but with such an air of sociability as I had never noticed in him before. "How do you do? Well, you're still about, I see. You're on the Republic, I believe." "Yes, sir," I said. I was so pleased and flattered to think that he should trouble to talk to me at all, or to indicate that he knew where I was, that I would scarcely contain myself. I continued to thank him, to apologize, to tell him how wonderful he was to me, and what a fool I was in my own estimation. But I couldn't. My tongue was thick. "You like it over there?" "Yes, sir, fairly well, sir." I was as humble in his presence as a Jacky is before an offer. He seemed always so forceful and commanding. That little matter of those theatres, he began after a pause, turning and walking back to his chair, I following. I don't think you understand quite how I felt about that. I was sorry to see you go. Um, um, and he cleared his throat. It was an unfortunate mistake all around. I wanted you to know that I did not blame you so much. Um, you might have been relieved of other work. I don't want to take you away from any other paper, but I want you to know that if you are ever free and want to come back, you can. There is no prejudice in my mind against you. I don't know of anything that ever moved me more. It was wonderful, thrilling. I could have cried from sheer delight. He, my manager, saying this to me. And after all these wretched hours, what a fool I was. I now thought now to have gone to him personally then and asked his consideration. However, as I saw it, it was too late. Why change it now and go back? But I was so excited that I could scarcely speak, and probably would not have known what to say if I had tried. I stood there, and finally blurted out, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Kellogg. I didn't mean to do what I did. It was a mistake. I had that extra assignment and—" "Oh, that's all right. That's all right," he insisted gruffly, and as if he wished to be done with it once and for all. "No harm done. I didn't mind that so much, but you needn't have left. That's what I wish you to understand. You could have stayed if you had wanted to. As I viewed it afterward, my best opportunity for a secure position in St. Louis was here. If I had only known it, or knowing, had been quick to take advantage of it, I might have profited greatly." McCulloch's mood was plainly warm toward me. He probably looked upon me as a foolish and excitable but fairly capable boy whom it would have been his pleasure to assist in this world. He had brought me from Chicago. Perhaps he wished me to remain under his eye. Plainly a word, and I could have returned. I am sure of it. Perhaps never to leave. As it was, however, I was so nervous and excited that I took no advantage of it. Possibly he noticed my embarrassment and was pleased. At any rate, as I mumbled my thanks and gratitude for all he had done for me, saying that if I were doing things over, I should try to do differently, he interrupted me with, "Just a moment. It may be that you have some young friend whom you want to help to a position here in St. Louis. If you have, send him to me. I'll do anything I can for him. I'm always glad to do anything I can for young men." I smiled and flushed and thanked him, but for the life of me I could think of nothing else to say. It was so strange, so tremendous, that this man should want to do anything for me after all the ridiculous things I had done under him, that I could only hurry away out of his sight. Once in the shielding darkness outside, I felt better, but sad. It seemed as if I had made a mistake, as if I should have asked him to take me back. Why? He as much as offered to, I said to myself. I can go back there any time I wish, or he'll give me a place for someone else. Think of it. Then he doesn't consider me a fool as I thought he did. For days thereafter, I went about my work trying to decide whether I should resign from the Republic and return to him. Only now I seemed so very important here, to myself at least, that it did not seem wise. Wasn't I getting along? Would returning to work under Michelle be an advantage? I decided not. Also, that I had no real excuse for leaving the Republic at present, so I did nothing, waiting to be aptly sure what I wanted to do. There was a feeling growing at me at this time that I really did not want to stay in St. Louis at all. That perhaps it would be better for me if I should move on elsewhere. McGinnis, as I recalled, had cautioned me to that effect, another newspaperman, writing me from Chicago and asking for a place, a friend of Dunlap's, by the way. I recommended him and he was put to work on the Globe, Democrat, and so my reputation for influence in the local newspaper affairs grew. And in the meantime, still other things have been happening to me which seem to complicate my life here, and make me almost a fixture in St. Louis. For one thing, worrying over the well-being of my two brothers, E and A, who were still in Chicago, and wishing to do something to improve their conditions. I thought that St. Louis would be as good a place for them as any in which to try their fortunes anew. Both had seemed rather unhappy in Chicago, and since I was getting along here, I felt that it would be only decent in me to give them a helping hand if I could. The blood tie was rather strong in me then. I have always had a weakness for members of our family regardless of their deserts or mine, what I thought they had done to me. I had a comfortable floor with ample room for them. If I chose to invite them and I thought that my advice and aid and enthusiasm might help them to do better, there was in me then and has remained, though in a fading form, I am sorry to say, a sort of home longing, a German Heimweh, no doubt, which made me look back on everything in connection with our troubled lives with a sadness, an ache, a desire to remedy or repair, if possible, some of the ills and pains that had beset us all. We had not always been unhappy together. What family ever has been? We had quarreled over trivial things, but there had been many happy hours. And now we were separated, and those two brothers were not doing as well as I. I say it in faint extenuation of all the many hard, unkind things I have done in my time, that at the thought of the possible misery some of my brothers and sisters might be enduring, the lacks from which they might be hopelessly suffering, my throat often tightened and my heart ached. Life bears so hard on us all, on many so terribly. What E or A, longing for something and not being able to afford it. It hurt me far more than any lack of my own ever could. It never occurred to me that they might be wishing to help me. It was always I, hard up or otherwise, wishing that I might do something for them. And this longing in the face of no complaint on their part and no means on mine to translate it into anything much better than wishes and dreams made it all the more painful at times. My plan was to bring them here and give them a little leisure, to look about for some way to better themselves. And then, well, then I should not need to worry about them so much. With this in mind, I wrote first to E, and then A. And the former, younger and more restless and always more attracted to me than any of the others, soon came on, while A required a little more time to think. However, in the course of time he too appeared, and then we three were installed in our rooms, the harboring of my brothers costing me $5 additional. Here we kept Bachelor's Hall, gay enough while it lasted, but more or less clouded over all the while by their need of finding work. I had forgotten, or did not know, or the fact did not make a sufficient sharp impression of me, that this was a panic year, 1893, and that there were hundreds of thousands of men out of work. The country over, indeed, trade was at a standstill, or nearly so. When I first went on the Republic, if I had only stopped to remember, many factories were closing down or slowing up, discharging men or issuing scrip of their own, or if to pay them until time should be better. And some shops and stores were failing entirely. It had been my first experience of a panic, and should have made a deep impression on me had I been of a practical turn. For one of my earliest assignments had been to visit some of the owners of the factories and stores and shops and ask the cause of their decline, and whether better times were in sight. Occasionally, even then, I read the long editorials in the Republic or the Globe on the subject, yet I could take no interest in them. They were too heavy, I thought, yet I can remember the gloom hanging over streets and shops, and how solemnly some of the manufacturers spoke of the crisis and the hard times yet in store. There were to be hard times for a year or more. I recall one old man at this time, very frowsy and stiff and conventional, one of our best businessmen, who had had a large iron factory on the south side for 50 years, and who now in his old age had to shut down for good. Being sent out to interview him, I found him, after a long search, in one of the silent wings of his empty foundry, walking about alone, examining some machinery, which also was still. I asked him what the trouble was, and if he would resume work soon again. Just say that I'm done, he replied. This panic has finished me. I could go on later, I suppose. But I'm too old to begin all over again. I haven't any money now, and that's all there is to it. I left him meditating over some tools he was trying to adjust. In the face of this, imagine my gaily inviting my two brothers to this difficult scene, and then expecting them to get along in some way, persuading them to throw up whatever place or position they had in Chicago. Yet in so doing, I satisfied an emotional or psychic longing to have them near me, and to do something for them, and beyond that I did not think. In fact, it took me years and years to get one thing straight in my poor brain, and that was this: that aside from the economic or practical possibility of translating one's dreams into reality, the less one broods over them, the better. Here I am now, earning the very inadequate stipend of $18, or it may have been 20 or 22, for I have a dim recollection of having been given at least one raise in pay, yet with no more practical sense than to undertake a burden which I could not possibly sustain. For despite my good intentions, I had no surplus wherewith to sustain my brothers, assuming that their efforts proved even temporarily unavailing. All this dream of doing something for them was based on goodwill and a total inadequate income. In consequence, it could not but fail, as it did, seeing that St. Louis was far less commercially active than Chicago. It was not growing much, and there was an older and much more European theory of apprenticeship and continuity in place and type of work than prevailing at that time in the Windy City. Work was really very hard to get, especially in manufacturing and commercial lines, and in consequence, my two brothers, after only a week or two of pleasuring, which was all I could afford, were compelled to hunt here and there, early and late, without finding anything to do. True, I tried to help them in one way and another, with advice as to institutions, lines of work and the like, but to no end. But before and after they came, how enthusiastically, and no doubt falsely, I painted the city of St. Louis, its large size, opportunities, beauties, etc., and once they were here, I put myself to the task of showing them its charms. But to no avail. We went about together to restaurants, parks, theaters, outlying places. As long as it was new and they felt that there was some hope of finding work, they were gay enough and interested, and we spent a number of delightful hours together. But as time wore on and fading summer days proved that their dreams and mine were hopeless, and they could do no better than here in Chicago, as if as well, their moods changed, as did mine. The burden of expense was considerable, while paying gaily enough for food and rent, and even laundry. For the three, I began to wonder whether I should be able to endure the strain much longer. Love them as I might in their absence, and happy as I was with them. Still, it was not possible for me to keep up in this place. I was depriving myself of bare necessities, and I think they saw it. I said nothing, that I am positive, but after a month or 6 of trial and failure, they themselves saw the point and became unhappy over it. Our mornings and evening hours, whenever I could see them in the evening, became less and less gay. Finally A, with his usual eye for the sensible, announced that he was tired of searching here and was about to return to Chicago. He did not like St. Louis anyhow. It was a hell of a place, a third-rate city. He was going back where he could get work. And E, perhaps recalling past joys of which I knew nothing, said he was going also. And so once more I was alone. Yet even this rough experience had no marked effect on me. It taught me little, if anything, in regard to the economic struggle. I know now that these two must have had a hard time replacing themselves in Chicago at the time, but the meaning of it did not get to me then. As for E, some years later I persuaded him to join me in New York, where I managed to keep him by me that time until he became self-supporting. End of chapter 57. Chapter 48 of a book about myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A book about myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 48. Because Miss W. lived some distance from the city and remained there until her school season opened, I neglected to write to her. But once September had come, and the day of her return was near, I began to think of her and soon was as keenly interested as ever. Her simplicity and charm came back to me with great force, and I one day sat down and wrote her a brief letter recalling our Chicago days, and asking her how long it would be before she would be returning to St. Louis. I was rather nervous now, lest she should not answer. In due time, however, a note came in which she told me that she expected to be at Florissant, about 20 or 25 miles out of St. Louis, by September 15th, when her school work would begin, and that she would be in St. Louis shortly afterward to visit an aunt and hoped to see me. There was something about the letter so simple, direct and yet artful that it touched me deeply. As I had said, I really knew nothing of the conditions which surrounded her, and yet from the time I had received the letter I sensed something that appealed to me, a brilliant simplicity plus a certain artful daintiness, the power I suppose to pose under my glance and yet evade, which held me in a vise. Beside her, all others seemed harder, holder, or of coarser fibre. It does not matter now, but as I look back on it, there seems to have been more of pure, exalted, or frenetic romance in this thing, at first, and even a year or so afterward, than in any mating experience of which I have any recollection, with the possible exception of Alice. Unlike most of my other affairs, this, in the beginning at least, seemed more a matter of pure romance or poetry, a desire to see and be near her. Indeed, I could only think of her as a part of some idyllic country scene, of walking or riding with her along some leafy country lane, of rowing a little boat on a stream, of sitting with her under the trees in the hammock. of watching her play tennis, of being with her where grass, flowers, trees, and a blue sky were, in that idyllic world of the fair she had seemed well placed. This must be a perfect love, I thought. Here was your truly sweet, pure girl who inspired a man with a nobler passion than mere lust. I began to picture myself with her in a home somewhere, possibly here in St. Louis, of going with her to church even, for I fancied she was of a strict religious bent, of pushing a baby carriage, indeed, of leading a thoroughly domestic life, and being happy in it. We fell into a correspondence which swiftly took on a regular form and resulted, on my part, in a most extended correspondence, letters so far that they surprised even myself. I found myself in the grip of a letter-writing fever, such as hitherto had never possessed me. I found myself in the grip of a letter-writing fever, such as hitherto had never possessed me, writing long, personal, intimate accounts of my own affairs, my work, my dreams, what not, as well as what I thought of her, of the beauty of life as I had seen it with her in Chicago, my theories and imaginings in regards to everything. As I see it now, this was perhaps my first and easiest attempt at literacy expression, the form being negligible and yet sufficient to encompass and embody without difficulty all the surging and seething emotions and ideas which had hitherto been locked up in me, bubbling and steaming to the explosion point. Indeed, the newspaper forms to which I was daily compelled to confine myself offered no outline. In addition, in Miss W. I had found a seemingly sympathetic and understanding soul, one which required and inspired all the best that was in me. I was now, as I told myself, on the verge of something wonderful, a new life. I must work, save, advance myself, and better my condition generally, so as to be worthy of her. At the very same time, I was still able to see beauty in other women and the cloying delights of those who would never be able to see as good as she. They might be good enough for me, but far beneath her whose eyes were too pure to behold evil. In the latter part of September, she came to St. Louis and gave me my first delighted sight of her since we had left Chicago. At this time, I was at the topmost toss of my adventures in St. Louis. I was, as I now assumed, somebody. By now, also I had found a new room in the very heart of the city, on Broadway near the Southern, and was leading a bachelor existence under truly metropolitan circumstances. This room was on the third floor rear of a building which looked out over some nondescript music hall, whose glass roof was just below, and from whence nightly, and frequently in the afternoon, issued all sorts of garish music hall clatter, including music and singing and voices in monologue or dialogue. One block south were the Southern Hotel, Faust's Restaurant, and the Olympic Theatre. In the block north were the courthouse and Dick's old room, which by now he had abandoned, having, in spite of all his fine dreams of a resplendent heiress, married a girl whom, together, we had met in the church some months before, a circus rider. Thereafter he had removed to a prosaic flat on the south side, an institution which seemed to me but a crude and rather pathetic attempt at worthless domesticity. I should like to report here that something over a year later, this first marriage of his terminated in the death of his wife. Later, some 2 or 3 years, he indulged in a second most prosaic and inartistic romance, wedding finally, on this occasion, the daughter of a carpenter and her name Sophronisby Bonerga Watkins. And a year or 2 after this, she was burned to death by an exploding oil stove, and this was the man who was bent on capturing an heiress. In my new room, therefore, because it was more of a centre, I had already managed to set up a kind of garret saloon, which was patronized by Dick and Peter, Rothenberg, Dunlap, Braley, and a number of other acquaintances. No sooner was I settled here than Michelson, whose affairs I had straightened out by getting him a place on the Republic, put in an appearance, and also John Maxwell, who became of untoward conditions in Chicago, had come to St. Louis to better his fortunes. But more of that later. In spite of all these friends and labors, and attempts at aiding others, it was my affair with Miss W, which now completely engrossed me. So seriously had I taken this new adventure to heart that I was scarcely able to eat or sleep. Once I knew definitely that she was inclined to like me, as her letters proved, and the exact day of arrival had been fixed. I walked on air. I had not been able to save much money since I had been on the Republic, possibly $100 all told, and that since my brothers had left. But of that I took 40 or 50 and brought a new fall suit of a most pronounced, if not startling pattern, the coat being extra long and of no known relation to any current style, any idea of my own, to say nothing of such extras as patent leather shoes, ties, collars, a new pearl gray hat, all purchased in view of this expected visit for her especially the occasion. Although I had little money for what I considered the essentials of courtship, theater boxes, dinners, and suppers at the best restaurants, flowers, candy, still I hoped to make an impression. Why shouldn't I? Being a newspaperman and an ex-dramatic editor, to say nothing of my rather close friendship with the present Republic critic, I could easily obtain theater tickets, although the exigencies of my work often prevented, as I discovered afterwards, my accompanying her for more than an hour at a time. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 49. On the day of her arrival, I arrayed myself in my best, armed myself with flowers, candy, and 2 tickets for the theater, and made my way out to her aunt's in one of the simpler home streets in the West End. I was so fearful that my afternoon assignment should prove a barrier to my seeing her that day that I went to her as early as 10:30, intending to offer her the tickets and arrange to stop for her afterwards at the theater, or, failing that, to see her for a little while in the evening if my assignments permitted. I was so vain of my standing in her eyes, so anxious to make a good impression, that I was ashamed to confess that my reportorial duties made it difficult for me to see her at all. After my free days in Chicago, I wanted her to think that I was more than a mere reporter, a sort of traveling correspondent and feature man, which, in a way, I was, only my superiors were determined to keep me for some reason in the ordinary repertorial class taking daily assignments as usual. Instead of confessing my difficulties, I made a great show of freedom. I found her in a small, tree-shaded, cool-looking brick house, with a brick sidewalk before it and a space of grass on one side. Never did place seem more charming. I stared at it as one might at a shrine. Here at last was the temporary home of my beloved, and she was within. I knocked, and an attractive slip of a girl, her niece, as I learned, answered. I was shown into a long, dustless, darkened parlor. After giving me time to weigh the taste and affluence of her relatives according to my standards, she arrived, the beloved, the beautiful. In view of many later sadder things, it seems that here, at last, I might attempt to do her full justice. She seemed exquisite to me then, a trim, agreeable sylph of a girl, with a lovely oval face, stark red hair, braided and coiled after the fashion of a Greek head, a clear pink skin, long, narrow, almond-shaped, gray-blue eyes, delicate, graceful hands, a perfect figure, small, well-formed feet. There was something of the wood or water nymph about her, a seeking in her eyes, a breath of wild winds in her hair, a scarlet glory to her mouth. And yet, she was so obviously a simple and inexperienced country girl, caught firm and fast in American religious and puritanic traditions, and with no hint in her mind of all the wild, mad ways of the world. Sometimes I have grieved that she ever met me, or that I so little understood myself as to have sought her out. I first saw her, after this long time, framed in a white doorway, and she made a fascinating picture. Here, as in Chicago, she seemed shy, innocent, questioning, as one who might fly at the first sound. I gazed in admiration. Despite a certain something in her letters, which had indirectly assured me of her affection or her desire for mine, still she held aloof, extending a cool hand and asking me to sit down, smiling tenderly and graciously. I felt odd, out of place, and yet wonderfully drawn to her, passionately interested. What followed, by way of conversation, I cannot remember now, talk of the fair, I suppose, some of those we had known, her summer, mine. She took my roses and pinned some of them on, placing the rest in a jar. There was a piano here, and after a time she consented to play. In a moment it seemed it was 12:30, and I had to go. I walked on air. It seemed to me that I had never seen anyone more beautiful, and I doubt now that I had. There was no reason to be applied to the thing. It was plain infatuation, a burning, consuming desire for her. If I had lost her then and there, or any time within a year thereafter, I should have deemed it the most amazing affair of my life. I returned to the office and took some assignment, which I cut short about 3:30 in order to get back to the Grand Opera House to sit beside her. The play was an Irish love drama, with Chauncey Olcott, the singing comedian, in the title role. With her beside me, I thought it perfect. Love, ah, love. When the performance was ended, I was ready to weep over the torturing beauty of life. Outside, we found the matinee crowds, the carriages, the sense of autumn gaiety and show in the air. A nearby ice cream and candy store was crowded to suffocation. Young girls of the better families hummed like bees. Because of my poverty and certain station, I felt depressed, at the same time pretending to a station which I felt to be most unreal. The mixture of ambition and uncertainty, pride, a gay coaxing in the air, added to the need to return to conventional toil. How these tortured me! Nothing surprises me now more than my driving emotions all through this period. I was one possessed. We parted at a streetcar, when I wanted a carriage. We met at her aunt's home at 8:30 because I saw an opportunity of deliberately evading an assignment. In this simple parlor, I dreamed the wildest, the most fantastic dreams. She was the be-all and the end-all of my existence. Now I must work for her, wait for her, succeed for her. Her mediocre piano technique seemed perfect, her voice ideal. Never was such beauty, such color. St. Louis took on a glamour which it had never before possessed. If only this love affair could have gone on to a swift fruition, it would have been perfect, blinding. But all the formalities, traditions, beliefs of a conventional and puritanic region were in the way. Love, as it is in most places, and despite its consuming blaze, was a slow process. There must be many such visits, I knew, before I could even place an arm about her. I was to be permitted to take her to church, to concerts, the theater, a restaurant occasionally, but nothing more. The next morning I went to church with her. The next afternoon unavoidable work kept me from her, but that night I shirked and stayed with her until 11. The next morning, since she had to catch an early train for Florissant, I slept late, but during the next 2 weeks she could not come oftener, having to spend one Sunday with her folks as she referred to them, I poured forth my amazement and delight on reams of thin paper. I wonder now where they are. Once there was a trunkful. Perhaps the most interesting effect of this sudden fierce passion was the heightened color it lent to everything. Never before had I realized, quite so clearly, the charm of life as life, its wondrous singing, its intense appeal. I remember witnessing a hanging about this time, standing beside the murderer when the trap was sprung, and being horrified, sickened to death. Yet when I returned to the office and there was a letter from her, the world was perfect once more, no evil or pain in it. I followed up the horrors of a political catastrophe in which a city treasurer shot himself to escape the law, but a letter from her, and the world was beautiful. A Negro in an outlying county assaulted a girl, and I arrived in time to see him lynched. But walking in the wood afterward, away from the swinging body, I thought of her, and life contained not a single ill. Such is infatuation. If I had been alive before, now I was more than alive. I tingled all over with longing and aspiration to be an editor, a publisher, a playwright, I know not what. The simple homes I had dreamed over before, as representing all that was charming and soothing and shielding, were now twice as attractive. Love, all its possibilities, paraded before my eyes, a gorgeous, fantastic procession. Love, love, the charm of a home in which it would find its most appropriate setting, the brooding tenderness of it, its healing force against the blows of ordinary life. To be married, to have your beloved with you, to have a charming home to which to return of an evening, or at any hour, sick or well. I was young, in good health and spirits. In a few years I should be neither so young nor so vital. Age would descend, cold, gray, thin, passionless. This glorious, glorious period of love, desire, would be gone, and then what? Ah, and then what? If I did not achieve now and soon all that I desired in the way of tenderness, fortune, beauty now when I was young and could enjoy it, my chance would once and for all be over. I should be helpless. Youth would come no more. Love would come no more. But now life was sounding, singing, urging, teasing. But also it was running away fast. And what was I doing about it? What could I do? The 5 months which followed were a period of just such color and mood, the richest period of rank romanticism I have ever endured. At times I could laugh, at others sigh, over the incidents of this period, for there is as little happiness in love as there is out of it, at least in my case. If I had only known myself, I might have seen, and that plainly, that it was not any of the charming conventional things which this girl represented, but her charming physical self that I craved. The world, as I see it now, has trussed itself up too helplessly with too many strings of convention, religion, dogma. It has accepted too many rules, all calculated for the guidance of individuals, in connection with the propagation and rearing of children, the conquest and development of this planet. This is all very well for those who are interested in that, but what of those who are not? Is it everybody's business to get married and accept all the dictates of conventional society, that is, bear and rear children according to a given social or religious theory? Cannot the world have too much of mere breeding? Are 2 billion wage slaves, for instance, more advantageous than 1 billion, or 1 billion more than 500 million? Or is an unconquered planet less interesting than a conquered one? Isn't the mere contact of love, if it produces ideas, experiences, tragedies even, as important as raising a few 100,000 coal miners, railroad hands, or heroes destined to be eventually ground or shot in some contest with autocratic or capitalistic classes? And furthermore, I am inclined to suspect that the monogamous standard to which the world has been tethered, much too harshly for 1,000 years or more, now is entirely wrong. I do not believe that it is nature's only or ultimate way of continuing or preserving itself, nor am I inclined to accept the belief that it produces the highest type of citizen. The ancient world knew little of strict monogamy, and some countries today are still without it. Even in our religious or moralistic day, we are beginning to see less and less of its strict enforcement. 50,000 divorces in one state in 1 year is but a straw. It is a product, I suspect, of intellectual lethargy or dullness, a mental incapacity of individuality. What we have achieved is a vast ruthless machine for the propagation of people far beyond the world's need, even if its capacity to support decently. In special cases, where the strong find themselves, we see more of secret polygamy and polyandry than is suspected by the dull and the ignorant. Economic opportunity, plus love or attraction, arranges all this, all the churches, laws, disasters to the contrary notwithstanding. Love or desire, where economic conditions permit, will and does find a way. Here I was dreaming of all the excellencies of which the conventionalists prate in connection with home, peace, stability, and the like, anxious to put my neck under that yoke, when in reality, what I really wanted, and the only thing that my peculiarly erratic and individual disposition would permit, was mental and personal freedom. I did not really want any such conventional girl at all, and if I had clearly understood what it all meant, I might have only been too glad to give her up. What I wanted was the joy of possessing her without any of the hindrances or binding chains of convention and monogamy, but she would none of it. This unsatisfied desire added to a huge world sorrow over life itself, the richness and promise of the visible scene, the sting and urge of its beauty, the briefness of our days, the uncertainty of our hopes, the smallness of our capacity to achieve or consume where so much is, produced an intense ache and urge which endured until I left St. Louis. I was so staggered by the promise and the possibilities of life, at the same time growing more and more doubtful of my capacity to achieve anything, that I was falling into a profound sadness. Yet, I was only 22, and between these thoughts would come intense waves of do and dare. I was to be all that I fancied, achieve all that I dreamed. As a contrast to all these thoughts, fancies, and depressions, I indulged in a heavy military coat of the most disturbing length, a wide-brimmed Stetson hat, Southern style, gloves, a cane, soft-pleated shirts, a most outre equipment for all occasions, including those on which I could call upon her or take her to a theater or restaurant. I remember one Saturday morning, when I was on my way to see my lady love and had stopped at the Olympic to secure 2 seats, meeting a dapper, rather flashy newspaper man. I had on the military coat, the hat, a pair of bright yellow gloves, narrow-toed patent leather shoes, a ring, a pin, a suit brighter than his own, a cane, and I was carrying a bouquet of roses. I was about to take a streetcar out of her place, not being prosperous enough to hire a carriage. "Well, forsake, old man, what's up?" he called, seizing me by the arm. "You're not getting married, are you?" "Ah, cut the comedy," I replied, or words to that effect. "Can't a fellow put on any decent clothes in this town without exciting the natives? What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," he replied apologetically. "You look swell. You got on more dog than ever I see a newspaper man around here pull. You must be getting along. How are things at the Republic anyhow?" We now conversed more affably. He touched the coat gingerly and with interest, felt the quality of the cloth, looked me up and down, seemingly with admiration, more likely with amazement, shook his head approvingly, and said, "Some class, I must say. You're right there, sport, with the raiment," and walked off. It was in this style that I prosecuted my quest. For my ordinary day's labor, I wore other clothes, but sometimes, when stealing a march on my city editor's Saturday afternoons or Sunday or evenings, I had to perform a lightning change act in order to get into my finery, pay my visit, and still get back to the office between 11 and 12 or before 6:30 in my ordinary clothes. Sometimes I changed as many as 3 times in one afternoon or evening. My room, being near here, facilitated this. A little later, when I was more experienced, I aided myself to this speed by wearing all but the coat and hat, an array in which I never presumed to enter the office. Even my ultra-impressive suit and my shoes, shirts, and ties attracted attention. "Gee whiz, Mr. Dreiser," my pet office boy at the Republic once remarked to me as I entered in this array, "you certainly look as though you ought to own the paper. The boss don't look like you." Wandell, Williams, the sporting editor, the religious editor, the dramatic editor, all eyed me with evident curiosity. "You certainly are laying it on thick these days," Williams genially remarked, beaming on me with his one eye. As for my lady love, well, I reached the place where I could hold her hand, put my arms about her, kiss her, but never could I induce her to sit on my lap. That was reserved for a much later date. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 50. All love transports contain an element of the ridiculous, I presume, but to each, how very important. I will pass mine over with what I have already said, save this, that each little variation in her costume, however slight, in her coiffure, or the way she looked or walked amid new surroundings, all seemed to re-emphasize the perfection that I had discovered and was so fortunate as to possess. She gave me her photograph, which I framed in silver and hung in my room. I begged for a lock of her hair, and finding a bit of blue ribbon that I knew belonged to her, purloined that. She would not allow me to visit at Florissant, where she taught, being bashful about confessing this new relationship, but nevertheless, on several Sundays when she was at her home upstate, I visited this glorious region, hallowed by her presence, and tried to decide for myself just where she lived and taught, her sacred rooms. A little later, an exposition or state fair was held in the enormous exposition building at 14th and Olive Streets, and here, when the Sousa concerts were first on, and later, when the gay veiled prophets' festivities began, a sort of Roman harvest rejoicing, winding up with a great parade and ball, I saw her more than ever before. It was during this time, in a letter, that she confessed that she loved me. Before this, however, seeing that I made no progress in any other way, being allowed no intimacy beyond an occasional stolen kiss, I had proposed to her and been accepted with a kind of morbid formalism. I had had to ask her in the most definite way and be formally accepted as her affianced husband. Thereafter, I squandered my last cent to purchase a diamond ring at wholesale, secured through a friend on the globe, and then, indeed, I felt myself set up in the world as one who was destined to trend the conventional and peaceful ways of the majority. Yet, in spite of my profound infatuation, I was still able to see beauty in other women and be moved by it. The chemical attractions and repulsions which draw us away from one and to another are beginning to be more clearly understood in these days, and to undermine our more formal notions of stability and order, but even at that time, this variation in myself might have taught me to look with suspicion on my own emotions. I think I did imagine that I was a scoundrel in harboring lusts after other women, when I was so deeply involved with this one, but I told myself that I must be peculiarly afflicted in this way, that all men were not so, that I myself should and probably would hold myself in check eventually, etc., all of which merely proves how disjointed and non-self-understanding can be the processes of the human mind. Not only do we fail to see ourselves as others see us, but we have not the faintest conception of ourselves as we really are. An incident which might have proved to me how shallow was the depth of my supposed feeling, and that it was nothing more than a strong sex desire, was this. One night, about 12, a telephone message to the Republic stated that on a branch extension of one of the car lines, about 7 or 8 miles from the city, a murder had just been committed. 3 Negroes entering a lone owl car, which ran from the city terminus to a small village, had shot and killed the conductor and fired on the motorman. A young girl who had been on board, the only passenger, had escaped by the front door and had not since been heard of, or so the telephone message stated. As I happened to be in the office at the time, the story was assigned to me. By good luck, I managed to catch a 12 o'clock theater car and arrived at the end of the line at 12:40, where I had learned that the body of the dead man had been transferred to his home at some point further out, and that a posse of male residents of the region had already been organized and were now helping the police to search this country round for the Negroes. When I asked about the girl who had been on board, one of the men at the barn exclaimed, "Sure, she's a wonder. You want to tell about her? She hunted up the house, borrowed a horse, and notified everybody along the route. She's the one that first phoned the news." Here was a story indeed. Midnight, a murder, dark woods, lonely country. A girl flees from 3 murderous drunken Negroes, borrows a horse, and tells all the countryside. What more could a newspaper man want? I was all ears. Now, if she were only good-looking. I now realized that my first duty was not so much to see the body of the dead man and interview his wife, although that was an item not to be neglected, or the motorman who had escaped with his life, although he was here and told me all that had happened quite accurately, but this girl, this heroine, who, they said, was no more than 17 or 18. The car in which the murder had been committed was here in the barn. The bloodstains of the victim were still to be seen on the floor. I took this car, which was now carrying a group of detectives, a doctor, and some other officials, to the dead man's house, or to the house of the girl, I forget which. When I arrived there, I discovered that a large, comfortable residence, some little distance beyond the home of the dead man, was the scene of all news and activity. For here it was that the body of the conductor had been carried, and from here the girl had taken a horse and ridden far and wide to call others to her aid. When I hurried up to the door, she had returned and was holding a sort of levee. The large living room was crowded, and in the center, under the flame of a hanging lamp, was this maiden, rather pretty, with her hair brushed straight back from her forehead and her face alight with the intensity of her recent experiences and actions. I drew near and surveyed her over the shoulders of the others as she talked, finally getting close enough to engage her in direct conversation, as was my duty. She was very simple in manner and speech, not quite the dashing heroine I had imagined, yet attractive enough. For my benefit, and possibly for the dozenth time, she narrated all that had befallen her from the time she boarded the car until she had leaped from the front step after the shot and hid in the wood, finding her way to this house eventually, and borrowing a horse to notify others because, for one thing, there was no telephone here, and for another, there was no man at home at the time who could have gone for her. With a kind of naïve enthusiasm, she explained to me that once the shot had been fired and the conductor had fallen face down in the car, he had come in to rebuke these boisterous blacks who were addressing bold remarks to her. She was cold with fright, but after she had left the car, she felt calmer and determined to do something to aid in the capture of the murderers. Hiding behind bushes, she had seen the Negroes dash out of the rear of the car and run back along the track into the darkness, and had then hurried in the other direction, coming to this house and summoning aid. It was a fine story, her ride in the darkness and how people rose to come out and help her. I made copious notes in my mind, took her name and address, visited the conductor's wife, who was a little distance away, and then hurried to the nearest telephone to communicate my news. During this conversation with the girl, I made an impression on her. As we talked, I had drawn quite close, and my enthusiasm for her deed had drawn forth various approving smiles and exclamations. When I took her address, I said I should like to know more of her, and she smiled and said, "Well, you can see me any time tomorrow." This was Saturday night. The Republic at this time had instituted what it called a reward for heroism medal to be given to whosoever should perform a truly heroic deed during the current year within the city or its immediate suburbs. Thinking over this girl's deed as I went along, and wondering how I should proceed in the matter of retaining her interest, I thought of this medal and asked myself why it should not be given to her. She was certainly worthy of it. Plainly she was a hero, riding thus in the darkness and in the face of such a crime, and good-looking too, and 18. After I had reached the office and written a most glowing account of all this for the late edition, I decided to speak to Wandel the next day, and did. He fell in with the idea at once. "A fine idea," he squeaked shrilly. "Bully, we'll do that. You'll have to go back, though, and see whether she'll accept it. Sometimes these people won't stand for all this notoriety stuff, you know. But if she does... By the way," he asked quickly, "is she good-looking?" "Sure," I replied enthusiastically. "She's very good-looking. A beauty, I think." "Well, if that's the case, all the better. She must be made to give you a picture. Don't let her crawl out of that, even if you have to bring her down here or take her to a photographer. If she accepts, I'll order the medal tomorrow, and you can write the whole thing up. It'll make a fine Sunday feature, eh? Dreiser's Girl Hero. What?" This medal idea was just the thing to take me back to her, the excuse I needed, and one that ought to bring her close to me if anything could. For the time being, I had forgotten all about Miss W. and her charms. She came into my mind, but it was so all-important for me to follow up this new interest, one that I could manage quite well as not, along with the other. I dressed in my very best clothes the next morning, excluding the amazing coat, and sallied forth to find my heroine. After considerable difficulty, I managed to place her in a very simple home on what had once been a farm. Her father, who opened the door, was a German of the most rigid and austere mien, a Lutheran, I think. Her mother a simple and pleasant-looking fat housefrau. In the garish noon light, my heroine was neither so melodramatic nor so poignant as she had seemed the night before. There was something less alive and less delicate in her composition, mental and physical, and yet she was by no means dull. Perhaps she lacked the excitement and the crowd. She had a peculiar mouth, a little wide but sweet, and a most engaging smile. Incidentally, it now developed that she had a younger sister, darker, more graceful, almost more attractive than herself. The two of them, as I soon found upon entering into conversation, offered that same problem in American life that so many children of foreign-born parents do. Although by no means poor, they were restless, if not unhappy, in their state. The old German father was one of those stern religionists and moralists who plainly had always held, or tried to hold, his two children in severest check. At the same time, as was obvious, this keen, strident American life was calling to them as never had his fatherland to him. They were both intensely alive and eager for adventure. Never before, apparently, had they seen a reporter, never been so close to a really, truly thrilling tragedy. And Gunda, that was my heroine's name, had actually been a part of it. How, she could now scarcely think. Her parents were not at all stirred by her triumph or the publicity that attached to it. In spite of the fact that her father owned this property and was sufficiently well placed to maintain her in school or idleness, American style, she was already a clerk in one of the great stores of the city, and her sister was also preparing to go to work, having just left school. I cannot tell how, but in a few moments we three were engaged in a most ardent conversation. There was an old fireplace in this house with some blazing wood in it, and before this we sat and laughed and chattered while I explained just what was wanted. Their mother and father did not even remain in the room. I could see that the younger sister was for urging Gunda on to any gaiety or flirtation, and was herself eager to share in one. It ended by my suggesting that they both come down to dinner with me some evening, a suggestion which they welcomed with enthusiasm, but explained that it would have to be done under the rose. Their father was so old-fashioned that he would not allow them to take up with any one so swiftly, would not even allow them to have any beau in the house. But they could meet me and stay in town all night with their friends. Gunda laughed, and the younger sister clapped her hands for joy. I made a most solemn statement of what was wanted to the parents, secured 2 photographs of Gunda, and departed, having arranged to see them the following Wednesday at 7 at one of the prominent corners of the city. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 51. Concerning these 2 girls and their odd, unsophisticated, daring point of view and love of life, I have always had the most confused feelings. They were crazy and starving for something different from what they knew. What had become of all the staid and dull sobriety of their parents in this queer American atmosphere? The old people had no interest in or patience with any such restlessness. As for their 2 girls, it would have been as easy to seduce one or both of them in the happy, seeking mood in which they met me as to step off a car. Plainly they liked me, both of them. My conquest was so easy that it detracted from the charm. The weaker sex, in youth at least, has to be sought to be worthwhile. I began to question whether I should proceed in this matter as fast as they seemed to wish. Now that they have made friends with me, I like them both. When we met the following Wednesday evening, and I had taken them to a commonplace restaurant, I was a little puzzled to know what to do with them, rarely having a whole evening to myself. Finally, I invited them to my room, wondering if they would come. It seemed a great adventure to me, most daring, but I could not make up my mind which of the 2 I preferred. Just the same, they came with me, looking on the proceeding as a great and delicious adventure. As we came along Broadway in the dark after dinner, they hung on my arms, laughing and jesting at what their parents would think, and when we went up the dimly lighted stair, an old, wide, squeaky flight, they chortled over the fun and mystery of it all. The room was nothing much. The same old books, hangings, and other trifles, but it seemed to please them greatly. What pleased them most was the fact that one could go and come without attracting any attention. They browsed about at first, and I, never having been confronted by just this situation before, and being still backward, did little or nothing save discuss generalities. The one I had most favored, the heroine, was more retiring than the younger, less feverish but still gay. I could only be with one of them from 7 to 10:30, but they intimated that they would come again when they could stay as late as I chose. The suggestion was too obvious, and I lost interest. Soon, I told them I had to go back to the office and took them to a car. A few days later, I took the medal to Gunda at the store, where she received it with much pleasure, asking where I had been and when she was to see me again. I made an appointment for another day, which I never kept. It meant, as I reasoned it out, that I should have to go further with her and her sister, but not being sufficiently impelled or courageous, I dropped the whole matter. Then, because Miss W. now seemed more significant than ever, I returned to her with a fuller devotion than ever before. Owing to a driving desire to get on, to do something, to be more than I was and have all the pleasures I craved at once, there now set in a period of mental dissatisfaction and unrest, which eventually took me out of St. Louis and the West and resulted in a period of stress and distress. Sometimes I really believe that certain lives are predestined to undergo a given group of experiences, else why the unconscionable urge to move and be away, which drives some people like the cuts of a lash. Aside from the question of salary, there was, as I see it now, little reason for the fierce and gnawing pains that assailed me, and toward the last, even this question of salary was not a factor, for my employers, learning that I was about to leave, were quick enough to offer me more money as well as definite advancement. By then, however, my self-dissatisfaction had become so great that nothing short of a larger salary and higher position than they could afford to give me would have detained me. Toward the last, I seemed to be obsessed by the idea of leaving St. Louis and going east. New York, or at least other cities east of this one, seemed to call me far more than anything the West had to offer. And now, curiously, various things seem to combine to drive or lure me forth, things as clear in retrospect as they were indistinguishable and meaningless then. One of these forces, aside from that of being worthy of my new love and lifting her to some high estate, which then possessed me, was John Maxwell, who had done me such an inestimable service in Chicago when I was trying to break into the newspaper business, and who had now arrived on the scene with the hope of connecting with St. Louis journalism. Fat, cynical, Cyclopean John was ever a more Nietzschean mind in a more amiable body. His doctrine of ruthless progress, as I now clearly saw, was so tall and strident, whereas his personal modus operandi was so compellingly genial, human, sympathetic. He was forever talking about burning, slaying, shoving people out of one's path, doing the best thing by oneself, and the like, while at the same time actually extending a helping hand to almost everybody and doing as little to advantage himself personally as any man I ever knew. It was all theory, plus an inherent desire to expound. His literary admirations were of a trudgedly sentimental or romantic character, as for instance, Jean Valjean of Les Miserables, and the good bishop, Père Goriot, Camille, poor Smike in Nicholas Nickleby, and, of all things, and yet quite like him in judgment, the various novels of Hall Caine, The Bondman, The Christian, The Deemster. "My boy," he used to say to me, with a fat and yet wholly impressive vehemence that I could not help admiring whether I agreed with him or not, "that character of Jean Valjean is one of the greatest in the world, a masterpiece, and I'll tell you why." And he would then begin to enlarge upon the moral beauty of Valjean, carrying the wounded Marius through the sewer, his taking up and caring for the poor degraded mother, abandoned by the students of Paris, his gentle and forgiving attitude toward all poverty and crime. The amusing thing about all of this was, of course, that in the next breath he would reiterate that all men were dogs and thieves, that in all cases one had to press one's advantage to the limit and trust nobody, that one must burn, cut, slay, if one wished to succeed. Once I said to him, still under the delusion that the world might well be full of tenderness, charity, honesty, and the like, "John, you don't really believe all that. You're not as hard as you say." "The hell I'm not. The trouble with you is that you don't know me. You're just a cub yet, Theodore," and his face wore that adorable, fat, cynical smirk, full of college notions of virtue and charity and all that guff. "You think that because I helped you a little in Chicago, all men are honest, kind, and true. Well, you'll have to stow that pretty soon. You're getting along now, and whatever you think other people ought to do, you'll find it won't be very convenient to do it yourself. See?" And he smirked angelically once more. To me, in spite of what he said, he seemed anything but hard or mean. Being in hard lines, he had come to St. Louis, not at my suggestion, but at that of Dunlap and Brady, both of whom no doubt assured him that I could secure him a position instanter. I began to think what if anything I could do to help him, but so overawed was I still by his personality that I felt that nothing would do for him less than a place as copy reader or assistant city editor, and that was a very difficult matter indeed, really beyond my local influence. I was too young and too inexperienced to recommend anybody for such a place, although my Chicago friends had come to imagine that I could do anything here. I had the foolish notion that John would speak to me about it, but so sensitive was he, I presume, on the subject of what was due from me to him, that he thought, I am merely guessing, that I should bestir myself without any direct word. He had been here for days, I later learned, without even coming near me. He had gone to a hotel, and in a few days sent word by Dunlap, with whom he was now on the most intimate terms, that he was in town and looking for a place. I assume now that it was but the part of decency for me to have hurried to call on him, but so different was my position now, and so hurried was I with a number of things, that I never even thought of doing it at once. I fancied that he would come to the office with Dunlap, or that a day or two would make no difference. At the end of the second day, after Dunlap spoke to me of his being here, the latter said, "Don't you want to come along with me and see John?" I was delighted at the invitation, and that same evening followed Dunlap to John's hotel room. It was a curious meeting, full of an odd diffidence on my part, and I know not what on his. From others he had gathered the idea that I was successful here, and therefore in a position to be uppish, whereas I was really in a most humble and affectionate frame of mind toward him. He met me with a most cynical, leering expression, which by no means put me at case. He seemed at once reproachful, antagonistic, and contemptuous. "Well," he began at once, "I hear you're making a big hit down here, Theodore. Everything's coming your way now, eh?" "Oh, not so good as that, John," I said. "I don't think I've done so wonderfully well. I hear you want to stay here. Have you found anything yet?" "Not a thing," he smiled. "I haven't been trying very hard, I guess." I told him what I knew of St. Louis, how things went generally, and offered to give him letters of personal introductions to McCullough, a managing editor on the Chronicle, to Wandell, and several others. He thanked me, and then I invited him to come and live in my room, which he declined at the time, taking instead a room next door to mine on the same floor, largely because it was inexpensive and central, and not, I am sure, because it was near me. Here he stayed nearly a month, during which time he doubtless made efforts to find something to do, which I also did. Suddenly he was gone, and a little later, and much to my astonishment, Dunlap informed me that he had concluded that I had been instrumental in keeping him from obtaining work here. This he had deduced not so much from anything he knew or had heard, but by some amazing process of reversal. Since I was much beholden to him and in a position to help him, I, by some perversion of nature, would resent his coming and would do everything in my power to keep him out. No event in my life ever gave me a queerer sense of being misunderstood and defeated. Of all the people I knew, I would rather have aided Maxwell than anyone else. Because I felt so sure that I could not recommend him for anything good enough for him, I felt ashamed to try. I did little I could, but after a while he left without bidding me goodbye. But before he went, there were many gatherings in his room or mine, and always he assumed the same condescending and bantering tone toward me that he had used in Chicago, which made me feel as though he thought my present standing a little too good for me. And yet, at times, in his more cheerful moods, he seemed the same old John, tender, ranting, filled with a sincere desire for the welfare of any untutored beginner, and only so restless and irritable now because he was meshed in financial difficulties. At that, he attempted to do me one more service, which, although I did not resent it very much, I completely misunderstood. This was in regard to Miss W., whose photograph he now saw and whose relation to me he gathered to be serious, although what he said related more to my whole future than to her. One day he walked into my room and saw the picture of my love hanging on the wall. He paused first to examine it. "Who's this?" he inquired curiously. I can see him yet, without coat or waistcoat, suspenders down, his fat stomach pulled in tightly by the waistband of his trousers, his fat face pink with health, his hair tousled on his fine round head. "That's the girl I'm engaged to," I announced proudly. "I'm going to marry her one of these days when I get on my feet." Then, lover-like, I began to expatiate on her charms while he continued to study the photograph. "Have you any idea how old she is?" he queried, looking up with that queer, cynical, unbelieving look of his. "Oh, about my age." "Oh, hell," he said roughly. "She's older than that." "She's 5 or 6 years older than you. What do you want to get married for anyhow? You're just a kid yet. Everything's before you. You're only now getting a start. Now, you want to go and tie yourself up so you can't move." He ambled over to the window and stared out. Then he sank comfortably into one of my chairs, while I uttered some fine romantic bosh about love, a home, not wanting to wander around the world all my days alone. As I talked, he contemplated me with one of those audacious smirky leers of his, as irritating and disconcerting an expression as I have seen on any face. "Oh, hell, Theodore," he remarked finally, as if to sweep away all I had said. Then, after a time, he added, as if addressing the world in general, "If there's a bigger damn fool than a young newspaper man in or out of love, let me know. Here you are, just 21, just starting out. You come down here from Chicago and get a little start, and the first thing you want to do is to load yourself up with a wife, and in a year or so, 2 or 3 kids. Now I know damn well," he went on, no doubt, noting the look of easy toleration on my part, "that what I'm going to say won't make you like me any better, but I'm going to say it anyhow. You're like all these young newspaper scouts. The moment you get a start, you think you know it all. Well, Theodore, you've got a long time to live and a lot of things to learn. I had something to do with getting you into this game, and that's the only reason I'm talking to you now. I'd like to see you go on and not make a mistake. In the first place, you're too young to get married, and in the second, as I said before, that girl is 5 years older than you, if she's a day. I think she's older." And he went over and re-examined the picture, while I sputtered, insisting that he was crazy, that she was no more than 2 years older, if so much. Along with this, he went on, completely ignoring my remarks. "She's one of these Middle West girls, all right for life out here, but no good for the newspaper game or you. I've been through all of that myself. Just remember, my boy, that I'm 10 years older than you. She belongs to some church, I suppose." "Methodist," I replied ruthfully. "I knew it. But I'm not knocking her. I'm not saying that she isn't pretty or virtuous, but I do say that she's older than you and narrow. Why, man, you don't know your own mind yet. You don't know where you'll want to go or what you'll want to do. In 10 years from now, you'll be 32, and she'll be 37 or more, believing and feeling things that will make you tired. You'll never agree with her, or if you do, so much the worse for you. What she wants is a home and children and a steady provider, and what you really want is freedom to go and do as you please, only you don't know it. Now I've watched you, Theodore, and I hear what people down here say about you, and I think you have something ahead of you if you don't make a fool of yourself. But if you marry now, and a conventional and narrow woman at that, one older than you, you're gone. She'll cause you endless trouble. In 3 or 4 years, you'll have children, and you'll get a worried, irritated point of view. Take my advice. Run with girls if you want to, but don't marry. Now I've said my say, and you can do as you damned please." He smirked genially and condescendingly once more, and I felt very much impressed and put down. After all, I feared, in spite of my slushy mood, that what he said was true, that it would be best for me to devote myself solely to work and study and let women alone. But also I knew that I couldn't. The next time my beloved came to the city, I decided to sound her on the likelihood of my changing, differing. We were walking along a leaf-strewn street, the red, brown, yellow, and green leaves thick on the brick walk of a gray November afternoon. "And what would you do then?" I asked, referring to my fear of changing, not caring for her any longer. She meditated for a while, kicking the leaves and staring at the ground without looking up. Finally, she surveyed me with clear, appealing, blue-gray eyes. "But you won't," she said. "Let's not think of anything like that anymore. We won't, will we?" Her tone was so tender and appealing that it moved me tremendously. She had this power over me, and retained it for years, of appealing to my deepest emotions. I felt so sorry for her, for life, even then. It was as if all that Maxwell had said was really true. She was different, older. She might never understand me. But this craving for her, what to do about that? All love, the fiercest passions, might cool and die out. But how did that help me then? In the long future before me, should I not regret having given her up? Never to have carried to fruition this delicious fever? I thought so. For weeks thereafter, my thoughts were colored by the truth of all John had said. She would never give herself to me without marriage, and here I was, lonely and financially unable to take her, and spiritually unable to justify my marriage to her even if I were. The tangle of life, its unfairness and indifference to the moods and longings of any individual, swept over me once more, weighing me down far beyond the power of expression. I felt like one condemned to carry a cross, and very unwilling and unhappy in doing it. The delirious, painful meetings went on and on. I suffered untold tortures from my desires and my dreams, and they were destined never to be fulfilled. Glorious fruit that hangs upon the vine too long, and then decays. Another thing that happened at this time and made a great impression, tending more firmly than even Maxwell's remarks to alter my point of view and make me feel that I must leave St. Louis and go on, was the arrival in the city of my brother Paul, who, as the star of a claptrap melodrama entitled The Danger Signal, now put in an appearance. He was one of my 4 brothers now out in the world making their own way, and of them all, by far the most successful. I had not seen him since my newspaper days in Chicago 2 years before. He was then in another play, The Tin Soldier, by the reigning farceur, Hoyt. His had not been the leading role at that time, but somehow his skill as a comedian had pushed him into that role. Previously, he had leading parts in such middle-class plays as A Midnight Bell, The Two Johns, and other things of that sort, as well as being an end man in several famous minstrel shows. Now, in this late November or early December, walking along South 6th Street in the region of the old Haviland Theater, where all the standard melodramas of the time played, I was startled to see his face and name staring at me from a billboard. Ah, I thought, my famous brother. Now these people will know whether our family amounts to anything or not. Wait till they hear he is my brother. His picture on the billboard recalled so many pleasant memories of him. His visits home, his kindness to and intense love of my mother, how in my 10th year he had talked of my being a writer, heaven only knows why, and how once on one of his visits home, when I was 14, he had set me to the task of composing a humorous essay which he felt sure I could write. Willingly and singingly, I essayed it, but when I chose the ancient topic of the mule and its tendency to kick his face fell, and he tried to show me in the gentlest way possible how hackneyed that was and to put me on the track of doing something original. Now, after all this time, and scarcely knowing whether or not he knew I was here, I was to see him once more, to make clear to him my worldly improvement. I do not say it to boast, but I honestly think there was more joy in the mere thought of seeing him again than there was in showing him off and getting a little personal credit because of his success. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 52. As I look back upon my life now, I realize clearly that of all the members of our family subsequent to my mother's death, the only one who, without quite understanding me, still sympathized with my intellectual and artistic point of view, and that most helpfully and at times practically, was my brother Paul. Despite the fact that all my other brothers were much better able intellectually than he to appreciate the kind of thing I was tending toward mentally, his was the sympathy that boiled me up. I do not think he understood, even in later years, long after I had written Sister Carrie, for instance, what I was driving at. His world was that of the popular song The Middle Class or Comedian, the middle class comedy, and such humorous aesthetics of the writing world as Bill Nye, Petroleum V. Nasby, and the authors of Spoopendike Papers, and Samantha at Saratoga. As far as I could make out, and I say this in no lofty, condescending spirit, he was full of simple middle-class romance, middle-class humor, middle-class tenderness, and middle-class grossness, all of which I am very free to say I admire. After all, we cannot all be artists, statesmen, generals, thieves, or financiers. Some of us, the large majority, have to be just plain everyday middle class and a very comfortable state. It is under my decent form of government. But there is so very much more to be said of him, things which persistently lift him in my memory to a height far more appealing and important than hundreds of greater and surer fame. For my brother was a humorist, of so tender and delicate a mould that to speak of him as a mere middle-class artist, or middle-class thinker and composer, would be to do him a gross injustice and miss the entire significance and flavor of his being. His tenderness and sympathy, a very humane appreciation of the weakness and errors as well as the toils and tribulations of most of us, was his most outstanding and engaging quality, and gave him a very definite force and charm. Admitting that he had an intense, possibly an undue fondness for women, I have never been able to discover just where the dividing line is to be drawn in such matters. A frivolous, childish, forceful sense of humor at times. Still, he had other qualities that were positively adorable. That sunny disposition, that vigorous, stout body and nimble mind, those smiling, sweet blue eyes, that air of gaiety and well-being that was with him nearly all the time. Even at the most trying times, life seemed to bubble in him. Hope sprang upward like a fountain. He felt in him a capacity to do, in his limited field, an ability to achieve, whether he was succeeding at the moment or not, never having the least power to interpret anything in a high musical way. Still, he was always full of music or of a tender, sometimes sad, sometimes gay, kind and ballad maker of a nation. For myself, I was always fascinated by the skill of his, the lovable art that attempts to interpret sorrow and pleasure in terms of song, however humble, and on the stage, how in a crude way, by mere smile and gesture, he could make an audience laugh. I have seen houses crowded to the ceiling with middle or low class people, shop girls and boys, factory hands and the like, who tittered continuously at his every move. He seemed to radiate a kind of comforting sunshine and humor without a sharp edge or sting. Satire was entirely beyond him, a kind of wilding asininity, the true clown in cap and bells, which caused even my morbid soul to chortle by the hour. Already he was a composer of a certain type of melodramatic and tearful yet land-sweeping songs. The letter that never came, the pardon came too late, I believe it for my mother told me so, the Bowie. Let those who wish to know him better read of him in 12 Men, My Brother Paul. Well, this was my brother Paul, the same who I described as stout, gross, sensual, and all of these qualities went hand in hand. I had no time here for more than the briefest glimpse and faintest echo. I should like to write a book about him, the wonderful, the tender, but now he was coming to St. Louis, and in my youthful, vainglorious way I was determined to show him what I was. He should be introduced to Peter, Dick, and Rothenberg, my cronies. I would have a feast in my room after the theater in his honor. I would give another, a supper at Faust, then the leading restaurant of St. Louis, of a gay bohemian character, and invite Wandel Dunlap, a managing actor, I can never think of his name, Basford, the dramatic editor, and Peter, Dick, and Rothenberg. I proposed to bring my love to his theater some afternoon or evening and introduce him to her. I hurried to the office of the Globe to find Dick and Peter and tell them my news and plans. They were very much for whatever it was I wanted to do, and eager to meet Paul, of course. Also, within the next 24 hours, I had written to Miss W. and told Wandel, Basford, the managing editor, and nearly everybody else. I dropped in at Faust's to get an estimate on the kind of dinner I thought he would like, having the head waiter plan it for me, and then eagerly awaited his arrival. Sunday morning came, and I called at the theatre at about 11, and found him on the stage of his old theatre, entirely surrounded by trunks and scenery. There was with him at the moment a very petite actress, a female star of the company, who, as I later learned, was one of the Passing Flames. He was stout as ever, and dressed in the most engaging Broadway fashion, a suit of good cloth and smart cut, a fur coat, a high hat, and a gold-headed cane. In short, all the earmarks of prosperity and comfort. What a wonderful thing he and the stage world, even this world of claptrap melodrama, seemed to me at the time. I felt on the instant somehow as though I were better established in the world than I thought. I be thus connected with one who traveled all over the country. The whole world seemed to come closer because of him. "Hello," he called, plainly astonished. "Where did you come from?" And then seeing that I was better dressed and poised mentally than he had ever known me, he looked me over in an odd, slightly doubting way, as a stranger might, and then introduced me to his friend. Seeing him apparently pleased by my arrival and eager to talk with me, she quickly excused herself, saying she had to go on to her hotel. Then he fell to asking me questions as to how I came to be here, how I was getting along. I am sure he was slightly puzzled and possibly disturbed by my sharp change from a shy, retiring boy to one who exclaimed him with the chill and waiting eyes of the newspaperman. To me, all of a sudden, he was not merely one whom I had to like because he was my brother, or one who knew more about life than I, rather less, I now thought, quickly gathering his intellectual import, but because of his character solely. I might like or dislike that as I chose. He reminded me of now a great deal of my mother, and I could not help recalling how loving and generous he had always been with her. Instantly he appealed to me as the simple, home-loving mother boy that he was. It brought him so close to me that I was definitely and tenderly drawn to him. I could feel how fine and generous he really was, even then, although I doubt very much whether he liked me at first. Finding me so brash and self-sufficient, still so simple and communistic, were the laws by which his charming and mind worked. He at once accepted me as a part of the family, and so of himself, a brother, one of the mother's boys. How often have I heard him say in regard to some immediate relative concerning whom an acrimonious debate might be going forward. After all, he's your brother, isn't he? Or he's your sister, as though mere consanguinity should dissolve all dissatisfactions and rages. Isn't there something humanely sweet about that? In the face of all cold, decisive conclusions of this world. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 53. Well, such was my brother Paul, and now he was here. Never before was he so much my dear brother as now. So generally admirable was he that I should have liked him quite as much had he been no relative. After a few moments of explanation as to my present state, I offered to share my room with him for the period of his stay, but he declined. Then I offered to take him to lunch, but he was too hurried or engaged. He agreed to come to my room after the show, however, and offered me a box for myself and my new friends. So much faith did I have in the good sense of Peter, Dick, and Rothenberger, their certainty of appreciating the charm of a man like Paul, that I brought them to the theater this same night, although I knew the show itself must be a mess. There was a scenic engine in this show, with a heroine lying across the rails. My dear brother was a comic switchman or engineer in this act, evoking roars of lowbrow laughter by his antics and jokes. I shall never forget how my three friends took this. Now that he was actually here, they were good enough to take him into their affectionate consideration on my account, almost as though he belonged to them. He was Dreiser's brother Paul, or even dear old Paul afterwards. Because working conditions favored us that night, we all three descended on the Haviland together, sitting in the box while the show was in progress, but spending all the intermissions in Paul's dressing room or on the back of the stage. Having overcome his first surprise and possibly dislike of my brash newspaper manner, he was now all smiles and plainly delighted with my friends, Rothenberger and Peter, especially the latter, appealing to him as characters not unlike himself, individuals whom he could understand. And in later years, when I was in New York, he was always asking after them and singing their praises. Dick also came in for a share of his warm affection, but in a slower way. He thought Dick amusing but queer, like a strange animal of some kind. On subsequent tours which took him to St. Louis, he was always in touch with these three. Above all things, the waggish grotesqueries of McCord's mind moved him immensely. Peter's incisive personality and daring unconventionality seemed to fascinate Paul. "Wonderful boy, that," he used to say to me, almost as though he were confiding a deep secret. "You'll hear from him yet, mark my word. You can't lose a kid like that." And time proved quite plainly that he was right. During the play, Paul sang one of his own compositions, The Bowery. It was an exceptional comic song, quite destructive of the good name of the Bowery forever, so much so that 10 years later the merchants and property owners of that famous thoroughfare petitioned to have the name of the street changed, on the ground that the jibes involved in the song had destroyed its character as an honest business street forever. So much for the import of a silly ballad and the passing songwriter. What are the really powerful things in the world, anyhow? After the show, we all adjourned to some scousy music hall in the vicinity of this old theater, which Dick insisted by reason of its very wretchedness would amuse Paul, although I am sure it did not. He was never a satirist. And thence to my room, where I had the man who provided the midnight lunch for the workers at the Globe spread a small feast. I had no piano, but Paul sang, and Peter gave an imitation of a street player who could manipulate at one and the same time a drum, mouth organ, and accordion. We had to beat my good brother on the back to keep him from choking. But it was during a week of breakfast together that the first impressive conversations in regard to New York occurred, conversations that finally imbued me with the feeling that I should never be quite satisfied until I had reached there. Whether this was due to the fact that I now told him about my present state and ambitions or dreams, and my somewhat remarkable success here, or that he was now coming to the place where he was able to suggest ways and means, and at the same time indulge the somewhat paternalistic streak in himself, I do not know. But during the week he persisted in the most florid descriptions of New York and my duty to go there, its import to me intellectually and otherwise, and finally he convinced me that I should never reach my true intellectual stature unless I did. Other places might be very good, he insisted. They all had their value, but there was only one place where one might live in a keen and vigorous way, and that was New York. It was the city, the only cosmopolitan city, a wonder world in itself. It was great, wonderful, marvelous, the size, the color, the tang, the beauty. He went on to explain that the West was narrow, slow, not really alive. In New York one might always do, think, and act more freely than anywhere else. The air itself was tonic. All really ambitious people, people who were destined to do or be anything, eventually drifted there. Editors, newspapermen, actors, playwrights, songwriters, musicians, moneymakers. He pointed to himself as a case in point, how he had ventured there, a gawky stripling doing a monologue, and how one Harry Minor, now of antique Bowery theater fame, had seized on him, carried him along and forwarded him in every way. Someone was certain to do as much for me, for anyone of ability. In passing, he now confided that only recently, from having been the star songwriter for a well-known New York music publisher, Willis Woodward, he had succeeded with 2 other men in organizing a music publishing company in which he had a third interest, and which was to publish his songs as well as those of others, and was pledged to pay him an honest royalty, a thing which he insisted had not so far been done, as well as a full share as partner. In addition, under the friendly urging of an ambitious manager, he was now writing a play to be known as The Green Goods Man, in which within a year or 2 he would appear as star. Also, he reminded me that our sister E., who had long since moved to New York, as early as 1885, was now living in West 15th Street, where she would be glad to receive me. He was always in New York in the summer, living with his sister. Why not come down there next summer when I am there off the road and look it over? As he talked, New York came nearer than ever it had before, and I could see the light of conviction and enthusiasm in his eye. It was plain, now that he had seen me again, that he wanted me to succeed. My friends had already sung my praises to him, although he himself could see that I was fast emerging from my too shy youth. St. Louis might well be enough, and Chicago, but New York. New York, one who had not seen it but who was eager to see the world, could not help but sniff and prick up his ears. It was during this week that I gave the supper previously mentioned and took my fiancée to meet my brother. I am satisfied that she liked him, or was rather amused by him, not understanding the least detail of his life or the character of the stage, while the sole comment that I could get out of him was that she was charming, but that if he were in my place he would not think of marrying yet. A statement which had more light thrown on it years later by his persistent indifference to, if not dislike of her, although he was always too courteous and mindful of others to express himself openly to me, all of which is neither here nor there. My glorious supper turned out to be somewhat of a failure. Without knowing it, I was trying to harmonize elements which would not mix, at least not on such short notice. The true bohemianism, and at the same time exclusive camaraderie of such youths as Peter, Dick, and Rothenberger, and the rather stilted intellectual sufficiency of my editorial friends and superiors of the Republic, and the utter innocence and naivete of Paul himself, proved too much. The dinner was stilted, formal, boring. My dear brother was as barren of intellectual interest as a child. No current problem such as might have interested these editorial men had the smallest interest for him, or had ever been weighed by him. He could not discuss them, although I fancy if we had turned to prize fighters or baseball heroes or comic characters in general, he would have done well enough. Indeed, his and their thoughts were so far apart that they found him all but dull. On the other hand, Peter, Dick, and Rothenberger, finding Paul delightful, were not in the least interested in the others, looking upon them as executives and of no great import. Between these groups I was lost, not knowing how to harmonize them. Struck all at once by the ridiculousness and futility of my attempt, I could not talk gaily or naturally, and the more I tried to bring things round, the worse they became. Finally, I was on pins and needles, until the whole thing was saved by Wandel remembering early that he had something to do at the office. Seizing their opportunity, the managing editor and the dramatic editor went with him. The others and I now attempted to rally, but it was too late. A half-hour later we broke up, and I accompanied my brother to his hotel door. He made none but pleasant comments, but it was all such a fizzle I could have wept. By Sunday morning he was gone again, and then my life settled into its old routine, apparently. Only it did not. Now more than ever I felt myself to be a flitting figure in this interesting but humdrum local world, comfortable enough perhaps, but with no significant future for me. The idea of New York as a great and glowing center had taken root. Some other things tended to move me from St. Louis. Only recently, Michelson, who had come to St. Louis to obtain my aid in securing a place, had been harping on the advantage of being a country editor, the ease of the life, its security. He was out of work and eager to leave the city. I think he was convinced that I was financially in a position to buy a half interest in some fairly successful country paper, which I was not, while he took the other half interest on time. Anyway, I had been thinking of this as a way of getting out of the horrible grind of newspaperdom. Only this mood of my brother seemed to reach down to the very depths of my being, depths hitherto not plumbed by anything, and put New York before me as a kind of ultimate certainty. I must go there at some time or other. Meanwhile, it might be a good thing for me to run a country paper. It might make me some money, give me station and confidence. At the same time, in the face of my growing estimate of myself, backed by the plaudits of such men as Peter and Dick, who were receiving twice my salary, to say nothing of the assurance of my brother that I had that mysterious thing, personality, I was always cramped for cash, and there was no sign on the part of my employers that I would ever be worth very much more to them. Toward the very last, as I have said, they changed, but then it was too late. I might write and write, page specials every week, assignments of all kinds, theatrical and sport reviews at times, and still, after all the evidence that I could be of exceptional service to them, $22 or $3 was all I could get. And dogging my heels was Michelson, a cheerful, comforting soul in the main, but a burden. It has always been a matter of great interest to me to observe how certain types, parasites, barnacles, decide that they are to be aided or strengthened by another, and without a by your leave or any other form or courtesy to edge in, bring their trunk and make themselves at home. Although I never really liked Michelson very much, here he was, idling about, worrying about a job or his future, living in my room toward the last, eating his meals, at least his breakfasts, with me, and talking about the country, the charm, ease, and profit of editing a country newspaper. Now, of all the people in this dusty world, I can imagine no one less fitted than myself, temperamentally or in any other way, to edit a country paper. The intellectual limitations of such a world, my own errant disposition and ideas, my contempt for and revolt against the standardized and clockwork motions and notions of the average man and woman. In 6 months I should have been arrested, or drummed out by the preacher, the elders, and all the other worthies for miles around. Let sleeping dogs lie. The louder all conventionalists snore, the better. For me, anyhow. But here I was, listening to Michelson's silly drivel, and wondering if a country newspaper might not offer an escape from the humdrum and clam-like existence into which I seemed to have fallen. From December on, this cheerful mediocrity, of about the warmth and intelligence of a bright collie, was telling me daily how wonderful I was, and that I ought to get out of here and into something which would really profit me and get me somewhere, into the editorship of a country weekly. What jocular fates trifled with my sense of the reasonable or the ridiculous at this time, I do not know, but I was interested. Largely, I presume, because I was too wandering and nebulous to think of anything else to do. This cheerful soul finally ended by indicating a paper, the weekly something of Grand Rapids, Ohio, not Michigan, near his father's farm, see pages 247 to 255, A Hoosier Holiday, which, according to him, was just the thing and should offer a complete solution for all our material and social aspirations in this world. By way of this paper, or some other of its kind, one might rise to any height, political or social, state or national. I might become a state assemblyman from my county, a senator, a congressman, or a United States senator. When you owned a country paper, you were an independent person. Imagine the editor of a country paper being independent of the conventions of his community. Not a poor harried scribe on a city paper, uncertain from week to week whether you were to be retained any longer. There were the delights of a country life, the sweet simplicity of a country town, away from the noise and streets and gaudy, shabby nothingness of a great city. As I listened to the picture of his native town, his father's farm, the cows, pigs, chickens, how we could go there and live for a while, my imagination mounted to a heaven of unadulterated success, peace, joy. In my mind, I had already rented or bought a small vine-clad cottage in Grand Rapids, Ohio, where, according to Michelson, was a wonderful sparkling rapids to be seen glimmering in the moonlight, a railroad which went into Toledo within an hour, fertile farmland all about, both gas and oil recently struck, making the farmers prosperous, and therefore in the mood for a first-class newspaper such as we would edit. Imagine sparkling rapids glimmering in the moonlight listed as a financial asset of a country paper. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MauriceWilliams. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 54. My thoughts being now turned, vaguely, to the idea of rural life, and editing a country newspaper. Although I really did not believe that I could succeed at that. I talked and talked to Michelson, to my future wife, to Dick and Peter, in a roundabout hinting way, developing all sorts of theories as to the possible future that awaited me. To boil up my faith in myself, I tried to make Miss W. feel that I was a personage and would do great things. How nature would ever get on without total blindness, or at least immense cruelty, on the part of its creatures, I cannot guess. Certainly, if women in their love period had any more sense than the men, they would not be impressed with the boshy dreams of such swains as myself. Either they cannot help themselves, or they must want to believe. Nature must want them to believe how the woman who married me could have been impressed by my faith in myself at this period is beyond my reasoning, and yet she was impressed, or saw nothing better in store for her than myself. That she was so impressed, and that I, moved by her affection for me or my own desire to possess her, was impelled to do something to better my condition, was obvious. Hence thrown out at the Republic office, to my sponsor Wandel in particular, that I might leave producing nothing. I decided sometime during January and February 1893 to take up Michelson's proposition, although I did not see how, other than by gross luck, I could not come to anything. Neither of us had any money to speak of, and yet we were planning to buy a country newspaper. For a few days before starting we debated this foolish matter, and then I sent him to his home town to look over the field there and report, which he immediately did, writing most glowing accounts of an absolutely worthless country paper there, which he was positive we could secure for a song and turn into a paying proposition at once. I cannot say that I believed this, and yet I went because I felt the need of something different. And all the time, the tug of that immense physical desire toward my beloved which, were there any such thing as sanity in life, I had been satisfied without any great blow to society, was holding me as by hooks of steel. It was this conflict between the need to go and the wish to stay that tortured me. Yet I went. I had the pain of separating from her in this mood, realizing that youth was slipping away, that the uncertainty of all things there might never be a funny fruition to our love. And there was not. And yet I went. I bade her a final farewell the Sunday night before my departure. I hinted at all sorts of glorious achievements, as well as all possible forms of failure. Lover-wise, I was tremendously impressed with the sterling worth and connections of this girl, the homely, conventional, and prosaic surroundings. My unfitness for fulfilling her dreams tortured me, as I could plainly see. She was for life as it had been lived by billions, by those who interpret it as a matter of duty, simplicity, care, and thrift. I think she saw before her a modest home in which would be children, enough money to clothe them decently, enough money to entertain a few friends, and eventually to die and be buried respectably. On the other hand, I was little more than a pulsing force, with no convictions, no definite theories or plans. In my sky, the latest cloud of thought or plan was the great thing. Not I, but destiny, over which I had no control, had me in hand. I felt, or thought I felt, the greatest love, while within me was a voice which said, "What a liar! What a pretender! You will satisfy yourself. Make your own way as best as you can. Each new day will be a clean slate for you. No least picture of the past thereon, none at least, which might not be quickly wiped away. Any beautiful woman would satisfy you." Still I suffered torture for her and myself, and left the next day, lacerated by the postponement, the defeated desire for happiness and love. My attitude on leaving the Republic was one of complete indifference, coupled with a kind of satisfaction at the last moment that, after having seemed previously totally indifferent to my worth, the city editor, the managing editor, and even the publisher seemed suddenly to feel that if I could be induced to stay, I might prove of greater value to them than thus far I had, from a cash point of view, and so they made a hearty if belated effort to detain me. Indeed, on my very sudden announcement, only a few days before my departure, that I was going, my city editor expressed great regret, asked me not to act hastily, told me he proposed to speak to the editor-in-chief, but this did not interest me any more. I was down on the Republic for the way it had threatened me. Why hadn't they done something for me months ago? That afternoon, as I was leaving the building on an assignment, the managing editor caught me and wanted to know of my plans. Said if I would stay, he believed that soon a better place in the editorial department would be made for me. Having already written Michelson that I would soon join him, however, I now felt it impossible not to leave. The truth is, I really wanted to go, and now that I had brought myself to this point, I did not want to retreat. Besides, there was a sad section refusing these belated courtesies. The editor said that if I were really going, the publisher would be glad to give me a general letter of introduction, which might stand me in good stead in other cities. True enough, on the Monday on which I left, having gone to the office to say farewell, I was met by the publisher, who handed me a letter of introduction. It was of the "to whom it might concern" variety, and related my labors and capacities in no vague words. I might have used this letter to advantage in many a strait, but never did. Rather, by some queer inversion of thought, I concluded that it was somewhat above my capacity, said more for me than I deserved, and might secure for me some place which I could not fill. For over a year I carried it about in my pocket, often when I was without a job, and with only a few dollars in my pocket. And still I did not use it. Why? I have often wondered since. Little as I should understood such a thing in another, so little did I now understand this is in myself. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 55. That evening at 7 I carried my bags down to the Great Union Station, feeling that I was a failure. Other men had money. They need not thus go jerking about the world seeking a career. So many youths and maids had all that was needful to their case and comfort arranged from the beginning. They did not need to fret about the making of a bare living. The ugly favoritism of life which piles comforts in the laps of some while snatching the smallest crumb of satisfaction from the lips of others was never more apparent to me. I was in a black despair, and made short work of getting into my berth. For a long time I stared at dark fields flashing by, punctuated by lamps and scattered cottages, the gloomy and lonely little towns of Illinois and Indiana. Then I slept. I was aroused by a ray of sunshine in my eyes. I lifted one of my blinds and saw the cornfields of northern Ohio, the brown stumps of last year's crop protruding through the snow. Commonplace little towns, the small brown or red railway stations with the adjoining cattle runs, and tall gas well derricks protruding out of dirty, snowless soil, made me realize that I was approaching the end of my journey. I found that I had ample time to shave, dress, and breakfast in the adjoining buffet, a thing I proposed to do if it proved the last pretentious, liberal, courageous deed of my life. For I was not too well provided with cash, and was I not leaving civilization? Though I had but $100, might not my state soon be much worse? I have often smiled since over the awe in which I then held the Pullman car, its porter, conductor, and all that went with it. To my inexperienced soul it seemed to be the acme of elegance and grandeur. Could life offer anything more than the privilege of riding about in the world in these mobile palaces? And here was I this sunny winter morning with enough money to indulge in a breakfast in one of these grand ambling chambers, though if I kept up this reckless pace, there was no telling where I should end. I selected a table adjoining one at which sat two drummers who talked of journeys far and wide, of large sales, of binders and reapers, and the condition of trade. They seemed to me to be among the most fortunate of men, high up in the world as positions go, able to steer straight and profitable courses for themselves. Because they had half a broiled spring chicken, I had one, and coffee and rolls and French fried potatoes, as did they, feeling all the while that I was indulging in limitless grandeur. At one station at which the train stopped, some poor-looking farmer boys in jeans and galluses and wrinkled hats looking up at me with interest as I ate, I stared down at them, hoping that I should be taken for a millionaire to whom this was little more than a wearisome commonplace. I felt fully capable of playing the part, and so gave the boys a cold and repressive glance, as much as to say, "Behold." I assured myself that the way to establish my true worth was to make everyone else feel small by comparison. The town of Grand Rapids lay in the extreme northwestern portion of Ohio on the Maumee, a little stream which begins somewhere west of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and runs northeast to Toledo, emptying into Lake Erie. The town was traversed by this one railroad, which began in St. Louis and ended at Toledo, and consisted of a number of small frame houses and stores, with a few brick structures of 1 and 2 stories. I had not arranged with Michelson that he should meet me at any given time, having been uncertain as to the time of my departure from St. Louis, and so I had to look him up. As I stepped down at the little depot, I noted the small houses with snow-covered yards, the bare trees and the glimpse of rolling country which I caught through the open spaces between. There was the river, wide and shallow, flowing directly through the heart of the town and tumbling rapidly and picturesquely over grey stones. I was far more concerned as to whether I should sometime be able to write a poem or a story about this river than I was to know if a local weekly could subsist here. And after the hurry and bustle of St. Louis, the town did not impress me. I felt now that I had made a dreadful mistake, and wondered why I had been so foolish as to give up the opportunities suggested by my friends on the Republic, and my sweetheart, when I might have remained and married her under the new editorial conditions Pearl offered me. Yet I walked on to the main corner and inquired where my friend lived, then out a country road indicated to me as leading toward his home. I found an old rambling frame house facing the Maumee River, with a lean-to and kitchen and spring house, corn cribs, a barn twice the size of the house, and smaller buildings, all resting comfortably on a rise of ground. Apple and pear trees surrounded it, now leafless in the wind. A curl of smoke rose from the lean-to and told me where the cook-stove was. As I entered the front gate, I felt the joy of country home. It told of simple and plain things: food, warmth, comfort, minds content with routine. Michelson appeared at the door and greeted me most enthusiastically. He introduced me to his family with the exuberant youthfulness of a schoolboy. I met the father, a little old, dried-up, quizzical man, who looked at me over his glasses in a wondering way and rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand. I met the mother, small, wizened, middle-aged, looking as though she had gone through 1,000 worries. Then I met Michelson's wife, a dark, chubby, brown-skinned woman, stocky and not over-intelligent. They asked me to make myself at home, listen to an account of my experiences in getting there, and then Michelson volunteered to show me about the place. My mind revolted at the thought of such a humdrum life as this for myself, though I was constantly touched by its charm, for others. I followed the elder Mrs. Michelson into the lean-to and watched her cook, went with Michelson to the barn to look over the livestock, and returned to talk with Michelson Sr. about the prospects of the Republican Party in Ohio. He was much interested in a man named McKinley, a politician of Ohio, who had been a congressman for years and who was now being talked of as the next candidate of the Republican Party for the presidency. I had scarcely heard of him up to that time, but I gave my host my opinion, such as it was. We sat about the big drum sheet iron stove, heated by natural gas, then but newly discovered and piped in that region. After dinner I proposed to my friend that we go into the village and inspect the printing plant which he had said was for sale. We walked along the road discussing the possibilities, and it seemed to me as we walked that he was not as enthusiastic as he had been in St. Louis. "I've been looking at this fellow's plant," he said vaguely, "and I don't know whether I want to give him 200 down for it. He hasn't got anything. That old press he has is in pretty bad shape, and his type is all worn down." "Can we get it for 200? I asked innocently. "Sure, 200 down. I wouldn't think of giving him more. All he wants now is enough to get out of here, someone to take it off his hands. He can't run it." We went to the office of the Herald, a long dark loft over a feed store, and found there was a press and some stands of type, and a table before the 2 front windows which looked west. The place was unlighted except by these windows and 2 in the back, and contained no provision for artificial light except 2 or 3 tin kerosene lamps. Slazy, the youthful editor, was not in. We walked about and examined the contents of the room, all run down. The town was small and slow, and even an idealist could see that there was small room here for a career. Presently the proprietor returned, and I saw a sad specimen of the country editor of those days. Sleepy, sickly-looking, with a spare, gaunt face, and a head which had the appearance of an egg with the point turned to the back. His hair was long and straight and thin, the back part of it growing down over his dusty coat collar. He wore a pair of baggy trousers of no shape or distinguishable color, and his coat and waistcoat were greasy. He extended a damp, indifferent hand to me. "I hear you want to sell out," I said. "Yes, I'm willing to sell," he replied sadly. "Do you mind showing us what you have here?" He went about mechanically and pointed out the press and type and some paper he had on hand. "Let me see that list of subscribers you showed me the other day," said Michelson, who now seemed eager to convince himself that there might be something in this affair. Slazy brought it out from an old drawer, and together we examined it, spreading it out on the dusty table and looking at the names checked off as paid. There were not more than 1,000. Some of them had another mark beside the check, and this excited my curiosity. "What's this cross here for?" "That's the one that's paid for this year." "Isn't this year's list?" "No, I just thought I'd check up the new payments on the old list. I haven't had time to make out a new one." Our faces fell. The names checked with a cross did not aggregate 500. "I'll tell you what we'd better do," observed Michelson heavily, probably feeling that I had become suddenly depressed. Suppose we go around and see some of the merchants and ask them if they'll support us with advertising. I agreed, feeling all the while that the whole venture was ridiculous, and together we went about among the silent stores, talking with conservative men, who represented all that was discouraging and wearisome in life. Here they stood all day long, calculating in pennies and dimes, whereas the city merchant counted in hundreds and thousands. It was dispiriting. Think of living in a place like this among such people. I might give a good paper my support, said one, a long, lean, sanctimonious man who looked as though he had narrow notions and a firm determination to rule his small world. But it's mighty hard to make a paper that would suit this community. We're religious and hard-working here, and we like the things that interest religious and hard-working people. Of course, if it was run right, it might pay pretty well, but I don't know as 'twould neither. You never can tell. I saw that he would be one hard customer to deal with anyhow, if there were many like him. The poor, thin-blooded, calculating world which he represented frightened me. How much advertising do you think you could give to a paper that was run right? Well, that depends, he said gloomily and disinterestedly. I'd have to see how it was run first. Some weeks I might give more than others. Michelson nudged me and we left. I forgot to tell you, he said, that he's a Baptist and a Republican. He'd expect you to run it in favor of those institutions if you got his support, but all the men around town won't feel that way. In a dusty back room of a drugstore we found a chemist who did not know whether a weekly newspaper was of any value to him, and could not contribute more than 50 cents a week in advertising if it were. The proprietor of the village hotel, a thick-set, red-faced man with the air of a country evildoer, said that he did not see that a local newspaper was particularly valuable to him. He might advertise, but it would be more as a favor than anything else. I began to sum up the difficulties of our position. We should be handicapped, to begin with, by a wretched printing outfit. We should be beholden to a company of small, lean-living, narrow men who would take offense to the least show of individuality and cut us off entirely from support. We should have to busy ourselves gathering trivial items of news, dunning hard-working, indifferent farmers for small amounts of money, and reduce all our thoughts and ambitions to the measure of this narrow world. I saw myself dying by inches. It gave me the creeps. Youth and hope were calling. I don't see this, I said to myself. It's horrible. I should die. To Michelson I said, Suppose we give up our canvassing for today. We might as well, he replied. There's a paper over at Bowling Green for sale, and it's a better paper. We might go over in a day or two and look at it. We might as well go home now. I agreed, and we turned down a street that led to the road, meditating. I knew nothing of my destiny, but I knew that it had little to do with this. These great wide fields, many of them already sown to wheat under the snow, these hundreds of oil or gas well derricks promising a new source of profit to many, the cleanly farmhouses and neatly divided farms all appealed to me, but this world was not for me. I was thinking of something different, richer, more poignant, less worthy possibly, more terrible, more fruitful for the moods and the emotions. What could these bleak fields offer? I thought of St. Louis, the crowded streets, the vital offices of the great papers, their thrashing presses, the hotels, the theaters, the trains. What, bury myself here? I thought of the East. New York, possibly, at least Cleveland, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. I like the country, but it's a hard place to make a living, isn't it? I finally said. Yes, he assented gloomily. I've never been able to get anything out of it, but I haven't done very well in the city either. I sensed the mood of an easily defeated man. I'm so used to the noise and bustle of the streets that these fields seem lonely, I said. Yes, but you might get over that in time, don't you think? Never, I thought, but did not say so. Instead, I said, That's a beautiful sky, isn't it? And he looked blankly to where a touch of purple was creeping into the background of red and gold. We reached the house at dusk. Going through the gate, I said, I don't see how I can go into this with you, Mitch. There isn't enough in it. Well, don't worry about it any more tonight. I'd rather the girl wouldn't know. We'll talk it over in the morning.
End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 56. Disheartening as this village and country life might seem as a permanent field of endeavor, it was pleasing enough as a spectacle or as the scene of a vacation. Although it was late February when I came and there was snow on the ground, a warm wind came in a day or two and drove most of it away. A full moon rose every night in the east, and there was a sense of approaching spring. Before the charming old farmhouse flowed the wonderful little Maumee River, dimpling over stones and spreading out wide, as though it wished to appear much more than it was. There is madness in moonlight, and there is madness in that chemical compound which is youth. Here in this simple farming region, once free of the thought that by any chance I might be compelled to remain here, I felt strangely renewed and free as a bird, though at the same time there was an undercurrent of sadness, not only for myself but for life itself, the lapse and decay of things, the impossibility of tasting or knowing more than a fraction of the glories and pleasures that are everywhere outspread. Although I had not had a vacation in years, I was eager to be at work. The greatness of life, its possibilities, the astounding dreams of supremacy which might come true, were calling to me. I wanted to be on, to find what life had in store for me, and yet I wanted to stay here for a while. Mitch's father, as well as his mother and wife, interested me intensely, for they were simple, industrious, believing. They were good Baptists or Methodists or Presbyterians. The grizzled little old farmer who had built up this place, or inherited a part and added the rest, was exactly like all the other farmers I have ever known. Genial, kindly, fairly tolerant, curious as to the wonders of the world without, full of a great faith in America and its destiny, sure that it is the greatest country in the world, and that there has never been one other like it. That first night at supper, and the next morning at breakfast, and all my other days here, the old man questioned me as to life, its ways, my beliefs or theories, and I am positive that he was delighted to have me there, for it was winter and he had little to do besides read his paper. The newspaper of largest circulation in this region was The Blade of Toledo, which he read assiduously. The mother and daughter-in-law did most of the work. The mother was forever busy cooking breakfast or dinner, cleaning the rooms, milking, making butter and cheese, gathering eggs from a nearby hennery. Her large cellar was stocked with jellies, preserved fruit, apples, potatoes, and other vegetables. There was an ample store of bacon, salt pork, and beef. I found that no fresh meat other than chicken was served, but the meals were delightful and plentiful. Delicious biscuits and jelly, fresh butter, eggs, ham, bacon, salt pork, or cured beef, and the rarely absent fried chicken, as well as some rabbits which Mitch shot. During my stay he did nothing but idle about the barn, practicing on a cornet which he said had saved his lungs at a time when he was threatened with consumption. But his playing! I wonder the cure did not prove fatal. I noted the intense interest of Mitch's father and what the discovery of gas in this region would do for it. He was almost certain that all small towns hereabout would now become prosperous manufacturing centers. There would be work for all. Wages would go up. Many people would soon come here and become rich. This, of course, never came true at all. The flow of natural gas soon gave out, and the oil strikes were not even rivals of some nearby fields. All this talk was alien to my thoughts. I could not fix my interest on trade and what it held in store for anybody. I knew it must be so, and that America was destined to grow materially, but somehow the thing did not interest me. My thoughts leaped to the artistic spectacle such material prosperity might subsequently present, not only to the purely material phase of the prosperity itself. Indeed, I could never think of the work being done in any factory or institution without passing from that work to the lives behind it, the crowds of commonplace workers, the great streets which they filled, the bare homes, and the separate and distinct dramas of their individual lives. I was tremendously interested by the rise of various captains of industry then already bestriding America, their opportunities and pleasures, the ease and skill with which they organized trusts and combinations, their manipulations of the great railroads, oil and coal fields, their control of the telegraph and the telephone, their sharp and watchful domination of American politics, but only as drama. Grover Cleveland was president, and his every deed was paining the Republicans quite as much as it was gratifying the Democrats, but I could already see that the lot of the underdog varied little with the much heralded changes of administration, and it was the underdog that always interested me more than the upper one, his needs, his woes, his simplicities. Here, as elsewhere, I could see by talking to Mitch and his father, men became vastly excited, paraded, and all but wept over the results of one election or another, city, state, or national, but when all was said and done, and America had been saved, or the Constitution defended or wrecked, the condition of the average man, myself included, was about as it had been before. The few days I spent here represented an interlude between an old and a new life. I have always felt that in leaving St. Louis I put my youth behind me. That which followed was both sobering and broadening. But on this farm, beside this charming river, I paused for a few days and took stock of my life thus far, and it certainly seemed pointless and unpromising. I thought constantly and desperately of my future, the uncertainty of it, and yet all the while my eye was fixed not upon any really practical solution for me, but rather upon the pleasures and luxuries of life as enjoyed by others, the fine houses, the fine clothes, the privilege of traveling, of sharing in the amusements of the rich and the clever. Here I was at the foot of the ladder, with not the least skill for making money, compelled to make my way upward as best I might, and yet thinking in terms of millions always. However much I might earn in journalism, I had sense enough to know that it would yield me little or nothing. After some thought, I decided that I would move on to some other city, where I would get into the newspaper business for a while and then see what I should see. Indeed, I never saw Mitch but once again. But Toledo. This was my first free and unaided flight into the unknown. I had found here a city far more agreeable than St. Louis, which, being much greater in size, had districts which were positively appalling for their poverty and vice, whereas here was a city of not quite 100,000, as clean and fresh as any city could be. I recall being struck with clean asphalt pavements, a canal or waterway in which many lake vessels were riding, and houses and stores, framed for the most part, which seemed clean if not quite new. The first papers I bought, The Blade and the Bee, were full of the usual American small city bluster, together with columns and columns about American politics and business. Before seeking work, I decided to investigate the town. I was intensely interested in America and its cities, and wondered, in spite of my interest in New York, which I would select for my permanent resting place. I was intensely interested in America and its cities, and wondered, in spite of my interest in New York, which I would select for my permanent resting place. When was I to have a home of my own? Would it be as pleasing as one of these many which here and elsewhere I saw in quiet rows shaded by trees, many of them with spacious lawns and suggestive of that security and comfort so dear to the mollusk-like human heart? For after security, nothing seems to be so important, or so desirable to the human organism, as rest, or at least ease. The one thing that the life force seems to desire to escape is work, or at any rate, strife. One would think that man had been invented against his will by some malign power, and was being harried a long ways and to tasks against which his soul revolted, and to which his strength was not equal. As I walked about the streets of this city, my soul panted for the seeming comfort and luxury of them, the well-kept lawns, the shuttered and laced windows, the wonder of evening fires in winter, the open, cool, and shadowy doors in summer, swings and hammocks on lawns and porches, the luxury of the book and rocker. Somehow, in the stress of my disturbed youth, I had missed most of this. After a day of looking about the city, I applied to the city editor of the leading morning paper, and encountered one of the intellectual experiences of my life. At the city editorial desk, in a small and not too comfortable room, sat a small cherubic individual, with a complexion of milk and cream, light brown hair, and a serene blue eye, who looked me over quizzically, as much as to say, "Look what the latest breeze has wafted in." His attitude was neither antagonistic nor welcoming. He was so assured that I half detected on sight the speculative thinker and dreamer. Yet in the role of city editor in a Midwest manufacturing town, one must have an air, if not the substance, of commercial understanding and ability, and so my young city editor seemed to breathe a determination to be very executive and forceful. "You're a St. Louis newspaper man, eh?" he said, eyeing me casually. "Never worked in a town of this size, though. Well, the conditions are very different. We pay much attention to small items, make a good deal out of nothing," and he smiled. "But there isn't a thing I can see now, nothing beyond a 3 or 4 day job which you wouldn't want, I'm sure." "How do you know I wouldn't?" "Well, I'll tell you about it. There's a streetcar strike on, and I could use a man who had nerve enough to ride around on the cars the company is attempting to run and report how things are. But I'll tell you frankly, it's dangerous. You may be shot or hit with a brick." I indicated my willingness to undertake this, and he looked at me in a mock-serious and yet approving way. He took me on, and I went about the city on one car line and another, studying the strange streets, expecting and fearing every moment that a brick might be shied at me through the window, or that a gang of irate working men would board the car and beat me up. But nothing happened, not a single threatening workman anywhere. I so reported and was told to write it up and make as much of the story as possible. Without knowing anything of the merits of the case, my sympathies were all with the working men. I had seen enough of strikes, and of poverty, and of the quarrels between the money lords and the poor, to be all on one side. As was the custom in all newspaper offices with which I ever had anything to do, where labor and capital were concerned, I was told to be neutral and not antagonize either side. I wrote my story, and it was published in the first edition. Then, at the order of this same youth, I visited some charity bazaar, where all the important paintings owned in the city were being exhibited, and wrote an account which was headed, "As in Old Toledo," with all the silly chaff about gallants and ladies gay, after which I spread my feet under a desk, being interested to talk more with the smiling, if indifferent youth who had employed me. The opportunity soon came, for apparently he was as much interested in me as I in him. He came over after I had submitted my second bit of copy and announced it was entirely satisfactory. A man from the composing room entered and commented on the fact that James Whitcomb Riley and Eugene Field were billed to lecture in the city soon. I remarked that I had once seen Field in the office of the News in Chicago, which brought out the fact that my city editor had once worked in Chicago, had been a member of the Whitechapel Club, knew Field, Finley Peter Dunn, Brand Whitelock, Ben King, and others. At mention of the magic name of Ben King, author of If I Should Die Tonight and Jane Jones, the atmosphere of Chicago of the time of the Whitechapel Club and Eugene Field and Ben King returned. At once we fell into a varied and gay exchange of intimacies. It resulted in an enduring and yet stormy and disillusioning friendship. If he had been a girl, I would have married him, of course. It would have been inevitable. We were intellectual affinities. Our dreams were practically identical, though we approached them from different angles. He was the sentimentalist in thought, though the realist in action. I was the realist in thought and the sentimentalist in action. He took me out to lunch, and we stayed nearly 3 hours. He took me to dinner, and to do so was compelled to call up his wife and say he had to stay in town. He had dreams of becoming a poet and novelist, I of becoming a playwright. Before the second day had gone, he had shown me a book of fairy tales and some poems. I became enamored of him, the victim of a delightful illusion. Because he liked me, he wanted me to stay on. There was no immediate place, he said, but one might open at any time. Having very little money, I could not see my way to that, but I did try to get a place on the rival paper. That failing, he suggested that, although I wander on toward Buffalo and Cleveland, I stand ready to come back if he telegraphed for me. Meanwhile, we reveled in that wonderful possession, intellectual affection. I thought him wonderful, perfect, great. He thought, well, I've heard him tell in later years what he thought. Even now at times he fixes me with hungry, welcoming eyes. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of A Book About Myself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book About Myself by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 57. Whether I should go east or west suddenly became a question with me. I had the feeling that I might do better in Detroit or some point west of Chicago, only the nearness of such cities as Cleveland, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and those farther east deterred me. The cost of reaching them was small, and all the while I should be moving toward my brother in New York. And so, after making inquiry at the office of the Bee for a possible opening and finding none, and learning from several newspaper men that Detroit was not considered a live journalistic town, I decided to travel eastward and bought a ticket to Cleveland. Riding in sight of the tumbling waves of Lake Erie, I was taken back in thought to my days in Chicago and all those who had already dropped out of my life forever. What a queer, haphazard, disconnected thing this living was. Where should I be tomorrow? What doing the next year, the year after that? Should I ever have any money, any standing, any friends? So I tortured myself. Arriving in Cleveland at the close of a smoky gray afternoon, I left my bag at the station and sought a room, then walked out to see what I should see. I knew no one, not a friend anywhere within 500 miles. My sole resource, my little skill as a newspaper worker. Buying the afternoon and morning papers, I examined them with care, copying down their editorial room addresses, then betook me to a small beanery for food. The next morning I was up early, determined to see as much as I could, to visit the offices of the afternoon papers before noon, then to look in upon the city editors of the 2 or 3 morning papers. The latter proved not very friendly, and there appeared to be no opening anywhere. But I determined to remain here for a few days studying the city, as a city, and visiting the same editors each day or as often as they would endure me. If nothing came of it within a week, and no telegram came from my friend H in Toledo calling me back, I proposed to move on, to which city I had not as yet made up my mind. The thing that interested me most about Cleveland then was that it was so raw, dark, dirty, smoky, and yet possessed of one thing: force, raucous, clarity, semi-intelligent force. America was then so new industrially, in the furnace stage of its existence. Everything was in the making: fortunes, art, social and commercial life. The most impressive things were its rich men, their homes, factories, clubs, office buildings, and institutions of commerce and pleasure generally. And this was as true of Cleveland as of any other city in America. Indeed, the thing which held my attention, after I had been in Cleveland a day or two, and had established myself in a somber room in a somber neighborhood, once occupied by the very rich, were those great and new residences in Euclid Avenue, with wide lawns and iron or stone statues of stags and dogs and deer, which were occupied by such rich men as John D. Rockefeller, Tom Johnson, and Henry M. Flagler. Rockefeller, only a year or two before, had given millions to revivify the almost defunct University of Chicago, then a small Baptist college, and was accordingly being hailed as one of the richest men of America. He and his satellites and confreres were already casting a luster over Cleveland. They were all living here in Euclid Avenue, and I was interested in looking up their homes, envying them their wealth, of course, and wishing that I were famous or a member of a wealthy family, and that I might someday meet one of the beautiful girls I thought must be here, and have her fall in love with and make me rich. Physically or artistically or materially, there was nothing to see but business. A few large hotels, like those of every American city, and these few great houses. Add a few theaters and commonplace churches. All American cities and all the inhabitants were busy with but one thing: commerce. They ate, drank, and slept trade. In my wanderings, I found a huge steelworks and a world of low, smoky, pathetic little hovels about it. Although I was not as yet given to reasoning about the profound delusion of equality under democracy, this evidence of the little brain toiling for the big one struck me with great force and produced a good deal of speculative thought later on. The paper which I was eventually connected was the Cleveland Leader, which represented all that was conservative in the local life. Wandering into its office on the second or third day of my stay, I was met at the desk of the city editor by a small, boyish-looking person of a ferret-like countenance who wanted to know what I was after. I told him, and he said there was nothing, but on hearing of the papers with which I had been connected and the nature of the work I had done, he suggested that possibly I might be able to do something for the Sunday edition. The Sunday editor proved to be a tall, melancholy man with sad eyes, a sallow face, sunken cheeks, narrow shoulders, and a general air of weariness and depression. "What is it now you want?" he asked slowly, looking up from his musty roll-top desk. "Your city editor suggested that possibly you might have some Sunday work for me to do. I've had experience in this line in Chicago and St. Louis." "Yes," he said, not asking me to sit down. "Well now, what do you think you could write about?" This was a poser. Being new to the city, I had not thought of any particular thing, and could not at this moment. I told him this. "There's one thing you might write about if you could. Did you ever hear of a new-style grain boat they are putting on the lakes called—" "Turtleback?" I interrupted. "Turtleback," went on the editor indifferently. "Well, there's one here now in the harbor. It's the first one to come here. Do you think you could get something on that?" "I'm sure I could. I'd like to try." "Do you use pictures?" "You might get a photo or two. We could have drawings made from them." I started for the door, eager to be about this, when he said, "We don't pay very much. $3 a column." That was discouraging, but I was filled with the joy of doing something. On my way out, I stopped at the business office and bought a copy of the last Sunday issue, which proved to be a poor makeshift composed of a half-dozen articles on local enterprises and illustrated with a few crude drawings. I read one or two of them and then looked up my waterfront boat. I found it tied up at a dock adjoining an immense railroad yard and near an imposing grain elevator. Finding nobody about, I nosed out the bookkeeper of the grain elevator, who told me that the captain of the boat had gone to the company's local office in a nearby street. I hastened to the place, and there found a bluff old lake captain in blue, short, stout, ruddy course, who volunteered, almost with a hi and a ho, to tell me something about it. I think I ought to know something about him. I sailed the first one that was ever sailed out of the port of Chicago. I listened with open ears. I caught a disjointed story of plans and specifications, Sault Ste. Marie, the pine woods of northern Michigan, the vast grain business of Chicago and other lake ports, early navigation on the lakes, the theory of bilge keel and a turtleback top, and all strung together with numerous YCs and so nows. I made notes on backs of envelopes, scraps of paper, and finally on a pad furnished me by the generous bookkeeper. I carried my notes back to the paper. The Sunday editor was out. I waited patiently until 4:30, and then, the light fading, gave up the idea of going with a photographer to the boat. I went to a green baize covered table and began to write my story. I had no sooner done a paragraph or two than the Sunday editor returned, bringing with him an atmosphere of lassitude and indifference. I went to him to explain what I had done. "Well, write it up. Write it up. We'll see," and he turned away to his papers. I labored hard at my story, and by 7 or 8 o'clock had ground out 2,000 words of description, which had more of the bluff old captain in it than of the boat. The Sunday editor took it when it was through and shoved it into a pigeonhole, telling me to call in a day or two and he would let me know. I thought this was strange. It seemed to me that if I were working for a Sunday paper, I should work every day. I called the next day, but Mr. Loomis had not read it. The next day, he said the story was well enough written, though very long. "You don't want to write so loosely. Stick to your facts closer." This day I suggested a subject of my own, the beauty of some of the new suburbs. But he frowned at this as offering a lot of free advertising to real estate men who ought to be made to pay. Then I proposed an article on the magnificence of Euclid Avenue, which was turned down as old. I then spoke of a great steel works, which was but then coming into the city, but as this offered great opportunity to all the papers, he thought poorly of it. He compromised a day or two later by allowing me to write up a chicken farm which lay outside the city. Of course, this made a poor showing for me at the cashier's desk. At the end of the second week, I was allowed to put in a bill for $7.50. I had not realized that I was wasting so much time. I appealed to all the editors again for a regular staff position, but was told there was no opening. It began to look as if I should have to leave Cleveland soon, and I wondered where I should go next. Buffalo or Pittsburgh, both equally near. End of chapter 57.